Well, good afternoon from the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletics Center in Boston for the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships, the fastest party on the planet. My name is Kate Van Buskirk, and I'll be joined later today by Serenity Douglas, a sprint sensation and 8-time All-American from the University of Texas. Of course, many of the top middle and high school athletes in the country have descended on Boston for 4 days of thrilling track and field action. We're kicking things off right away here with our middle school boys 400-meter finals on time here at the Reggie Lewis Center. There are 16 heats of these middle school boys 400s. And a good lead at the cut-in here in our opening section on day one here at New Balance Indoor Nationals. Of course, we have teams from all across the country joining us today, showing their mettle. And in this opening section, some thrilling action into the final 40 meters. And a 59.90 opening win here for Alexander Colbo in this initial section of our boys 400-meter middle school. Quincy Arnold, 101.15 for second, did most of that work early on. Here you see that pass, nothing but speed across the line here for Kobo. Well-timed finish by this young man. As I mentioned, 16 heats of this middle school boys 400 on deck today. We will be running slowest to fastest on seed time. And a full section here for heat number 2 of 16 of this middle school boys 400. Reset by our starter. So in lane 1, we have Eddie Zagrodzki. In lane 2, Liam Kennedy. In lane 3, Jack Whitney. Vincent Zagrodzki will take lane 4. Xavier Estrada in 5. And Jared St. Bernard in 6. Again, a full section for heat number 2 of our middle school boys 400. Many of these athletes with very closely matched seed times, so we should have some excellent races on our hands here, as at the cut-in on the outside, that is St. Bernard with the early lead. He's of the Vitesse Track Club, comes in with a 63-41 seed and a significant lead here on his competitors as they go down the backstretch for the final time. And being hunted down now into the final 50 meters. That is St. Bernard of Vitesse trying to hold on, but a late charge by Xavier Estrada. And Estrada will take the win in this second section. 61.57, so a nice improvement for him on his seed time of 63.23 coming in. Whitney holds on for second, 102.60. And then it is one of the Zagrodzki brothers that challenges for third, and here's that pass. Again, a well-timed move on the outside by St. Bernard, by Estrada, pardon me, over St. Bernard. Powering through with those arms. And a nice dip at the line, again, to put about a 2-second improvement on his seed coming in. Estrada, St. Bernard, and Whitney rounds at the top three at 102.60 for that second of 16 sections. Set now for heat number 3. 5 competitors here as well. Timothy Cruz in 1, Gerald Barrios Lopez in 2, Cairo Carvalho in 3, Chase Guidus in 4, Caden Clark in 5, and Grant Raposa in 6. And this looks like Caden Clark on the outside. And not cutting in, it looks like, Caden Clark. And now a sharp cut into lane 1, recognizing that he is able to take that tighter turn on the back stretch. So it's Clark with the lead. Continuing to extend that advantage over his competitors. And going to the arms now, driving for home, finding another gear. A huge finish. And our first athlete of the day to dip under that 60-second barrier. Unofficially 59.9 for Caden Clark. 58.20 has been rounded to. And he looks pumped about that. So Clark going to the arms into that final 50. You can see focus on his face as he drives for the line. And a nice dip there again to get well under 60 seconds for that third of 16 heats in our boys 400. And I'm so happy to welcome to our booth now Ms. Serenity Douglas. Thank you so much for joining us, Serenity. How are you?
Of course, Kate. I'm so excited to get into all of the events today. I have been looking forward to this.
Amazing. Well, we're so glad to have you here at the beautiful Reggie Lewis Center. Again, if you're just joining us, we're 3 sections into our opening event, the middle school boys 400 meter, here at the Reggie Lewis Center on day 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, joined again by Serenity Douglas for 4 days of action here at Reggie Lewis as we get ready now, Serenity, for section 4 of our middle school boys 400 meters. So underway with Max Gazetta in 1, Alexander Davidowski in 2, William Smith in 3, Kellen Sutherland in 4, Ayo Depupo Genyo in 5, and Hamza Salahuddin in 6.
And Ayo Depupo has gotten out so hard around the curve, and that's exactly what you need to do in a 400, indoor 400 specifically.
Well, in Serenity, I was going to ask you about that. You've run a lot more of these indoor sprint races than I have. Especially with doing that first lap in lanes and then getting to that cut-in. How important is it to have that pole position at the cut-in?
The first lap is essential. You have to get to that break. And he did, but it's looking like he can't hold it too much, but it is essential to get to that break first. The first 200 is pretty much a sprint.
And as we've seen with several of our heats before this, it is a late push in that final 50 that's going to take the win here. Another sub-60 clocking. 58.24 we saw there on the board unofficially for our winner of section number 4. And that was Kellen Sutherland. And here we see again that push over that last 50. It's really serving these athletes well to time their final kick correctly into that home stretch. And he looks pretty happy with that, Serenity, as he should be.
Him pumping his arms, the final 60, is so essential to just get through the line when you feel that lactic. But honestly, I wonder if they even feel the lactic acid at this age. I don't know if I did. I just kept going and going and going.
I think I felt it, but I cleared it in about 10 minutes, which takes me a lot longer now to clear lactic.
Yeah, you feel it for a couple days.
So we're going to get set now for heat number 5. And what's so impressive for me, Serenity, is so far we haven't had a single athlete with a seed time under 60, and yet we've seen several sub-60 performances. So we are off to a cracking start here at day 1 of the New Balance National Indoors. And underway now, section number 5, we have Bryson Kiltz, Logan Maines, Kissen Johnson, Ashton Dwan, Jaden Mingo, and Millen Diamond.
And that's looking like Logan Maines getting out hard from IMG into the second lap. That first one was 26.6. But you have to be able to hold on. It looks like Millen Demon's coming up. Wait, late surge. That's Jaden Mingo.
And that's the closest finish we've seen thus far. You can tell that the depth is increasing a little bit, and perhaps the experience as well, Serenity, as that battle raged down that final 50. That was an impressive battle between those three.
And there's a replay there. The perfect time to sneak it in is when two athletes are worried about each other and you're worried about the finish line, and that's exactly what he did.
Underway now with heat number 6 of 16. Times continuing to inch their way down. All of these athletes with 60 and change clockings. We have Elijah Room, Zachary Stuper, Timothy Pritchard, Gavin Kowali, Tainsuke Akadia, and Percy Adai. Another very full field and a sharp cut in there for Gavin Kowali. Takes the lead at the bell. The tall figure there in orange, a powerful athlete. The big man down the backstretch now. Serenity's got such that forward lean. You can see he's almost kind of straining for every stride.
Yeah, he is. You just got to keep pumping at this point. Strong lead from him.
And Kowali will take the win in this section. Serenity, you talked about the importance of going to the arms, especially in that last 50, and we talked about lactic acid. What's the best way to sort of find that middle ground of composure, but still wanting it enough that you can, find the strength to get to the finish line, but not be so caught up in it that you're losing composure or form?
Yeah, I mean, the form does kind of just break down naturally at the end because you get so tired, and you can see it there. But if you just continuously pump the arms because you can't rely on the legs all the time, you're feeling it.
All right, so there you see the results. Gavin Kowali takes that win in 57.46. That is our fastest time of the day so far. And we've just heard a recall by our starter. That's our first recalled start of the day. Serenity, I don't know about you, but sometimes that can be a way just to shake out some of the nerves. That looked like maybe a warning card to all of our athletes.
It can be pretty confusing indoors. There's a lot of lines.
So lane number 3 appears to be open in this section. So we have Tyler Phillips, Michael McKenzie, Leonardo Goldberg, Matteo Signorilli, and Graham Jenkins. Serenity, it looks like a very tight opening 150.
Somebody's going to have to cut somebody off.
So that looks like Leonardo Goldberg at the early lead, although now being overtaken by Tyler Phillips in the all-white. And lots of cat and mouse back and forth here. Lead changes galore into our final bend. At the front in the all-orange, that appears to be Graham Jenkins, but on the outside, a big final surge by Michael McKenzie. McKenzie will take the win in section number 7 of this middle school boys 400.
Very back and forth. And yeah, there you see Michael McKenzie just coming in so strong with the lean at the end. Like I said, sometimes when you're so caught up just on that finish line, you don't worry about anybody else.
Well, a tight finish there. 2 of our young men under 60 seconds. 59.51 for McKenzie, 59.77 for Jenkins. A little bit slower on the overall finish times on this heat, but a well-fought battle between these young men. Get ready now for section number 8 of 16, approaching our halfway mark in this opening event at New Balance National Indoors here at the Reggie Lewis Center. Ashton Sherrar, Cole Middlebrooks, Isaiah Penny, Knight Simonero, Amori Pratt, and Kai Robinson make up section number 8 of 16 of this boys middle school 400.
Wow, look at that surge. Coming off of that curve, use the bank to your advantage. It's not a high one, which is good.
So again, very tight at the bell. So that was Kai Robinson with the slight advantage, and now he is starting to pull away. 26.9 opening 200. And he's cruising down that backstretch, Serenity, using that height to his advantage too.
For sure. Kaya's looking extremely strong. It's always kind of tough when you're just the one in the front. You're just trying not to get caught. And doesn't look like he will be at all. 57.42.
Yeah, great finish. Does well to hold on. Really took control of that race 1 lap in and maintained his composure and his focus. You can see the advantage there he had over the field. Good fight there between Cole Middlebrook and Isaiah Penny to try to catch him, but it will be Robinson holding on for that win as we get ready now for section number 9 of 16. Section number 9 underway. Josiah Johnson, Adrian Matos, Lincoln Ferguson, Edmund Jarnigan, Jaden White, and Abhinav Arul will make up this section. All of these athletes now under that 60-second barrier by seed time. So that's White in the lead at the cut-in, but he's being hotly pursued, Serenity, down that backstretch. I believe that is Edmund Jarnigan following him, and now overtaking on the inside. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't, especially not on a curve either. He just went for it, and it worked.
And a nice close there by him. 56.94 unofficially for Edmund Jarnigan. Another really well-timed race. Serenity, talk me through the mentality and the sort of tactics of either passing on the inside, finding that space, or conversely, as a competitor, trying to avoid that space opening up for someone to be able to use that to their advantage.
Well, you know, Kate, if you're going to pass on the inside, you cannot hesitate. If you're going to do it, you just have to go ahead and do it. So it's one of those things where it can definitely end up bad, but it ended up in his favor. And there goes the final results right there.
All right, we're rolling right along here, Serenity. Section number 10 of 16 of these boys' 400-meter middle school timed finals. Daniel Edwards, Denham Cornegay, Kamir Deal, Miles Brown, Carlton Gordon III, and Landley Rennie. And an aggressive cut in there.
That's how you break.
All right, tell me more about this. So how should I be braking if I'm running a 2-lap race indoors? Because it's so different from outdoors. You got those tight turns.
Yes, definitely just got to do it quickly. Like I said, if you hesitate, it's not going to work out. Just go ahead and cut to the brake and keep it pushing. Command the track.
Command the track. I like that. And that's Rennie trying to hold on to that lead, looking like he's tying up a little bit and being challenged now on the outside by Carlton Gordon III, and it's going to be Gordon III of Legacy Runners Elite taking the win here. 57.84, just edging out Remy, who did a lot of that work early on. 57.98 for him.
And that's another thing. You can always sit behind the one who wants to get to the break first. And that looks like that's exactly what Gordon just decided to do. He said, I'm going to do all of my muscle work on the back end. And it worked in his favor. It doesn't always work, though.
Well, again, we have to remind ourselves that these athletes are young. These are middle schoolers. So for many of them, this is probably the biggest, not only meet, but facility that they've competed at in their young careers. And what a great learning opportunity. I'm sure, you know, we were very similar, Serenity. I was just a ball of nerves for these races when I was young, because you lived and died by every race, but you learned so much, and that maturity comes with time.
Absolutely. And it's tough running indoors and being so young.
All right, section number 11 of 16, Alexander Calhoun, Rex Kierkegaard, Garrett Klansket, Caden Whiteside, Ethan Nicholson, and Marco Pera da Costa. And a huge opening 200 here.
Wow. 24.6 for that opening 200.
And that is Caden Whiteside of Fork Union, a team that comes in with lots of depth this year. And he is absolutely controlling this race from gun to tape, it looks like, Serenity. I'm thinking this might have been a misseed.
This is crazy. It's Caden versus Caden, I guess.
And look at the time as he comes across the line. 53.37 unofficially for Caden Whiteside. That is absolutely dominant, and that is a full 3.5 seconds faster than any other competitor has run in this meet so far.
And look at him, Kate. He hasn't even bent over. Oh, there he goes, finally. That's further than I ever got.
He sure is. He looks really cool and composed. Still going to the arms. He almost sort of jogs it in, it looks like, Serenity. Like he didn't have competition to push him too hard, and he was just able to completely control that race from the beginning.
Absolutely, Kate. It's really great to see these middle schoolers just looking like high schoolers. All of this experience. It looks good.
It absolutely does. And underway now with section number 12 of 16. We're still cranking down with these seed times as well. You mentioned some of these athletes looking like high schoolers. You can tell those who have had some great competition in the past and have already started maturing towards those higher sub-elite levels. This section hosts Christian Miller, Colton Jackson, Owen Tucker, Jackson Wingard, Gavin Aguilar and Jacob Gehring. And at that cut-in, that is Jackson Wingard. But he doesn't have a huge advantage. He's being hotly pursued by a couple athletes behind him.
Really using that height.
And a battle on now for second and third, but it looks as though our early leader, Wingard, will have done enough to hold on and secure his victory in this 12th section of our middle school boys 400. Jackson Wingard, wearing that Cambridge Jets singlet, takes first place, 56.63 in section number 12. Nice look to camera there. You can see the strain on his face.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where it's like, how do you even come after a 53.3 like that? Having to see that right before you get in your blocks.
That's a hard follow-up for sure. It could be inspiring for some athletes, maybe a bit intimidating for others. Nonetheless, a great finish there for Wingard. Heat number 13, we have Mason Chadwick, Terrence McGee Jr., Cass Krasinski, Nicholas Prevel, Daniel Slater, and Keanu Lawson. Slight advantage at that cut-in going to our athlete wearing hip number 1, that is Mason Chadwick of Speed Skills. That's the team out of New Jersey. And hot on his heels is Stanley Slater of the Jaguar track program. Going stride for stride now with about 60 meters to go. And here we go, swinging wide on the outside now. It is the Jaguar track athlete, and he again timed this finish perfectly. Is going to take the win in 55.38 for Daniel Slater.
That was a fast one. He's gotten the closest to that 53.3 by Caden Whiteside.
Which is still just a mind-blowing time out of that 11th section.
And alone, he did it alone.
Well, and these guys were not alone, as you see the pass on the outside there, just in those last few meters by Slater. Well done. So 55.39 for Slater, Chadwick 55.60. As we move into section 14, this is Bryson Anderson, Caden Romeo, Stephen Lyon, Jaden Jackson, Chase Hoover, and Marquis Ray. And that long stride by the athlete in yellow, that Jamaican kit on the inside. That is Stephen Lyon, the Southern Sprinters Elite, and Chase Hoover of the Jersey Doubles Elite, battling it out down the back stretch. And that's Stephen Lyon forcing his competitor to go wide. Serenity, I know that you know just as well as anyone else that having to run any extra distance in a race this lactic-inducing can be a really, really tough way to do it.
For sure. And Lyon just kept pushing him out to lane 2, and that's exactly what you have to do. He was coming on strong.
So as you mentioned, really smart, mature running by some of these athletes who are still in that developmental phase of their careers, but gaining so much experience here at a meet that is as elite as the New Balance Nationals indoors.
There's your gain right here.
Great run by Jamaican Stephen Lyon. There it is, a replay. Chase Hoover having to go all the way, looks like in lane 3 there. Wasted energy. And there's the final results. There's Stephen Lyon, 54.38.
When you push it in, it's an auto. When you go that way, it's auto. This way.
So our penultimate section of this boys 400-meter middle school. Another full section here underway. We have Winston Schroeder, Nasir Camille, Dominic Kozlowski, Gunnar Hammett, Taryn Lara, and Stanley Dinkins. And in the white kit on the outside there, that is Taryn Lara taking his time to work around these competitors at that cut-in. But this might be the tightest race we've seen so far down this backstretch, Serenity.
No, for sure. And that looks like, is Dominic Kozlowski coming up there on the side?
I believe in that all-black kit in hip number 2, that might be Nasir Camille.
Oh, and he got to it at perfect time. Wow.
Oh, and a tough fall there by our leader early on. Windmilling across the finish line. Nasir Camille of the Boston Lions Track Club, a local athlete here, taking the win in our second to last section of middle school boys 400s. And now we have our fastest section, at least on paper, of the day. Great
Blazing
battle there.
Blazing.
To our final 50 meters. As I said, windmilling, swimming across the line. Goes down, but looks like not too tough a tumble. Camille, 53.36. So that means that he has eclipsed Caden Whiteside for the top mark so far. 53.36 the time to beat as we come into our final and fastest section of the day of this middle school boys 400 meter. And we have Gideon Newton wearing hip number 5 of Birmingham, Alabama. He's got a 49.11 personal best outdoors. And it is Gideon Newton in the lead at the cut-in.
He hit the jets on that second lap. He is trying to break that 49.11 outdoor time for sure.
The meet record is 51.78, set last year by Cameron Bethia of Jackrabbit Track. Keep your eyes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Meters to go. He's going to be awfully close. What a time, Serenity. 49.72 unofficially for Gideon Newton. And that is far and away a new meet record here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. A new meet record and just outside the national lead for the year. But what a strong race. You can tell that he came in
out of Birmingham, Alabama. This was so far to travel and to be so young.
But look at the lead he has and that look to camera at the line.
Insane.
And there he is holding that sash. All business, this young man, Gideon Newton, 49.72. That is a new meet record. And what a way to conclude our first event of the day, the boys middle school 400s, as we move right along now after that fantastic drama in our opening event to the girls 400 meter middle school competition. We have 22 heats of this Serenity, so buckle in because we've got some racing on our hands.
Track, and more track. You love to see it.
So in section number 1 here on track, we have Chanel Jefferson, Mackenzie Corleone, Victoria McKenzie, and Isabella Santa Maria, and it is Jefferson in the lead at the bell, 30.7. Jefferson of Down South Track Club. She comes in with no time, but she's holding her own with about 100 meters to go here.
No time, but you wouldn't be able to tell.
Absolutely. She looks fierce, and she is kicking for home in these closing meters. She's going to take the win here in a very fast 64-65.
What a way to start for Chanel Jefferson.
Jefferson, another athlete looking all business as she walks away from her first win here at the New Balance Nationals 2024.
I just did not look like that when I used to run. I was on the ground, holding up the other races.
I was going to say, I don't think I looked that cool at any point in my running career. I mean, the kit is awesome. She's got the arm sleeves on. She is all business. Section number 2 now of our middle school girls 400 meters. We have Peyton Wagner, Amelia Scurdy, Paige Theodorelis and Rachel Gilbert. Times in this section all in the 107 and change range, although again, from what we've seen so far from our boys and even from that opening section of our girls, the seed times seem not to matter too much because everyone is here to get stuff done. That is going to be Peyton Wagner taking the early lead and really putting her mark on this second section, Serenity.
She for sure is. She actually had the hardest job being all the way in lane 3 out of 6. Nobody behind her. That's equivalent in being in lane 1. So she had to make up all of that distance, and she did.
She sure did, and she's continuing to dominate this section. She's part of the Devils Track Club. She came in with a 67.82 seed, and she opened her first 200 in 30.69, and she looks like she could just keep running this pace for days. She will easily take section number 2 in the fastest time of the day in our early runnings here, 1:04.22. for Peyton Wagner.
And you know, Kate, since they're so young, they're at the point where every run that they do could be a PR for them. It's just continuous improvement. It's just by how much.
Absolutely. Well, and you know, you can see here how much of an advantage she has over the rest of the field. I think if she were to get in a race with some other girls around her ability and her time right now, she could probably knock another second or two off of that pretty easily. Wagner, 64.22, taking the win there.
Very gutsy run for her.
Section number 3 on track now. This is Dina Del Pozo, Beatrice Hogue, Julia Chikariska, Scarlett Arone, Anna Safara, and Lila LaBarbera. And I'm sure Serenity folks at home can probably hear that music pumping through our headsets. There is a great atmosphere here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships as we see a very fast opening lap there. Our first sub 30 of the day for the opening 200, 29.41 for Lila LaBarbera.
She's owning it. I think she hears the music too. That's what it is.
Driving for home now. She was in some good company in those closing meters, but she will hold on for the win. An excellent finish there, 1:03.89. And LaBarbera came in with a 1:07.21 seed time, so a solid 3.5 second improvement on that season's best.
And let's look at that replay. Look at her pumping those arms. Eyes on the clock a little bit. And then she's good. Nice little walk-off for her, just like everybody else.
LaBarbera, 1:03.89 to 1:04.48 for Safara, taking second in that third section of 22. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletics Center here in Boston. I'm Kate Van Buskirk. I'm joined by Serenity Douglas, and we are with you for several thrilling hours of action on day 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. Section number 4 now of our middle school girls 400 meter. We have Candice Cargbo, Gianna Ganges, Ramada Diallo, Lily Hubbard, Mariolu Adeyemi, and Fiona McCarthy. And a 2-woman battle here at the opening bell. That is Ganges and Carbo. 2 more sub 30 second clockings for that opening lap.
Each heat just continuously getting better. And she's really separating herself.
Yeah, a huge move now. And again, to your point, Serenity, going to those arms, she's all that action in front, almost trying to pull the finish line closer.
Yes.
And a great finish there by her, holds on for the win. That is Gianna Ganges of Above Expectations Track Club. And you can see that effort took something out of her, but rightfully so.
Yeah.
1:05.18 to win section number 4. And there you see her almost kind of pumping the air in front of her, punching, trying to get to that finish line.
Just
but look at the battle behind.
Yeah. She was being chased down.
What's it like when you are starting to feel that bear jump on your back, you're starting to fill up with that lactic acid, but you know that you have to kind of run blind to the finish. You know there's a threat behind, but you're not sure where they're coming from.
Oh, Kate is horrible, but you can't do anything about it.
Ignorance is bliss, as they say. Moving on to section number 5 now. Another full section, 6 girls on track. Seat times all in that 66-second range. But again, our fastest time of the day so far belongs to Lila Labarbera, 63.89. And this is going to be Liana Pardacosta taking the lead at the bell, but a very tight race behind her, Serenity.
And once again, she had the hardest job all the way in lane 1 in this very full heat.
And walk me through that. You talked about how being on that inside lane is often the most challenging. Tell me more about that.
It definitely is, just to see that the whole field is just all in front of you, and everybody's just going to eventually get into your lane. And you saw them getting a little bit tripped up there. That's what tends to happen in indoors, and that's why indoors is just a different type of beast, especially the 400.
Well, some separation in that final 100 meters, and it is going to be Ridley Rutherford taking the win from Metrolina Christian Track Club. 64.78 for her, a full second over her second place finisher at 65.90. And she just continues easing away from the girls in pink behind her. Again, faster turnover, driving those arms. She looked good.
And that's always the goal, getting away from the crowd, not just because you want to win, of course, but because you get tripped up. You know, there's some elbows in there. It throws your rhythm off.
Such a good point. You got to get out of danger as much as you want to run fast.
And you know about that, Kate. You know, running distance, a lot of elbows in distance.
And I got to tell you, in indoors, and we're going to get to this later, we've got these 400s to get through, and then we've got some miles and some relays on top later in the day. But even those mid-distance events, everyone is still running on a 200-meter track. So trying to find your position can always be a challenge. Section number 6 now. Another 6 girls on track. Very tightly bunched as they approach the cut-in. Advantage on the inside, it looks like they're in lane 1. That's Peyton Linekas. And she is being hotly pursued by Aurea Brady. Top 3 athletes, including Adana Obi of Metro Cobras, under 30 seconds for that opening 200, and a battle on in the backstretch.
I would say the backstretch is just the most boring part of the race. You get back there, gets a little quiet on the backstretch, and then it ramps back up around this time here.
Well, and as you say that, you see the swarm coming from behind. That's Aurea Brady with that move down the backstretch, trying to hold on for the win. But a late challenge now on the outside, and I think she might have just been caught by Chloe Beck with a perfectly timed finish there. Beck in the pink and purple will be taking the win of this section. She's from the Minisink Valley. 63.16, fastest time of the day so far. And look at this charge. This was a perfectly timed kick.
Yeah, Chloe had that in the back of her head the whole time. But something that you see in prelims that you're not going to see in the finals are those really late surges. Everybody should be pretty even in the finals, but these times are just so spread out. You can do things like that. You can kind of sit back and wait, but it's not always going to be a thing in indoors.
So section number 7 on the outside in lane number 6. This is Sage Rutland of Track Life University. Petite figure with all kinds of speed in that blue, and she's being followed closely by Kendall Aska of the Jaguar Track Club. Pardon me, that's Francesca Justin now overtaking our early leader.
Rotating of the arms from Francesca Justin there as she comes down. She even kind of shifted into lane 2, probably by accident. as she crosses the line. Fast time, 101.51.
Fantastic finish there, and she looks pumped. Arms go up. 61.52. What a time there. That is a second and a half faster than Chloe Beck out of our previous section. You're right, you saw her move out here, just trying to find that space, feel as comfortable as she can across the line. And what a close for Francesca Justin, 61.52. And it was Sage Rutland holds on for second at 62.83. So those are the fastest 2 times of our day so far. And you talked about heats and finals, and of course it's going to be so thrilling as we continue through our 4 full days of coverage of these New Balance National Indoors. These are middle school races, meaning that they are timed finals. So these girls will only be racing once in this event, although I'm sure we'll see several of them come back for the 4x400 meter relays and other events throughout the weekend. In section number 8 now, a big advantage at the bell for Stephanie Todd. Serenity, she is cruising. That is the first sub-29 opening 200 we've seen of the day.
And you can tell her coach just told her to go for it. That's what you have to do in indoors. You can't worry about breaking down at the end. And look at that lead that she has. Stephanie Todd definitely went for it. Just see what you can do. You know, you're never going to know until you just do it. Across the line.
Absolutely, and like you said, it is working out for her. In fact, I think we just saw a bit of a change of pace there. She found another gear and is going to close in a new leading time of the day. So close, achingly close to that sub 61 second time. 1:01.01 for Stephanie Todd.
I've had my fair share of trying to break the minute mark.
Absolutely.
It's the toughest than anything else. But once you do it, you just continue to just drop times. Great run by Stephanie Todd.
Kristen Raleigh second in that section, 104.54. Section number 9 now, we have Stella Slater, Meriden Algie, Jocelyn Germain, Rainey McKenzie, Arian Walters, and Adrian Mitras.
IMG really brought out a lot of athletes. Great program that they have there. Once again, another pass from the inside. It looks like Jocelyn Germain. She just went for it and she took it.
But these two really working hard together down that backstretch, and you see them increasing the turnover. On the outside, that is Mackenzie doing everything she can to try to regain the pole position, but it is not working out for her. That is Germain holding her off very well.
Yeah. It's one of those things, it's like you can't let her have it. Once you let her have it, then she has it, and it's tough to get it back. And it definitely was for Mackenzie. Jocelyn Germain held on for that one.
I love what you said there. You can never, once you take it, you can never give it back. And it's interesting because even as a distance runner, that's something my coach always said, is that it's easier to keep up than catch up. So as much as it's hard and it hurts in the moment to try to stay with someone when they go hard, they go past you, they're challenging, it's so much harder if they gap you and you have to do the extra work then to try to close that gap back.
Absolutely.
Section 10 then on track for our middle school girls 400. This is Charlotte Livingston, Jahia McIntosh, Aspen Tucker, Celeste Owens, Chanel Rivera, and Sarah Polanco. Serenity, you mentioned the IMG track club, and there are several clubs that have come out in full force that continue to not only dominate the individual events, but really put their mark for their school, for their community on these types of meets.
Absolutely. And you see it with Jaguar track as well. You see those double uniforms in this race with the yellow and black between Celeste Owens and Sarah Polanco.
Those two neck and neck now. You got to think they're training partners. They're stride for stride. They seem to, that's one of the advantages, you and I both know this, to racing a teammate, is that there's already that friendly rivalry, but you also know each other's strengths and weaknesses.
And talk about friendly rivalry. Look at them I know one of their parents is like, pass your friend, it's okay. We have no friends in racing, but they look great from Jaguar Track. You can see the coach there, maybe a parent. And look at that.
Love that. But
I'm
again,
happy with that.
friendly rivalry. Celeste Owens takes it. First place, 1:01.82. Excellent time. So she is going to sit 100th of a second back from Rainey McKenzie in 5th right now. But look at these girls. Different heights, but stride for stride, Serenity, right to that line.
Yep, look at them. Besties.
Love to see it. So Celeste Owens, 1:01.82, a 10th of a second advantage over her teammate Sarah Palenko, 1:01.92. Both of those girls with sub-62 clockings as we move on to section number 11 of 22. We're halfway through these middle school girls 400-meter timed finals. Brooklyn Chandler, Logan Spain, Sophia Viveros, Gabriella DeBacki, Harper Kamens, and Layla Wiseman.
Another full heat.
And that is Wiseman on the outside. Big opening 150 for her.
Looks like she has the Jamaican kit on. And she started all the way on the top of the bank. So she has not seen anybody this whole time. Obviously, that's always the goal, but it is a little scary not knowing where you are.
Absolutely, and she opened with a blazing 27.97. That is our first sub-28 clocking of the day. Now the question is, has she gone out too hard, and can she hold off this kick on the inside by Brooklyn Chandler?
Is she paying for it or not? It looks like she's paying for it, but in a good way.
It hurts good, as my coach used to
Hurts
say.
good. It does hurt good.
And it always hurts good when you win a race. Very great composure there by the tall woman Wiseman, taking section number 11, 1:01.73. That's good enough for 4th overall on our timed final list. Brooklyn Chandler did all she could to try to close that gap, but the Motor City athlete will have to settle for 2nd in this 11th section. Moving on now to section number 12 of 22. So 5 girls in this section. We have 1 scratch. These are Peyton Richardson, Jordan Nichols, Autumn Bates Buckner, Naomi Akapko, and Anika Kindorf. Tight race so far, Serenity.
Yeah, but it's looking like Peyton Richardson out of lane 1. 28.66, a good opener.
She's got to feel down that backstretch the stride of, is that Akapko coming behind her?
Another Jaguar Track representative out here. She's staying on her heel, but can she pass her? It's always really tough to pass on the curve. She might be waiting. Use that bank to her advantage. She's trying to pump. It's looking like Richardson is holding her off a little bit, and it was a close one, but 102.80. Looks like Richardson got it.
Indeed, Richardson did. One of the closest races so far of these girls' 400 middle school timed finals. You know, that's an interesting point, Serenity, because I think we've both been in situations where, of course, you always want to run fast. You want to chase PRs. You want to chase records. But sometimes just knowing that you can race well, even if the times are a bit slower, can do so much for your confidence as well.
And we see it so much in the college athletes. They always just say survive in advance. But, you know, it's always kind of hard with the middle school athletes. They want to PR every single time. They want to do their best. But sometimes it is just about surviving.
Absolutely. Section number 13 underway now. What's incredible is that this is the first time on paper any of these girls have a sub-63 seed time, and yet we already have 7 competitors under 62 in terms of their final times. This is Olivia Hurd of St. Louis with the advantage at the bell. That is a 28-24 opening lap for her. St. Louis Blues Track Club.
And it's New Balance. What can you expect? You know, you try not to pay attention too much to the times on the paper. because this is a pretty big meet, and this is the place to run fast.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, if you're just joining us, we are here at the beautiful Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. We will be moving over to the track at New Balance Boston on Sunday for our last day of action. But what a finish there for Olivia Hurd of the St. Louis Blues track. That is our first sub 61 clocking of the day, I believe. 60.91 for Olivia Hurd.
She was blazing.
And a well-paced race, 28-24, and then closes in a 32-68. You can see her fighting for every meter of that finish, holding off her competitors from behind very well. Continue making our way through these lists. Section number 14 now, Mariah Pender, Adaya Arango, Tristan Griffin, Maya Kelly, Deja Johnson, and Anjola Akani. Like Johnson is a scratch, so a 5-girl race on track. Tightly packed, Serenity.
Definitely is. Oh, and it looks like Maya Kelly there. She made that sharp cut, and she's owning it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta own it. It's looking like she is, but the race is not over yet.
There is a train coming from behind. And some traffic now as these girls try to find their place coming into that final 50 meters, swinging wide. That was Adaya Arango pulling away just at the line in that all-blue kit. Looking pretty happy with that result.
She got cut off at first, and we're going to see it run back a little bit, but she was still able to remain in her rhythm and just stay strong to the end.
There you see that pass on the outside, using the
bank.
That bank to the advantage, just kind of swinging wide and then using it almost like a slingshot to get around the outside. And, you know, again, another example, 62.01, another example of these athletes having to really mature quickly because it is so hard to regain your composure after you're kind of thrown off your cadence a little bit.
Absolutely. And that's the racing IQ that you just develop the more races that you do.
Oh, I love that racing IQ. I'm going to use that. You heard it here, folks. Serenity Douglas, racing IQ. All right, so unfortunately some scratches here in our 15th section, meaning only 3 girls on track. This is Amira Trainum, Savannah Clark, and Nana Awa Kalibali.
Savannah Clark, Jaguar Track brought the bodies to this meet. They brought the athletes. I feel like every single heat we're like, okay, Jaguar Track once again, and the black and yellow singlets there. She's owning this one.
And I love that. They're distinct, they're recognizable, and they, like you said, they brought the athletes and they brought the speed. Look at this dominance. She says, 3 girls scratch, that's fine. I'm still going to win, no problem. 59-78.
Wow.
What a finish, and that is a new lead of the day by almost a full second for Savannah Clark. Jaguars turning up and turning out 59-78. What an impressive finish.
You know who she looks like to me, Kate? She looks like Kendall Bazin from Texas. Like a young Kendall Bazin, you know, lengthy and tall.
Absolutely.
And she commanded it for sure.
Well, she'll catch her breath there. Hopefully celebrate with her teammates a little bit as they get ready for their next events throughout the weekend. And we are set now for our next heat on track. This is a full section, 6 girls competing in section number 16. And the mark has been laid down, 59-78. We are sub 60, and we are going to try to get as many of these young competitors under that barrier as possible.
And as we go through the heats, we're going to start seeing the faster times. But we're only in heat 16 out of 22.
Well, and Haven Smith there taking the opening 200 in an absolutely blazing 26:33. for the St. Louis Blues Track Club. There's another name we've heard a few times today already, and that is a powerful opening 200. She is trying to do everything she can to fight that lactic bear from jumping on her back. Final 50 now for Smith. Watch the clock.
Wow.
57.71 for Haven Smith. What a dominant performance, and what a time, Serenity, 57.70.
And from the very beginning, I figured it was going to be a fast time. 26 to open up with that.
And she looks cool as a cucumber. Like you said, I don't know how these athletes look so fresh. I guess that's
they're
what
chilling.
youth does for you.
It does. They're chilling, Kate. We're old. That's what it is.
57.70 for Smith. She pulls Layla Mitchell to a sub-60 performance as well. So that means that we now have 3 girls under the 1 minute mark with 5 heats still to go, which is unbelievable to think about because, as you mentioned, these times are just going to keep cranking down. We should mention meet record 55.84 by Olivia Harris of Jackrabbit set last year. 55.64 is the national lead this year. And with 5 sections still on track, those are in deep threat. And not least of all by the likes of this young woman, an absolutely blazing opening lap. That is Vanessa Waite of Powerhouse Seat. 26.76.
And I'm already excited for it. I know we're just in prelims, but it just makes me think about what is in store these next couple of days here. And the crowd is cheering her on.
And just a hair outside that 60-second mark, 1 minute 04 for Wade, and you can see the disappointment immediately. You called it earlier, Serenity. These kids are just living and dying by each race, and of course, lots more great racing to come throughout, not only this weekend, but their careers as they move forward. What a way to run, though.
You have to get used to running that way. And she probably doesn't realize it now because she's still young, but doing it like that is creating the muscle memory for it. Having those gutsy runs establishes what you're going to do, like in your career, really.
Absolutely. Well, and that's it. You have to learn how to win a lot of different ways. You have to learn to win from the back, learn from the front, a slow race, a fast race, and that's going to serve her well through her career. We're continuing to crank down now. Timed final number 17, I should say, on track and a couple of scratches. So it is a 4-girl race. Again, 57.70, that blazing time thrown down by Haven Smith in heat 16 is the time to beat right now, and that is Janelle Goring. Janelle Goring of Striders Athletics. 27.69 opening lap for her, but being countered down the back stretch now.
And Maya has just seen her teammates dominate in each heat before her. It's like, y'all are not going to catch me slipping. Absolutely not.
Fabulous job there by the Jaguars track athlete Maya Wyke to hold on for the win. 59.47 for her.
She's happy with that one.
And she should be. That is the second fastest time of the day thus far. See the effort showing on her body and her face a little bit, but she has worked hard for it. You can see those pigtails flowing behind her as she punches the air to the finish line. Does a great job of keeping that cadence high, focusing on the speed. And you know, Serenity, we've both been on teams where you get such a boost from seeing your teammates performing well before you race. It really can do so much mentally to get you in the right mindset for your own competition.
Especially at this age. They're your sisters. You know, I was
totally
here when it used to be in New York, and I'm still talking to my teammates to this day, you know, so it's definitely that bond.
For sure. Well, and as you can see on your screen right now, some of these wider shots, just an absolutely packed house here at the Reggie Lewis Center. The energy is high, not only for the teammates, but for, you know, parents and coaches, friends and family out here cheering on all of these athletes. Section number 19 now of 22. We are cranking towards those fastest sections of the day. Another tight race at the cut-in here amongst our athletes in lanes 3 and 4 in particular. That is Ajana Brown and Cameron Daly. And it looks like a little bit of a bump there on the inside for Brown as Daly takes the pole position.
Cameron Daly being chased down as we're coming around the last curve here.
So it's Daly of the Wildcats, the Raleigh Wildcats, trying to hold off that charge by Kai Axum of Down South Extreme, and she is going to do it. She is going to take the win in that 19th section in 58.68 for Cameron Daly. Nice smile to camera there. She's like, yeah, all in the day's work, no problem. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Good to see ya. Strong arm action. Great form. Holds on, holds that composure.
And keeps it pushing. Cameron Daly, 58.68.
Section 20, only 3 girls on track here as we have 3 scratches in this section, but look at the speed with which these girls have gone out. This is absolutely blazing running. This is Lucy Bird, Madison Barnes, and Anise Danzy. And what an opening lap here.
And I'm sure you could hear it, but the Jamaicans also have a squad, and there are 2 K&Is left there. They always bring out the squad to just support.
You can't miss them in terms of watching them. You can't miss them in terms of hearing them. They bring the energy. They bring the excitement. You're probably hearing them on our headsets, as Serenity said. And this is why
Madison Barnes is giving them something to watch today.
Absolutely. Southern Sprinters Elite. She will take the win in 58.57. And a beautifully timed race, 27.98, 30.60 were her splits. And that is the best way to run a race like this indoors.
And to have that support system behind her. And to just see what the Jamaicans have done. Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. Should we really go on?
Oh, it would take us all day.
It would take us all day. Representing.
You saw that nice little clap and acknowledgement at the finish line, waving to the fans. And that's what it's all about, too, in these races. You know, you take it seriously, you work hard, but you got to have fun. And we're on now to our penultimate section of the day in this girls' middle school 400-meter time final. Another full heat on track. These girls all have times coming in under that sub-60 clocking. We've already seen several of those transpire on track thus far. It's going to be a tight race again coming into the cut-in, and in lane 2 that appears to be Amaraya Arango of Omega Track. And a little bit of a bump there on the outside. These girls trying to find their position. 26.44 opening lap.
And it looks like that is Adadaya's Arango's maybe twin sister. They look just alike.
They sure do, and that worked out really well for the other Arango earlier on, but now on the outside swinging wide, I believe that's Jasmine Jackson. It's going to be another quick time. Another 57 clocking. It might just be enough to put her in the top position. And it is, I apologize, that was Aisha Wajid of the VO2 Max Track Club, 57.67. And she looks happy with that. Tired but happy. That's the best way to look after a race like this.
And she was being chased, but she remained strong. A little bit of a lean forward there, but she got the job done nonetheless.
She sure did. 57.67. Jasmine Jackson, 58.48. And then Arango in third there, 58.50. So that now is 2 sub-58 second clockings as we move into our 22nd timed final, our last of the day for this middle school girls 400. And keep your eye here on lane number 4. This is Naraya Harley. Harley comes in with the fastest time of the group. She has a season's best of 59.54, but that time has already been eclipsed today. She's the athlete out of Camden, New Jersey, and she's going to have some good competition in the likes of Janae Coleman, 55.64.
In that bright pink, she is just commanding this track. She wants a personal best today, and you can tell.
26.35 opening lap there for the Motor City track athlete, and she is cruising down that backstretch, looking unbelievably powerful and strong. This is all her. This is the Coleman race. We have Bullard and McCoy doing all they can behind, but my goodness, the lead by this young woman, Janae Coleman. She has the national lead.
Getting to that tape.
She'll be just outside it today, 56.20.
Nice little peace sign at the end. Peace out, you guys.
Well, and that is all she wrote, folks. 56.20 will take the win overall. That is the fastest time of the day. Flashes the peace signs. Looks pretty cool, comic
She's
collected.
very happy with it. Oh, to be that young again.
Oh, I love it. And look at that dominance. 3.5 seconds over Morgan Means. Also an incredible time, dipping under 60 seconds. But to run that way from start to finish, completely solo. Serenity, that was a glorified time trial.
Yeah, it was amazing.
So what a finish by Coleman, the Motor City track athlete. Another club to keep your eye on as our weekend of coverage progresses. Nice congratulations to her competitors and her teammates there. Of course, she'll get some good social media fodder out of this as well. And there you see our compiled results. Coleman takes the win in 56.20, 57.67 for Aisha Wajid. Haven Smith with that early time of 57.70 from one of our opening heats will round out your top three. And look at those lists, all of our top 10 solidly under the 60-second mark, Serenity. What an opening girls event here at the New Balance Nationals indoors at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston.
Absolutely. And it was great to just see Coleman. I have to go back to that. Motor City Track Club, I've been racing against them since I was young, out of New Jersey. And they've always just had great squads. Love seeing her in that bright pink New Balance, so representing.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for joining our coverage here of day 1 of 4 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. We are at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. We are going to do our first 3 days of coverage here, move over to the track at New Balance on day 4. Of course, that track playing host to another meet. Serenity, you might have heard of it. It's kind of a big deal.
Might have.
NCAA Indoor Track and Field Championships happening right now at the track just around the corner. So when I tell you that Boston is track and field central this weekend, it is absolutely buzzing. And we are buzzing here at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletics Center. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, joined by the phenomenal Serenity Douglas, and we are going to be with you for our coverage of action throughout this afternoon and this evening. We're going to continue with our 400-meter action, moving on to our freshman boys and girls 400-meter finals on time. In about an hour's time, we'll move on to our 1-mile finals, freshman and middle school. And then this evening, it's going to be relay action, the 4x1 mile championship, boys and girls, here at this beautiful facility at Reggie Lewis. It's cold and rainy outside, but we are on fire here at the fastest party on the planet. Stick with us for coverage as we continue here from Boston. Welcome back to the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center here in Boston for our coverage of the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships, the fastest party on the planet. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm joined today by Serenity Douglas. We are covering all of the live action here at the Reggie Lewis Center. We have already had the middle school girls and boys timed finals of the 400-meter races. Thrilling results already in our first couple of hours of action, and we are getting ready now for our freshman boys 400-meter timed finals. We'll move on from that to our girls freshman 400-meter timed finals, and then a whole bunch of mid-distance excitement to close out day one. We are here, as I mentioned, at the Reggie Lewis Center for our first 3 days, while the track at New Balance plays host to the 2024 NCAA Track and Field Championships. We will move over to that beautiful facility for our fourth and final day on Sunday. But on track now, we are preparing for section number 1 of our freshman boys 400-meter timed finals. Seeds in this section ranging in the 55 and 56 second range. And a recall right off the bat. We've only had one of those so far today. As I mentioned, we started with our middle school athletes. Moving on to our youngest of our high school athletes. And so many of these runners still just shaking out the nerves from the travel. Of course, our competitors coming from far and wide across the country and beyond. We have athletes not only representing sea to sea in the United States, but Canada, Jamaica, the British Virgin Islands, and many others. This is the place to be. And underway successfully for our second time of asking here in our opening section of our boys 400-meter freshman timed finals. A couple of scratches here early on, meaning that it is a race between 3 young men, Jackson Deedy, Emmett Ferguson, and Derek Bellamy. And out to a blazing early start here. This is going to be Emmett Ferguson, clocking 25.72 for his opening 200. Ferguson of Clarkstown, New York, being chased down the backstretch there by, I believe that's Derek Bellamy of Lane 4 Track Club. And he has closed that gap into the final turn. But Ferguson does just enough to hold on for the victory. And that is a great opening mark for these young men, 53.88 for Emmett Ferguson. And he is pumped. Happy to be representing his team out of Clarkstown, New York. He felt that pressure on his outside, but able to find the gear to hold off the charge by Bellamy. We have 18 sections of these freshman boys 400s. And 5 athletes underway in section number 2 of 18. We have Oliver Smithson, Aiden Toussaint, Christian Torres, Asa Signorilli, and Santino Young. And that is Signorelli taking the early lead of the Nyack Track Club, 24.92 opening 200. And he is cruising. Young and Torres working hard together in second and third. But up in the lead there, wearing hip number 4, that is all hip number 5, I apologize, Signorelli. And he takes it gun to tape, 54.05. And he's pumped. Rightfully so. Taking that win, making sure to find his competitors, thank them for their help. Not that he needed much of it. I think he probably feels some of that momentum coming from behind him, but uses it to get across the line securely in that lead position. So 54.05, very close to that 54-second barrier for Signorelli. 5 men on track for section number 3. Lane 4 is open. And unfortunately, another callback. I'm joined here as well, as I mentioned, by Serenity Douglas. And Serenity, you know, every time you race on a new track, there is something a little bit different. A lot of people will think, okay, it's either 200 or 400 for the most part. The start line's usually the same. But of course, the bank is different. The atmosphere is different. And for so many of these athletes, perhaps not these guys because they are freshmen, and unless they competed in the middle school races last year, they wouldn't have necessarily been at this meet. But for those athletes who were here, they were at the track at New Balance Boston. Now we're at another fantastic facility, the Reggie Lewis Center, but it's different. What does it feel like to have to, again, in a race where a start is this important, get used to a new track surface, a new facility?
Well, so much is going on. You know, the officials are giving them all these commands, telling them which line, where the blocks go, everything else like that, and you're already nervous about your race. There's so much that goes into it, more than meets the eye for sure. So they probably told them which line to start at. You probably completely forgot as soon as he told you. Because just the nerves are just crazy, and it's loud in here, the crowd.
Understandable. But they are away successfully, second time of asking, and another strong run up front for that opening 150. This is Caden Barraford-Stockling putting the gears to the rest of the field. He is being hunted down by the big man in blue behind him. That is Zachary Pedersen of the Robinson Rams. But now it's a 3-man race with 100 meters to go. Pedersen trying to hold off the charge on the outside now by the Lake Braddock athlete. And a 53.32, fastest time of the day so far. And that was Merrick Manka of the Bruins, who just edged out Zachary Pedersen for the win there.
And he made that move on the curve, and it was successful. You can make a move on the curve at the perfect time, which is exactly what he did, coming off of that bank.
You can see both of them straining for that finish line. But a really beautifully timed finish there for Manka, and he has set the fastest time of the day so far, 53.32. Section number 4 now. Another 5-athlete race. Matched closely on seed time, less than 1/10 of a second separating these competitors on paper. You see the battle developing early on the outside lanes there. That is Giorgio Brutini, and he'll be in the pole position with 25.10 at that opening 200. And he is doing everything he can to hold off Shreyas Henchinamani behind him. But now a comeback. And a fight to the line. Closing meters, they are neck and neck. Will Brutini do enough to hold off? And it looks like he does. 53.03, so 0.05 of a second faster than Jabbar from the earlier section. I'm sorry, from Jabbar, his competitor in this race.
And what Brutini did not do was panic when Hinchinamami came up. And you can see it right here. Look at the strain in Hinchinamami compared to Brutini. He just got to the line, and it was good for him. It ended up being successful. Don't tighten up when you get that pressure on you.
Absolutely. And that was Jabbar he was in that battle with to the line, but both men ended up with a great result. 2 fastest times of the day so far. Full section on track now. Section number 5 of 18. We have 6 competitors. And a very fast opening 50 meters in the middle of your screen there. That athlete in red, I believe that is Christopher Maiorino. And he is being forced to the inside there and edged out by Xavier Holmes on the outside, the Deptford track athlete. And he will be in the advantage position down that back stretch, easing away as you see Maiorino doing everything he can to stay with him. It's Holmes extending his lead, going to the arms. And he will take section number 5, 54-21 for Xavier Holmes.
He has the Spartans on his chest. I feel like that represents him well. The perfect little uniform to have. And look at him just pumping his arms, coming down the home stretch there. And he looked really confident in that. Kind of bored. Like, I'm just chilling. But great run from him. 54-21 for Holmes.
Well, anytime you can win a race and feel a bit bored about it, it's got to be a good sign. Sign of things to come. And section number 6 is now to come on track. Another very tight opening 150 for these competitors. See them coming under that big New Balance arch. And from the outside, opening lap in about 25-24. That is going to be Jamar Beasley of the Vikings. We talked about the Spartans. Now we've got the Vikings, followed closely by Garrett George of the Devils Track Club. These names are a sign of things to come, surely.
People have gotten creative.
Sure have. Well, I got to say, as Garrett George now of the Devils Track Club continues to sprint across the line, taking it in 54.01. I was a Devil myself. I was a Blue Devil for Duke. Team was represented well at those NCAA championships this weekend. So I know what it's like to have a little Devil power behind me. And here we see that worked out very well for this young athlete. Really just doing all he can, go into the arms. Feels that pressure on the outside, but holds on to that form and composure. Garrett George takes the win, 54.01.
Something that you guys might notice, you don't see a lot of athletes using blocks. Some do, some don't. You might not be comfortable with them yet. You might have done it a little bit in practice, but once you get in the race, I know how I was. I'm like, let me just ditch the blocks. I don't need to try anything new right now today. I'm too nervous. I want to focus on running.
Well, they say don't try anything new on race day, and like you said, you got to do whatever makes you most comfortable. And speaking of comfort, look at how smooth these guys are down that opening back stretch. Nice high turnover there. Our athlete in lane 4, I believe that might be Amir Mulkey, but it is at the bell, 25.54 there for Jesse Kaufman of Livingston. And almost a bit of a trip. Everyone does well to stay on their feet, and it's the green and white brigade down the backstretch, Serenity.
Jesse rounding it out now. He's just trying to hold on. Oh.
And an excellent move right there at the finish line, perfectly timed by Isaac Broadus of Ohio. 54.00. He will take the win in that section. Let's see the effort on his face. Great final kick there. Again on the inside, Kaufman had done so much of that work early on. Tries to hold on for the win, but it is Broadus taking that section in 54.00.
It's like, Isaac, are you happy with it? We don't know. He just needs some water. Great run from him. 54 flat. He probably really wanted that 53 mark.
Well, that puts Broadus at 6th on our list so far of these timed finals. Moving on to section number 8 now. Another 5-athlete race. On the outside in those red shorts, moving really well, is Garish Ganapathy. But now that stagger making itself known as Tucker Dickinson lays down the gauntlet. 25.54 for that opening lap for him, and he means business. He's not leaving anything to chance. He's got a good 20 meters on the rest of the group.
And he's just blazing as he comes around that last turn.
This is the athlete out of Westcart, North Carolina, and it is a one-man show. You can almost see him smiling towards that finish line. 54.60 unofficially for Tucker Dickinson. A bit of a slower time, but again, he didn't have as much competition around him, particularly in that second lap. He really put his mark on this race halfway through and then just kept that motion going. I was pretty happy with it. Pretty chill. 54.61. Theodore Fusarelli, 55.98 for second.
I mean, when you execute the race, that's all you can ask for. You went for it. That's exactly what Tucker did.
So a full section here for section number 9. All of these young men with 54 and change clockings coming in from the season thus far. This section marks our halfway point of our freshman boys 400-meter timed finals, and at the bell, this is Arthur Jones with the early lead, 25.02. It's from Oxon Hills High School, and he's in good company now. A whole crew of guys battling behind him. But now he begins pulling away from those competitors as the lactic sets in. He looks absolutely dominant and so full of confidence towards that finish line. And he's going to be rewarded with a sub-54 second clocking. 53.62 unofficially for Jones.
Jones powered through that entire race. And it came out well for him, 53.6.
Deeper finish there with Kenneth Graham at 54.58. And athletes on track now for section number 10. Away cleanly at the first time of asking here in our 10th of 18 timed finals for our freshman boys 400 here at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. Time to beat is 53.03. That was set by Giorgio Brutini back in heat number 4, Serenity. That's so impressive to me that some of our fastest times have come from our 4th and 3rd sections.
Absolutely. He didn't want his time to be forgotten about. Make his mark. Walk away with the personal best. That's the goal.
This is Alves, Jackson Alves, in the lead with about 100 meters to go. He's got a good amount of daylight between him and Noah Wood. It is Rhode Island easily taking the win in this section, and look at the clock as he crosses that line. 51:39 unofficially for Jackson Alves.
Stopping and talking to his friends. How can you not?
Oh, you love to see that. What a performance, and you can tell right away what that means to him. Coaches and friends encouraging him from the outside. That's what this meet's all about. That's got to feel so good. He's going to be on a high for a while, I think, after that performance.
51:40, how can you not?
Well, 51:40 is more than a second and a half faster than any of these other guys have run so far today. That eclipses Brutini's mark by about 1.6 seconds, and still 7 sections on track to go. Complete section here, 6 guys on track for section number 11. Again, we've already seen so many sub 54 second clockings. Each of these guys come in with seeds that are 54 and change. And a 3-man race on the outside now in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Slight advantage at the cut-in going to the athlete in green. That's hip number 5, Hayden Bearden. 24:61 opening 200 for him.
And Bearden is already separating himself early on that back stretch. And like I said before, the back stretch can get kind of boring.
You can see how hard he's working for this line, and no one is going to catch him. It's going to be another blazing time. 52:33 unofficially there for Bearden, the athlete out of Indiana. Not quite enough to get down into the ranks of Jackson Alves with that dominating 51:40 performance, but an excellent time nonetheless. It's the Green Lightning on track today, 52:32. You love to see it, a nice shake of the hand there with the officials. It's a good opportunity for us to shout out all the hardworking folks behind the scene that make not only this live stream, but of course, all of this magic happen here at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center, and later on the track at New Balance. Double facilities playing host to this 2024 edition.
A really nice track, honestly.
And it is.
Boston is just taking the track and field world by storm on the sprinting side now.
It is a city that has certainly put its mark on the world of track and field, and this is yet another example of why. Section number 12 now, as we continue cranking down these times, and another 6-man race on track. We've already seen 10 sub 54 performances. So fast that our cameras are having a hard time catching them. There we go. Great shot there of Maddie Duke of Frog Leg Track Club. So fast that his feet are on fire, and so is this crowd. The locks are flowing as he cruises towards that finish line. Nice dip at the line, 52:04. And it's going to be a brilliant day for him. He looks very happy with that result, as he should be. Second fastest time of the day, and in fact it gets rounded down 100th to 52:03. And for a guy who came in with a 54:12 seed time, that has got to feel awfully good.
Looks like he can't even believe it himself.
Eyes are wide for Maddie Duke, 52.03 to Cameron Murray's 53.71.
Little Superman pose there at the end for him. I love seeing the kids just have fun with it.
Got to celebrate. You got to, what do they say? Humble brags, right? Like
yeah.
You got to
enjoy the
take
small
the
wins.
wins, enjoy them, be appreciative. And we are appreciative of section number 13 now on track. Look to the middle of your screen there. These guys are cruising. And with some beautiful floating form right in the middle of the track there in the gray in lane 3. That is William Alexis, and he's going to battle on the outside with the athlete from Valley for the pole position. Little knock of the elbows, but everyone stays upright. It was a 54.8 for Hu. That's Kenji Hu of Valley Project Track Club out of New Jersey. But now being contested on the outside once again by Alexis, the Falcons Track Club athlete. We've got a third man in the mix now. Excitement in these closing meters. It's going to be a battle right to the line, and at the last possible second, it is going to be Rise Cunningham of Phillips Exeter Academy just out-dipping William Alexis for that win. The arms go up. He's happy with that. 53.47, Serenity.
Silent killer from him. Like I said, while Alexis and Wu were worried about each other, here comes Cunningham.
It's not over till it's over.
You get a smile from him. He's happy about that one. 53.47.
And like you said, it was all the action in the last couple meters here. These other guys didn't know that he was coming up on the outside and just does everything he can to fight to the line, and look what it means to him.
Once again, like I mentioned earlier, it can be pretty tough because these are still kids and they're learning a lot about indoor meets. Indoor meets can be very confusing. There's a whole lot of lines down there on the track. Looks like 4x1 relay lines and everything, but we're indoors, so it can be a little confusing for them. But they are now underway.
Such a good point. And like we said, you learn really quick in these meets how to execute well and how to maintain that composure. Section number 14 of 18 now. And in the middle of your screen, very fast opening lap here by Eli Treese. 25:10 for him. Not the fastest of the day so far, but he's got a great amount of distance between him and the rest of these competitors. But now a big surge, another pass, it looks like, Serenity, on the inside there.
With the bright pink.
By our athlete in pink, and he is going to cruise to a win here. Jaden Lorenzo, 53.91, seemed to come out of nowhere. And I love anytime an athlete wears those fast glasses indoors. We have to mention that Lorenzo... Miami Vice Project is the name of his track club, and I think that he did everything he could to rep the Miami look here on track today.
Oh, he absolutely did. From the pink uniform to the gold chain and the shades indoors. And the very dramatic dip there at the end. Love the New Balance uni. Love the representation of it. 53.91 for him.
Another athlete who's all business, gets it done, gets a drink of water, and gets on to the next. Speaking of the next, section number 15 now of 18. Continue cranking down. Another six-man race on track. And it is the Purple Thunder here. But at the bell, the tall man, that is Bowden Paul out of Connecticut, 24.29, opening 200 for him. And he is using all of that height and leg length to his advantage. With 100 meters to go, he's got a good gap back on the two runners behind him. Starting to tie up a little bit now, but looking really strong into that final 50 meters. and he goes down hard. Athletes having to swing wide to try to avoid that collision, and I'm not sure what happened there. Serenity, it looks like he might have just tripped over his own spike.
Yeah.
But drama is high on track as we are about 3/4 of the way through these 400 meters freshman boys.
And hopefully those guys are okay. A lot of this happens in indoors. You get tripped up, whether it's by somebody else or by yourself. When that happens, you tend to take out a whole field, or you pretty much can. This is a tough one from those athletes. He was right there, almost at the finish line. And here's that replay.
Well, and you see that he's definitely tying up. And I think he might have just been too full of lactic and tripped over his spike.
Yeah. And he ended up tripping up someone else in the process. But they both still crossed the finish line. That was a tough one to watch from them.
Great to see that they actually did finish, though. That opened the door.
Absolutely. From Bowden, Paul, and Joshua. It was a tough one to see.
Well, down to our last 3 sections now of these freshman boys 400-meter timed finals. So far, the fastest time has come out of that 10th heat thanks to Jackson Alves, 51:40. The time to beat right now. Maddie Duke, 52:03. Each of these men on paper capable of close to that. And another little trip there, right at the cut-in. It is Ian Lanahan with the advantage at the bell, the McQuaid Jesuit athlete out of New York. And he is continuing to try to pull away from the Green Lightning behind him. I believe that's Suhail Benson of Above Expectations. But right now, the athlete out of Jesuit just cruising for home, Serenity. 51:56 unofficially. What a close there. And that's going to make him the second fastest athlete on paper so far of this bunch. 51:55 it's rounded down to. Very even running, 24:8 to 26:7. Ian Lanahan with a dominant win there.
And he looked so strong from the very beginning. He wanted that 51 mark. He went out there and he got it. Now he's sitting under Jackson Alves of 51:40. And we're just going to keep on rolling here. Heat 17 of 18.
Well, our penultimate section on track, as you said, Serenity, these guys know exactly what they have to do to get into those top positions. Again, these are timed finals. There are no heats and finals. It is the fastest boy of the group gets the win, regardless of what heat he's from. And these guys know it. They are getting after it. That is a 23:71 opening 200 for Marquise Mabane of Banneker High School. And he is trying to do everything he can to solidify himself at the top of that list. He is moving. It's going to be a huge win for him. Keep your eye on the clock, folks. 50:46.
Wow.
For Mabane. And that squarely puts him as the fastest athlete of the day with only one section remaining. That puts him almost a full second ahead of Jackson Alves, who had the fastest time coming into this section. And we gotta love it when we see a local athlete from right around the corner in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
He's putting his stamp on this track. This is my track now for Marquise Mabane with the 50.4. And it's interesting with these timed finals. you don't get the head-to-head competition like you normally would with the final and prelims and finals. So you're really just going off of time and your own will, how much you want it.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of will, we are into the final section of the day. This is a 5-man race on track, section 18 out of 18. Gotta love this. Christopher Quick is going to take lane number 1 here. But on the outside, approaching the cut-in, this is 22.86 opening 200 for Cameron Homer. Cameron Homer of the Bullis Track Club. We talked about clubs. Bullis is going to dominate as much of this meet as they can, as they have in the past. And Bullis trying to take the win here in our freshman boys 400. Into the final 50. It is Bullis with the lead. This is Cameron Homer. He is being hunted down, though. And now the big man on the outside is going to take the win. That was Christian Davis.
Look at that clock.
49.68.
And the quick little smile that you got from him.
Absolutely. 49.68 for Christian Davis. He's got to be happy with that. Serenity, look at how far he comes.
From the middle also. He just took it. It's mine, and he took it. 49 from Christian Davis. An amazing run from him.
Brilliant finish there by William Sharp. 50.01, just about as close as you can get to that 50-second barrier. That's going to be good enough for second overall. And then Cameron Homer, the Bullis athlete who did so much of that early work, just not able to hold on for the win, comes through in third at 50.35. Those times, top 3 from that final section, will be your top 3 times overall. At the conclusion of our boys freshman 400-meter time finals, 49.68 for Christian Davis. And again, fantastic finish times all the way through this list. 52.06 rounds out our top 10 from Christopher Quick.
And Cameron Homer from Bullis High School, he still has the national lead with 48.4. And we mentioned his teammate Quincy Wilson. He took the world by storm with a 46.6 last year at this meet. I even got a chance to speak to his teammate Quincy Wilson at U20's Outdoors. And they're a great group of kids over there at Bullis. So it was definitely interesting to see, like, obviously our eyes were on Homer, but Christian Davis was a silent killer out of that middle, and he came and he got it. Having a great time here in Boston, Massachusetts. This is my first time being in Boston. Boston is lovely with the rain and all. I think it's very beautiful.
I didn't realize this was your first time here, Serenity. Welcome to Boston.
Kind of surprising. I feel like I've been everywhere except for here.
Well, now you can say you have been to what, as you mentioned, is quickly becoming one of the top track and field centers in the nation. And, of course, it is the center in the nation this weekend, not only for these New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships, but also for the NCAA Track and Field Championships taking place just around the corner at the track at New Balance.
And I love that the collegiates are here as well. What I loved about my youth and running at New Balance is we were mixed and mingled in with some pros, with some college athletes. Getting a chance to see them, talk to them, take pictures with them really shaped me and molded me into the athlete that I was. So it's definitely great. Hopefully some of the guys get to go down to the track and see some of the collegiates.
Well, that is such a benefit here for these athletes. You know, once you're done your own competition, unless you have to fly out right away, you have an opportunity to come back and check out, you know, some of the, hopefully the future homes of your athletes and your teammates, all of these top competitors at the collegiate level. We're going to conduct some awards on the infield for those in the stadium. On behalf of myself, Kate Van Buskirk, and Serenity Douglas here on your live stream, we want to thank you for tuning in. We've got lots of action still remaining on our track in this opening day of the New Balance Nationals indoors here at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center in Boston. We're going to have the freshman girls 400-meter time finals coming up next. They're scheduled for 3:53 p.m. and they can go as early as 10 minutes earlier than that. So we will be sure to check back in with you all at home in a few minutes' time to give you an update. But the girls will have a few minutes to set their blocks here in Boston. Stay with us. And we are back with you here in Boston with the New Balance National Indoor 2024 Track and Field Championships. We are set on track now for our next event, the freshman girls 400 meters. We're going to have 14 heats. Again, we will run on paper, slowest to fastest. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, joined by Serenity Douglas and our entire team, broadcasting live from the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. And Serenity, it's been so interesting because we say that they run slowest to fastest, but so many of the top marks, top 10 marks, have come out of Section 2, Section 3, Section 4 of, 17 or 18 total sections. So you have to bring it in every single race.
You absolutely do. And that's what's amazing about track and field and so entertaining about it. You technically never know what went into these girls' seed times. So maybe they were having an off day. Maybe they were just chilling and they decided to come out here. So you never really know who's in your heats. So that's why you can never take your foot off of the gas. That's what my coach would always tell me, because you never know who you're racing against. Do not look at the times. Do not doubt anybody. We're out here all trying to win, trying to PR, just like you are.
Such a good reminder. Never take your foot off of the gas. My coach would say the same thing. You're trying, at the end of the day, you need to cross the line ahead of yourself, not just ahead of the other competitors. Because even if there's no one else around, you never know what's happening down the line. So as we mentioned, there's going to be 14 sections of this freshman girls 400 timed final. A couple final instructions there from our event staff and our officials on track. And we're off, section number 1. And right out of the gate, we talked about running as fast as you can from the get-go. Well, that is happening in spades. Lane number 5 here. This is Marliatou Diallo with a blazing first 100 or so, but she is going to be battling at the cut-in here with Kiara Baker on the inside.
And it looks like she kind of gave the break to Kiara Baker there. Seems like her coach told her to get out, and she was like, well, I did. That's all I needed to do.
Job done. Well, and that was a smart move to just take, pull off the gas a little bit, find your rhythm, find your stride, and now you can see her making that move with 100 meters to go, but she has got some company behind her.
And right on her outside, she didn't even push anybody out at all. And that's Samantha Richardson. She took the pass and looks like she's going to take this final here. 102.23 from Samantha Richardson, unofficial.
Well, with the exception of Baker, each of these girls came in with seed times at 63 seconds or slower. So that is a great time there for Samantha Richardson. Richardson of the Gators. And she looks pretty happy with that. Smiles all around.
And that race was a little all over the place, but that's what you see at this level. All of these girls and all of these athletes are just trying to find their rhythm. What works, what doesn't. This is the time to figure it out. You're not trying to go out here and run like Alexis Holmes from the very beginning. You're going to get there eventually, but find your rhythm. See if you're, a silent killer at the end or if you start off strong. It really just depends.
Well, and like we said, so many of these athletes coming in with marks that might not be reflective of their capabilities because maybe they haven't raced a lot this season. The indoor takes a while to get used to it, so these athletes getting used to it very quickly. And speaking of quick, opening 100 here, coming under that New Balance arch in lane 2. This is Sanaya Davis of the Roadrunners, and my goodness, there is no one in camera shot as she comes through that opening 200 in 27:59, Serenity.
She is just owning this one.
She wants a PR, and she is, pardon the pun, but on track to do it. She comes in with a 63.90 seed time. You can see that lactic acid is starting to build a little bit, but she did enough work to put a gap behind her to her next competitor. Looks like she's going to hold on for the win in this second section. And rewarded with a great time, 1:01.55 unofficially there for Davis of the Roadrunners.
And she looked so strong from the very beginning, especially with dealing with a monster like the 400. You're gonna feel the pain. You're going to feel the lactic acid. I used to believe, and this was a common misconception, oh, if I feel it, then I'm out of shape. No, the point is to feel it. Usually about when you're going to feel it, and what do you do when you are feeling that lactic acid just build up. And Sanaya Davis, she just fought through it to the very end, and that's why she's walking away with a 1:01.55. Also love her faux locks there. All the way down her back. I love it. I love to see the athletes just expressing themselves. Because this is what it's all about. I remember running in New Balance in a new uniform with an arm sleeve, doing something fancy. I had a little tattoo on my face. That's what it's all about, though, because New Balance Nationals is just so much fun.
You got to turn up and look good, feel good.
Look good, feel good, run good.
All about that confidence. Love to see it. Running with confidence now in this third section of 14. On the outside, a battle at the cut-in. And that is between Thompson-Jacobs and Vrooman. But it is Marion Vrooman of the Guilderland Track Club with the advantage at the bell. A little more conservative there, Serenity. 29-29 for that opening 200. So it is Thompson-Jacobs and Vrooman.
And it looks like her teammate is coming up from Austin Prep.
And that is at the line, Sophie Thompson-Jacobs. 63.30 unofficially. You got to love that kit. Again, it's got that Jamaican and American flag hanging out together. USA Junior kit.
Oh, okay.
USA Jamaica kit. All right, love to see that.
Okay, I like that. Maybe a little dual citizenship. She doesn't have to worry about that just yet, but we see the USA and the jam on her. And she just powered through that middle. And like I said, it's really about running with confidence. You don't really think that you need confidence in running, but you do. It's not just about the way you look while you're standing on the line. It's about the way you command attention when you're trying to make those bold moves, and that's exactly what she did. Just ran straight through the middle. And we're on to heat 4 out of 14.
Another full section, 6 girls on track. And that tall figure in lane 5, that's Hannah Morse. Trying to establish her position ahead of the cut-in, but in lane 2, that is Janiyah Marshall of the Freedom Track Club. Just with an ever so slight advantage. All top five of these girls really powering together here at that top turn. But now I believe that is, looked like maybe Marshall. That's hip number 6. That's Adeline Greer, who's decided enough is enough. I'm going to take this thing by the horns. And with 50 to go, she is dominating all the way to the line. Great finish for her, and what a time, 1:01.40 for Adeline Greer of the Burnt Hills Track Club. That puts her handily in the top position. Again, these are timed finals, no heats and finals for these athletes, so fastest time of the day wins. Tired but happy. 1:02.50 for Gavastas in second, and then Watkins in third, 1:02.90. So several athletes under that 63-second barrier.
And as you guys can see, it is getting packed in here. It is a packed house. People standing, people sitting. It's loud for sure.
And these athletes are really going to benefit from all of that atmosphere, all of that energy. Tight contest in these opening meters for the girls out of Section 5. In our freshman girls 400. Pole position at the bell is going to be Autumn Allen. Warrior Track Club, 28.13. That's a very speedy opening lap for her.
So we saw the Spartans, we saw the Vikings, now we're seeing the Warriors. Very fitting names for these track athletes out here. Saw a little bit of a trip there. You can't get caught up in somebody else's feet, but she's going around now. And that looks like it's...
Well, good contest here, and hip number is down, so it's hard to tell. I believe that's hip number 5. That's Tristan Hughes, who's going to power across the line, 1:01.24.
And skip right across. She looks like she was on a mission. She got tripped and she went around.
And you mentioned this earlier, but you know, often one of two things happens when you get thrown off your gait or your stride a little bit. It either ends up disadvantaging you for the rest of the race, or you find a way to turn it into a positive, and that is exactly what this young woman has done. You could see it in her face almost. She was kind of a mixture of, it looked like determined and a bit angry, and she was like, I'm not going to let this define me.
Absolutely.
Kyra Smith is a scratch in this 6th section, meaning that there are 5 athletes contesting for the win. All of these runners with 1:02 seed times, although again, we've already seen several athletes dip under that in these freshman girls 400s. There's the tall, smooth figure there in the middle. I believe that's Jacqueline Reed. She's going to look very comfortable at the bell.
You see that her hands are open, so she is very relaxed at this point. Usually when athletes tend to close their hands, that's a great indicator that it is beginning to hurt. And I can't say not to do it, because the 400 does hurt.
It's just how much it's going to hurt.
When you close your hands.
Well, the hands are still open for our leader, Reed, and no one is in sight. And she doesn't need to, but again, love the effort. Dips at the line, and that is going to give her the reward of a sub-61 performance, the first of the day so far for this division. 1:71 for the Parsippany, New Jersey athlete, Jacqueline Reed. I love what you said there about the hands being open, the face being as relaxed as possible. You can tell that she's working hard, but she doesn't look like she's straining.
Yeah. She's just breathing. You see her cheeks moving up because she's just powering through. I know that's something that a lot of athletes have trouble with, breathing. My coach would tell me, Serenity, just breathe. I say, I can't. Nah.
It's the simplest instruction. In fact, apparently we need to do it to stay alive, but it's the hardest thing to do.
It's so hard.
Especially on these indoor tracks.
They're pretty fresh, so you might not have to for a while.
So we're approaching our halfway mark of these freshman girls' 400-meter timed finals. This will be section number 7 of 14. And another full section of 6. Time to beat right now, 1 minute, .71. Again, that was the winner of our last section, Reed, the only runner to dip under the 61 mark. On the outside, this is some very fast early running. That looks like Tiffany Garrett. And a 28:09 opening 200 there for Tiffany Garrett of Riverdale Baptist.
Aubrey Devers is right behind her.
Devers of that Union Catholic Track Club, another club name that we're going to see repeat itself several times throughout this 4 days of action here in Boston. And it is the Union Catholic against Riverdale Baptist, fighting all the way to the line. And I think that was Garrett doing just enough work to hold off that surge on the outside by Devers. 1 minute, .48 for Tiffany Garrett. She'll take the win and put herself at the top of this timed final list, just ahead of Devers, who now sits in second position.
And it seems like Devers could have had it, but she made her move a little bit too late, thinking that Garrett was going to break down, but she never did. When you have a chance to make the move, you need to go ahead and do it, because the line is just going to keep getting closer and closer to you. But Tiffany Garrett, great run from her, minute flat 48. And Aubrey Devers sitting right there in second, right behind her, 1 minute and 53.
Section number 8 underway. Fast running on the outside there early on. A battle between Najee Smith and Amalia Hummel. Those two athletes, the only two on paper to have broken 62 seconds so far this season. And again, they know exactly what they have to do as they come under that big New Balance arch and to the cut-in. 29:06, so a bit of a slower opening 200 than we've seen. That's Hummel and Smith working together.
You know, I've been saying that backstretch is boring, but not for them. Look at that crowd.
Well, and look at the crowd on the track. Some traffic here as we have a 5-girl race. They are tightly packed. This looks more like a mile than a 400, Serenity.
It does. It's like, who's going to emerge from that one?
Well, and it was that great charge by Emma Cesarek to take the win in 1:01:16. Again, an athlete who timed her kick really well and was able to stay on her feet, avoid that traffic, take home the win here in this 8th section. You can see her, as you mentioned earlier on, she really used sort of almost that slight downhill coming off of that final turn and the momentum just to power through almost from lane 3, it looked like.
Yeah. And look at those times, top 2 times, all 61. So it was pretty tight.
Well, we now have 3 athletes under the 61-second mark. Garrett, Devers, and Reed. Cesarek now 4th on that list with her 1:01:16. And 5 sections remain in this freshman girls 400 time final. Officials just call the athletes to stand up and try that again. So a late scratch here from Emmy O'Donnell, meaning that lane 3 will be open. But incredibly fast running on the inside of the track in the all-black kit. You see emerging into your screen now.
Where does she come from?
This is Camille Halitz, who is not leaving anything to chance, throwing down a 27:31 opening lap. And that is the fastest split of this group so far, and no one is in sight. She is absolutely dominating with 100 meters to go.
You know, you start to think, how do you keep your foot on the gas at this point? I don't know if you know how far you're ahead, but it looks like they're trying to charge at her. There might be enough room, and I don't know if she's going to be able to hold this one. 3 of them coming for her.
Well, that was high drama all the way across the line. And you can tell that they're still having a hard time staying on their feet. That was Courtney Ferdinand of the Freedom Track Club, your ultimate winner in that section number 9, 101.82. And that's a time that I think Serenity would have been quite a bit faster had she not had to run extra meters in and out. You see her weaving, just trying to find the gap. Closed there on the outside by Layla Beasley and Adelaide Bay as well. And they do finish in that order. So Ferdinand, 101.82.
And that's why it's so tough to work out of lane 1, because you're constantly working and working, but you need to know not to let off, but when you can become more relaxed. And how fast is too fast for the opening? So trusting your training, understanding what type of 400 runner you are. But it begins here at meets like this.
If you're just joining us, we are at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center here in Boston. Day 1 of 4 of action for the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. We are on to section number 10 of 14 of our freshman girls 400 meter timed finals. Time to beat is 1 minute .48. Again, that was courtesy of Tiffany Garrett out of section number 7. Haven't seen a faster time yet, Serenity.
I'm interested to see if we are. We're getting down in the heats now as they come across the line. Pretty even still. 28:47.
Oh, Sailor Papadelis of the Dragons Track Club holding that inside line really well. 28:49 opening 200, and she's starting to pull away now a little bit, but she is being chased down by Caitlin Lee and McKenna Shea. Now move on the outside. I think that's Kiara Murphy. Another very tight final 50 here, Serenity.
And Murphy just powered it all the way through.
She's going to be rewarded with another sub 61 second clocking. So Murphy of the Woodbridge Barons, 1 minute .66. That is going to be good enough for 3rd overall on our timed final list. Just trying to keep her feet under her there, it looks like.
The pain of the 400.
It's incomparable.
But Kate, you ran distance. Have you run a 400?
I have run a 400. You're not going to believe this. I started out as a 400 meter runner back around these girls' age. My middle school career, if you can call it that, was very 400 dominant. And then I realized very quickly that I could run much better further than I could fast.
Okay.
So things evolve. But I got to tell you, and we're going to see more of this as we go, the 4x4 relay. Still one of my all-time favorite events to compete in and to watch.
My favorite.
6 girls on track for section 11. We only have 4 sections remaining now, including this one. Again, time to beat 1 minute .48 of Tiffany Garrett from Riverdale Baptist. On paper, several of these athletes capable of eclipsing that. And I wouldn't be surprised, Serenity, if we see our first sub 60-second clocking of the group.
I definitely think that we are all pretty even coming through the break there.
But look at the clock, 27:46 opening lap there for the Ohio speed athlete Samantha Pennington. She's working well with Orrin Wright to her outside, and now Wright making the pass. And she just found another gear. She is taking off. Is going to be Wright doing just enough to take the win there. And as we said, first sub 60-second clocking of the day. In fact, we're going to see a couple of them here. Orrin Wright, 59:40.
Fast, fast, fast. She looked so confident from the beginning.
She's a tall athlete, and she uses that height to her advantage, and it worked out beautifully in her favor. She's really powerful. Great arm action there, and she had some competition behind from Sky Seaman. Not able to take the win, but another sub 60-second clocking. So 59:40 for Wright, and then Seaman 59:60. Those are the 2 fastest times of the day so far.
It puts both of them in a really good position to see what they get overall. So now you just kind of have to wait and see as we continue on.
Well, again, only 3 sections remaining, and now we are on track with section 12. All of these seed times, 58 and 59 point. These girls know what they have to do. And they are cruising. This is going to be a tight race, I think. So this is Soleil Russell at the cut-in. Able to hold on to that position. She looks really confident. She's being challenged on the outside there by Jada Johnson at the Nyack Track Club. And a fall.
No. And they both have gotten back up. You'll probably see them once they pan the camera out a little bit. But
looks like we've lost one athlete, but our 2 leaders still working hard, straining for that line. And it's going to be Jada Johnson, it looks like, who's going to take the win here. And despite that trip, a 58:59 win for Johnson of Nyack.
It's really tough to see these young athletes getting tripped up like that. Hopefully nothing too serious. Let's take a look back at the trip, though. See what could have happened on that backstretch. There was too much commotion going on anyway. Too many back kicking. Looks like one girl tripped and another went right behind her. And like I said before, like that's what you get when we're in indoors, unfortunately. It's really tough to watch.
Tough to watch, but again, a good lesson that on these tight turns and these short tracks, so important to keep those elbows up, defend your space, and just try to keep your feet under you as much as possible. Glad to see that all of those girls actually ended up finishing, meaning that hopefully no one's badly injured as we move into our penultimate section of this freshman girls 400. And this is going to be a fast one. These girls all with 57 and 58 seeds, 58:59 from Jada Johnson, the time to beat. Won't be surprised to see that go down. It's a 5-girl race. And on the outside, this is going to be Ada Joseph and Abraya Thompson. But all 5 of them in it, Serenity, at the bell.
And we see that Bullish Track Club once again. They had some amazing runners on the boys' side. Let's see it for the girls' side. I don't think we haven't seen much of the girls' side now. It's because they were in these later heats. But you can see the bright pink coming around. It looks like that's Nyla Robinson. She didn't make the move when she could, but she's trying to right now. She swung out all the way to lane 3. You use up too much energy doing that, as you can see. Looks like it was Ida Joseph who took that win.
Joseph doing just enough to hold on. 58.64, her winning time. So not quite as fast as Jada Johnson from the previous section, despite having all that company. Again, perhaps a little too much traffic, but second fastest time of the meet so far. These girls working so well together. You can see that was Robinson, I think, who swung so wide just to try to find her space and stay on her feet.
Yeah.
But as we head into our final section, Joseph sits the top of that heat, but second overall, 58.64. Great run by her. Again, Bullis representing. But we move on now to our final and fastest section of this freshman girls 400 and Serenity. This includes one Kennedy Brown, who has the national lead right now this year at 54.71. Ran that back in February in Youngstown, Ohio.
And of course, once again, from Bullish Track Club, powerhouses over there. She has her teammate right behind her as well in lane 4. Keep your eyes on lane 5. I say that now, but wait and see. This is New Balance Nationals. Keep your eyes on the whole field at this point.
Well, that is Nevaeh Burns on your camera screen right now on the outside, trying to get the fastest start of the bunch, but she is going to be quickly followed up on the inside there by Kennedy Brown in lane 5. It is going to be Brown with a slight advantage at the cut-in, and she's in pole position. Look at the time, 26.20 opening 200.
And you see Brown with the edge. She's rotating those arms, staying tight on the rail there. I know she feels the company to that right side of her, but she's just remaining strong. Probably going to push her a little bit to the outside as she comes around this last turn. Kennedy Brown is really rotating those arms there. The head starts to move a little bit, but she's still looking so strong. Last 50. Blazing time of 55.26. Just shy of her seed time with 54.71, but still a great run from her nonetheless. You have to also take into account how long are these athletes waiting. These are 14 heats after it just came from middle schoolers with 22 heats. You know, a lot of sitting around watching the other races, but look at her right through the tape. She looked strong. She looked good. Bullish Track Cup is definitely doing something right over there.
Well, 55.26 for Kennedy Brown, as you mentioned, not as fast as her national lead of 54.71 from earlier this year, but it is Serenity enough for a new meet record. That record was set at 55.88 last year, and that was held by Nakira Hudson. So 55.26 going to be enough to take a new meet record here at the 2024 New Balance Nationals indoors. Nevaeh Burns second in 56.20, 57.00 for Chadwick rounds out your top 3. 5 athletes under 58 and 9 under 59 as we conclude our sprint action of day 1 here at New Balance National indoors at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center here in Boston. Fabulous opening couple hours of competition on this 200 oval. We started with our middle school boys and girls 400 meter timed finals, our freshman boys and girls 400 meter time finals. Next up on track, we're going to have our freshman boys and girls 1 mile timed finals. These are coming up in just a couple minutes time. And Kate Van Buskirk, I'm joined by Serenity Douglas. We're here in Boston, kicking off day 1 action, and we'll be right back to bring you those miles in just a few moments' time. Stay with us. Welcome back to New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships 2024 here in Boston at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletics Center. We are about halfway through our coverage of day 1 of 4 of these 2024 middle school and high school championships. And we are set for our first middle distance race of the day. This is the freshman boys mile timed finals. So 7 sections of this freshman boys mile. And you can already see those pace lights on the track. That is going to be set, I believe, to meet record pace. Now that was set in 2022 by the very speedy Keegan Smith out of Knoxville Catholic High School at 4:14:63, a blazing time for a freshman. In fact, that is also the current national record. So we will be sure to keep you posted on the progress of these young men. Off to the early lead there. That is Breed, Bo Breed. And he is out of Oswego High School in Illinois. Comes in only with a 4:50 seed time, but clearly looking to improve on that right away. Opening 400 in about 65, 66 seconds, 66:46 for him. So that is a very fast opening lap, running completely solo up front right now. Bo Breed, a 4:50.00 seed, which when it's a flat seed like that usually indicates that it is an estimated seed and not necessarily something he's run. It's a tall figure up front. He's running completely solo right now. Good train of guys working hard together behind him, a pack of about 7 following en route. But Bo Breed came here to get the job done. No one else in sight right now as he comes under that New Balance arch. He's going to be approaching the 800-meter mark, half mile coming up on here as he crosses that finish line in about 2:18. So 2:17.37 for Bo Breed. Here we are at New Balance National Indoors. Tuning in now with our third section of 7 of the freshman boys 1 mile.
We had a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but the races are still rolling. The lights are still on the track.
So those pace lights, if you can see them at home, folks, are set to the pace of the fastest seed time of each section. So in this case, that time is going to belong to 4:43 Jack Lewis of 6 Mile Track Club. 4:43.78, the fastest time of this bunch.
So, Kate, the fact that they're above those lights, ahead of it, are they ahead of pace?
Correct.
And is that a good thing?
It is in theory. They are ahead of pace. In fact, they're significantly ahead of it. And you can see that our two athletes up front, these are hips 13 and 15. That is James Kerr and Landon Zoss. They are clearly out here on a mission. Both of those guys come in with 4:44, 4:45 seed times. But already we've seen so many of these performances eclipsed today. You know, we just finished the 400s. In a 400, you can run it pretty much every weekend.
Yeah.
I would argue at this age you can run a mile pretty much every weekend too and still be recovered, but it's more difficult to find the competition every single weekend. We've talked about it. This is New Balance Nationals. These guys know that this opportunity does not come around very often. Serenity, they're clearly out here to try to take advantage of it, and you gotta love to see it. They're working hard together. They're past the 200 mark, or sorry, the 800 meter mark now, past halfway, and well ahead of those pace lights, doing everything they can to secure a season's best, if not a PR.
And Kate, you have plenty of distance experience. So speak to how difficult it might be for them. This is 4 laps outdoors on a normal 400 track. Now, since we're indoors, it's 200 meters. How difficult is it to just time out and figure out your pace?
It's such a good question because the mentality, even though it's the same total distance, the mentality of switching from a 4-lap race to an 8-lap race really requires you to have a shift in mindset. I always found, Serenity, and you're seeing this now as we're getting a lead change up front, rather than think about it being an 8-lap race, I thought about just racing my competitors. It really forces you to become a racer rather than a time trialer, because it's sometimes hard you get lost in where you are in this race. We're coming up on 2 laps to go, which means we'll be just over the 1,200 meter mark as these guys approach this finish line. That's usually when I would click back in and say, okay, 2 laps means 400. That's one of the big ovals. I know how to do this. I can get after it. And that's what you're seeing up front.
And when do you make your move? Is it right now?
This actually is where I would normally make my move with about 300 meters to go on that backstretch. Just like in the shorter races, you never want to be trying to pass on a curve. You never want to use those tight turns as your spot to swing wide. You want to make it on those straightaways. There's not many of them, and they're pretty short. So These guys are doing really well to find their position as we come into the bell lap. And that is hip number 7. That is Aaron David Wersch moving into the lead for the first time. And Serenity, now you can see he's just behind those pace lights.
Yeah.
Now, even though he's put a lot of gap on his competitor, he's got the lights to chase. He knows exactly how hard he has to run to be able to try to break that 4:43 time. And it looks like he's going to do it.
He's racing with the lights there as he comes under the New Balance arch there. And he is headed to the finish line.
That was a brilliant final lap there. 4:31.70 for Aaron David Wersch. And that all happened in that last 200 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. He made his move. How would you have liked to have the lights in your running days?
You know what? I was fortunate enough that at the very end of my track career, I actually did. In 2021, that technology was just sort of becoming mainstream, particularly at more of the professional level. And I had the honor of pacing a few high-level meets, some diamond leagues. And I can tell you as a pacer, they are especially helpful because you almost have an additional sort of technological pacer with you. But for these guys, it's brilliant. As a high schooler, I certainly never had this technology available. And there's just so many advancements in our sport that are clearly yielding results that we've never seen before.
That's kind of funny. It was a pacer for the pacer.
Exactly. The rabbit had a rabbit.
Yeah. I guess you kind of eliminate some of that human error, too, of how to time it out because the lights are extremely accurate.
Absolutely. And, of course, there can always be a little bit of error there, but it's unlikely. And it kind of takes the mental side of it out. You can kind of shut your brain off a little bit. Now, these guys are still racing, right? At the end of the day, it's still competition. But it does help kind of cue you in. You can really focus on your body and how you're feeling on racing rather than having to be too fixated on the times. And as we have got the gun going here in section number 4 of 7 of our boys freshman 1 mile, the pace lights, as you mentioned, are going to be set to 4:42.61. That is the fastest seed of this section. That's held by Ethan Owen of Burnt Hills. But Serenity, get this. That's the fastest time of this section. The slowest time is 4:43.71. So that means that there is only 1 second, 1.1 seconds separating the fastest from the slowest seed time coming in. These guys, and you can see how much traffic is out there.
Yeah.
About 18 guys on track right now, all jostling and trying to find their position on those tight turns. They're getting after it. And that's part of this too, is that if you come in knowing, and probably the coaches have told some of these athletes, if you come in knowing that there's going to be 18 of you, all within 1 second of capability, it makes sense to go out hard. Try to get out fast, get out of trouble. You're seeing some jostling on track right now. Even if it's a bit out of your comfort zone, it could be the safest tactic to use just to get yourself out of all of that sort of hubbub behind you and try to find your position.
Yeah, distancing yourself so you can get comfortable.
Exactly, that's exactly it.
Especially with the amount of laps that you have, it's time to sit in it a little bit.
So this is Rhett Andrews up front in that white kit, white singlet and black shorts, and he's really been continuing to open up daylight on his competitors behind. I believe that is Paradis behind him. That's Zachary Paradis of the Robinson Rams. But Rhett Andrews, again, all these guys just freshmen, and he is running with the composure of an athlete much older than him, approaching the halfway mark here, 2:15 and change. So, of course, quick math would tell us that puts us on about 4:30 tempo. Last section was 1 in 4:31. Most of that happened in the final 200 or 300 meters, so this looking like a bit more of an even pace race.
Kate, if you could speak to the training that goes into mileage races. We just finished watching the 400s. When you train for a 400, you're going over 400. You're doing 600s in practice. You're doing a lot of 400s in practice. So what are you doing as milers?
It's such a good point. It's similar actually to the 400. So I think some of the best milers, they have to have some of that raw speed of an 800-meter runner to be able to tap into when you need it. You also have to have the strength of, a cross-country runner, a 5,000-meter runner. It really depends as well on what your competitors' strengths and weaknesses are, and being able to capitalize on those in a race like the mile is paramount. I was an athlete who I knew I was strong, but I could also really rely on my kick. So I was happy for things to go out a bit slower, knowing that I could usually turn out a pretty fast final 200. And that's what you're seeing right now at 1,200 with only 2 laps to go. That is Curran, who is taking the lead for the first time. The young achievers, Danny Curran. And look at this gap, Serenity. He has just blown the field away.
Distancing himself. Speaking of a kick.
Well, and this is smart. Again, he's gone early, right? He's still got another lap to go. But even if he falls apart a little bit in this last lap. He's got so much distance back to the other competitors. It is unlikely that they are going to catch him. He's got his eyes on those lights right now as he hits the bell in 4:01.
You know, something that a lot of people do not talk about are those distance runner kicks are vicious.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is the time of year where maybe early season, January, February, you're coming off of that cross-country strength. You're not as sharp yet. By March, you better believe that these guys have been sharpening their teeth and their wheels for a few weeks' time now in preparation for the fastest party on the planet. And that is taking place right before you. A big battle for second, but it is going to be Danny Curran taking the win in section number 4 in 4:36.67. So that means that 4:31 out of section 3 is still the fastest time to beat. We still have 3 sections to go in these freshman boys timed final 1 miles.
And it looks like that time puts Danny Curran right there at 3rd or 4th. As we get the results compiling a little bit as the heats continue on.
All right, section number 5 of 7 now on track. Those pace lights are going to be set to 4:39. Connor Rain of Family Track Club holds that time. Again, tight set of marks coming into this 5th section. 4:39 ranging down to 4:42, so only 3 seconds separating all of these 18 guys. But again, it's almost every single section so far, Serenity. We've seen an athlete go out and really take this thing from the get-go.
It's pretty interesting seeing that, taking it back to the pacing lights. The lights are set on the top seed in the heat. And we just finished watching USA's a little bit about 3 weeks ago. And I want to say that the lights were set on world records, world leads maybe. So that's how it's a little bit different. That's interesting.
Well, and I think, you know, in a timed final like this where there aren't heats, the placement doesn't matter quite as much. Everyone is just trying to run as fast as possible. Really good move by the organizers here to set those pace lights to the fastest time in the section so that everyone knows exactly what they need to chase to run better than they've done all season. And this is Ryan Meehan of the Vikings, who at 600 meters has about a 10 or 15 meter gap back to a chase pack of 6. And I gotta say, Ryan looks really smooth up front. He just looks completely in control. He comes in with a 4:42.02 seed. And as you can tell, again, from those pace lights, he is looking to obliterate that time today. We'll get you a half-mile mark here as he comes through. Pretty consistent, 2:15. So many of these guys have been clocking right around that 2:15 at half. So, of course, again, a 4:30 approximate finish time, which would be a 12-second improvement on his season's best. But this is where it's so tough, Serenity. You know, this is where you have to really focus, especially if you're running blind in the front like this.
Yeah.
Because they say, you know, it's that third quarter.
And that's what I was going to ask you. How do you... I remember asking one of my long-distance friends, I'm like, what do you think about? Do you ever lose track of what number you're on, or all the way up there alone?
Well, I've run many indoor miles, a lot fewer indoor 3,000, 5,000s. Those ones are a bit easier to fall asleep at the wheel. The mile, at least, is just short enough. You can often have a sense of where you are. But as we say that, this advantage that our early leader had has just been eaten up in the course of the last lap or so. So Ryan Meehan about to be overtaken as they approach the 1,200 meter mark. 2 laps to go now. And this is the second fastest man on paper in this section. This is Bryant Lester. And Lester blowing by the Viking.
He does not want to be the second fastest.
Absolutely, and he doesn't want to lose track of those pace lights either. You can see his front foot is just at that top light. He also doesn't want to leave everything to that final 200. He's got 1 lap to go. He's put some great speed in here, excellent injection of pace, and at a lap, he is under 4 minutes on the clock. This young man is on pace to eclipse that 4:30 time. So 100 meters to go now. Just under 100 for our leader. And as he comes into the final straightaway, this is Bryant Lester, who has had just a fantastic final 2 laps, and he is going to come across the line under 4:30. That is a 4:28.80 for Lester. Noah Mullenix will take second in 4:31.68. But Lester, the fastest time of the bunch so far. 2 sections remain.
We could have seen Lester in that final heat for sure with a run like that. He looked so smooth. And I'm starting to notice with these miles, they're really starting to pick it up on that second to final lap so that they can go into the final lap with that momentum. You don't want to just hit the finish line and just start jetting it.
Well, and especially, we were talking about the difference in tactics for milers. If you know that maybe you don't have quite as good final 200 speed, you better be opening it up with 400 to go, because if there's a guy who can kick really fast in that final 200, you don't want to leave it to chance that they're going to be able to outsprint you. So you got to take the sting out of their legs a little bit. So into section number 6 now of 7, this freshman boys mile. Another pack of 18 Serenity. These are big groups of runners on track. Fastest time on paper, 4:34.77, and that is what the pace lights will be set to. And as they come around this opening lap, well ahead of those lights. And that is Terry up front. That's Keegan Terry of North Central. He comes in with a 4:38.64 seed.
And it looks like it's more so of a conservative lead. I think that the heats and the guys are learning from the other heats. Don't take it out too hard, because you have seen, as the past 5 heats, taking it out that fast, you end up getting caught. So they're still pretty jumbled up together. They started off not as fast, I'd say.
Well, and again, that's absolutely true, Serenity. That's indicated by the fact that they're right on those lights. The last several heats, as you mentioned, have been ahead of those lights at this point. This is more conservative, more measured. Again, these times are getting faster as well, at least on paper. And we're just trying to get a sense here. He's wearing hip number 6, which indicates that is Joaquin Summers. But it is a 2-man race as they approach the 600-meter mark. Again, we've already seen one athlete go under 4:30, that magical 4:30 split. But here we are at the half-mile split, and again, a little bit slower. That was a 2:16, so these guys running a much more even, measured race. That is hip number 6, Joaquin Summers, and Henry Pedersen wearing hip number 12. And then the rest of the pack doing everything they can to try to get back up and tag on the back of these 2 athletes. as they come under that New Balance arch.
Now, Kate, were you a sitter, or were you, I'm going to take it out hard and hope I can hold it?
I really like to sit back, let someone else do the work. Maybe this is why I ended up being a pacer later in my career. It was karma coming back to get me. But I was definitely a sit and kick athlete. I loved tactics. I never ran nearly as fast as well as I raced, I should say. I always raced better than how fast I ran. And I think that was because, again, I had a good kick and I didn't always have the confidence to be able to go out and take the race. But you're seeing now, again, some pace changes as we're inside the final 400 meters. Some lead changes, I should say, up front. And our early leader, Summers, has been overtaken by 4 other athletes. So they're going to make their way momentarily under this red New Balance arch for the penultimate time of this section. And now into the lead as they hear the bell. This is going to be Henry Pedersen up front in those green shorts. He's cruising down the back stretch, but now on his outside, he's got company.
Switching leaders, this one. A lot different race than all of the other heats, for sure.
Bit of a slower pace as well as they enter the final 50. And another pace change, another lead change. And this is going to be Keegan Terry, who's going to take the win in this section in 4:31.32. So another example of an athlete who just blazed that final 400. Terry was in the lead near the very beginning and then sat back for most of the race. Opened things up in that final 300. So great result there for him. 4:31.32. So fastest time so far still belonging to Bryant Lester out of section number 5 at 4:28.80. That's going to be the time to beat as we prepare for our final and fastest section of these freshman boys 1 mile. Again, new record and national record belongs to Keegan Smith of Knoxville Catholic High School. That's from back in 2022, 4:14.63. That's a blazing time. 4:21.34. Oliver Horton is the national lead. But several guys who will be knocking at that door, including Jackson Miller, who comes in with a 4:22.33 PR from outdoors. He's run 4:23.08 indoors this year. And Jackson O'Rourke, who is your leader after 1 lap. But down the backstretch being overtaken by, that might be Will Moss wearing hip number 5. Several of these guys very highly ranked in the country this year, including Patrick Noonan. Noonan's wearing hip number 3, and he comes in as the 4th fastest athlete so far in 2024, but that is Jackson Miller up at the lead again at the 400-meter mark.
And it's really about how you feel on the day. A lot of these seat times, they do matter because the guys have worked hard for it, but it's all about what you're willing to execute on the day today. And especially on a stage like this, it can be pretty difficult. Like I said, you never know what's going on behind the scenes, how long they've been waiting around. It's a little bit of a rainy day, and I know that affects distance runners a lot more. You guys do not warm up like sprinters who could just warm up on a 60-meter track and be good. You guys are outside warming up.
Yeah, and having put in my 10 miles this morning, I can tell you it was a very cold run by the end when you're drenched.
Oh my goodness.
These guys are heating things up here at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. And again, we're going to have a really good indication of exactly how fast they're running as Jackson Miller enters the home stretch coming up on his half-mile mark. It's going to be about 2:11 on the clock. So that's putting him right around his seed time of 4:22.33. He has left those pace lights behind, and frankly, Serenity, so have most of the rest of this field.
And what I've noticed about Jackson Miller's race strategy is that he started to go with 4 laps left. Unlike the rest of the heats where they have just been moving at 2 laps to go, he already started to get quicker and quicker, and we're going to see him probably improve once again because it looks like he's feeling pretty good as he heads into the final 3.
That's such a good point, and I love this. It's almost a challenge to the other guys. He says, look, we've all run around the same times. I know what I want to do today. I'm going to put it down. If you want to come with me, but I'm going with or without you. And I love to see that confidence and that maturity and that bravery really coming out of these young athletes.
Period.
Making his way under that New Balance arch. And coming up to only 400 meters left.
He looks great.
He really does. And 3:17 on the clock. Again, those pace lights are a solid 50 meters behind him.
Wow.
Work is happening in the crew of about 5 who are trying to chase him down that back stretch. But my goodness, this has been the Jackson Miller show, and he is looking incredible. He's going to come under that red New Balance arch for the penultimate time. He's going to hear that bell.
And hear that crowd for sure. They are cheering him on in this final 200 lap.
3:47 on the clock with 200 meters to go, and this young man is showing no signs of relenting as he powers down that backstretch, approaching 100 meters left in this race. He came in as a 4:22.33 athlete. He knows that the meet record is 4:14. He's not going to get that, but he is going to have a phenomenal day as Jackson Miller cruises across the finish line, 4:17.87.
Wow.
And did it all by himself. That was a very impressive performance.
You know, we see the athletes who use the pace lights, and then we see the athletes who completely ignore the pace lights, and that's exactly what Jackson Miller did. He looks extremely experienced. He reminds me of Kessler a little bit.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
It's a good
I think
comparison.
he might be okay with that.
Because Kessler was so young, but, you know, racing like a hawker.
Absolutely.
Already. So I can see that out of Jackson Miller for sure. Obviously, the times will eventually get there as he just continues to run exactly like that.
Well, that was a thrilling final section of 7 of our boys' freshman miles timed finals. 4th fastest ever time by a freshman in the United States, and the crowd is appreciating that stat. Courtesy of our PA announcer, Dave Milner, who's doing a great job down on the track.
We've seen so many great events today. And welcome to the fastest party on the planet. Emphasis on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And these kids are really coming out and showing it. Super excited for the girls that are coming up next. See what they have in store. I wonder if they learned anything from the guys a little bit. I would get in my head whenever I would watch the other heats go before me.
That's such a great point. And, you know, I love that about this meet because they alternate, right? Sometimes they do the boys sections first. Sometimes they do the girls sections first. And historically, it's been that the boys get to go second. You know, but in this case, it's no. Let's save the best for last. We've got the excitement of the guys. That's great. Mm-hmm. Now, ladies, what can you do?
Yeah,
and I think it's really cool that, you know, these girls are, as you mentioned, having an opportunity in many cases to watch their teammates, their friends go out there and kick butt and fill them with adrenaline before they go out and do the same. So I think, like you said, we're in store for some really thrilling freshman girls 1 miles coming up shortly. Those are scheduled to start in about 14 minutes time. Again, apologies for a couple of small technical delays on our stream, but we are going to continue bringing you as much great coverage of this day 1 of action here at the New Balance Nationals indoors here at the Reggie Lewis Center. We're in Boston. We'll be back with action momentarily. Stay with us. So we are underway with section 1 of 4 of our freshman girls 1 mile timed finals. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Reggie Lewis Center here in Boston. We're enjoying a great first day of action here at New Balance National Indoors 2024, the fastest party on the planet. We've already seen some excellent results in our middle school and freshman 400s and our middle school and freshman 1 mile races. This is our final individual event of the day, the freshman girls 1 mile. Following this, we'll have a whole series of championship 4x1 mile relays, always a crowd favorite, both at home, on our stream, and here in stadium. But before we get to that, we have 4 sections of this freshman girls 1 mile. Times ranging in this section from 5:30 to 5:39. Fastest time of the bunch belongs to Kira Mellon. And already, less than 600 meters into this race, things have spread out significantly. So Kira Mellon is our early leader. She is approaching the half-mile mark. Again, she comes in with a 5:30 seed. But as she goes through the half mile in 2:30, she is on pace to blow that absolutely out of the water. And doing it the hard way, all by herself. Again, if you're just joining us, you may see those pace lights at various points on our track. Those are set to the fastest time of our section. So in this case, Kira, as she makes her way towards that red New Balance arch, is pretty well near a full 100 meters ahead of pace for her own season's best. And again, to come in with a 5:30 seed and be running in the 5:0 range is incredibly impressive, especially all by herself.
And we saw in the boys' heats, whenever somebody would take it out this hard and gap the whole crowd by this much, they will always end up getting caught. It doesn't look like it. 3 laps to go. I think it's pretty safe to say it doesn't look like she's going to get caught, but you still never know.
All right, quarter of a mile to go, and it's still Kira leading.
Powering down that home stretch, approaching the 1,200 meter mark. Just over 2 laps to go now for our leader. And to your point, Serenity, we saw so much happen, so much drama in the final, minute 30 of those boys' miles. But this is one strategy, to just go out and put as much daylight between yourself and everyone else as possible, that even if they're moving faster than you over those final 2 laps, they've run out of space to actually catch up. And that seems to be the case here. This is very brave running by our leader, Kira Mellon, doing everything she can to improve on that season's best of 5:30. And she is going to hear the bell as she crosses this finish line for the second to last time. And she still has about a 20-meter lead on her next competitor.
And to put in perspective for what that means, because you never know, some athlete could just be a lot faster than her competitors, but she is about 100 meters ahead of that light.
And a big move now down the backstretch by our athlete moving into third in the red kit. She's going to have a fabulous final 100 meters or so here, but this has been Kira Mellon from start to finish, and she is going to win this section number 1 in 5:14.32, and that is a 15-second improvement on her season's best. Outstanding running from the freshman Mellon.
She is definitely setting the standard, and just to be in the first time final out here, she made she ran a time that is going to be tough to beat for sure, at least until we get into, I want to say even section 4, but you never really know.
Well, again, it was a great fought battle for the two girls behind her as well. That was Izzy Daniel at 5:19.43, just outdipping the 5:19.43 as well of Elsa Klein. So anytime you have to go down to the 100th or 1,000th of a second to separate competitors in a mid-distance race, you know it's been a great fight over that last lap. So the mark has been set, 5:14.32. No athletes in this second section have times faster than that. But again, we know that anything can happen. Magic does happen here. New Balance Nationals. And we're underway now with section 2 of 4 of our girls' 1 mile freshman timed finals. Seed times ranging from 5:22 to 5:30 in this section. And again, right away, lots of traffic. 20 girls in this race, Trinity, and they know that they have to get after it. You can see them ahead of those pace lights, but having to really find their distance, they start them in alleys, meaning that for the first 150 meters or so, they run in 2 box sections and then cut in approximately where the 400-meter cut-in would be.
And right at the gun, everything on these athletes' mind is to just get away from the crowd. Like, let's spread out as quickly as possible, as painful as possible, as painless as possible. So no tripping happens.
Well, and also, you know, so you don't get stuck running in lane 2 or 3 on the outside of a pack of 4 or 5 girls without anywhere to go. Conversely, being trapped on the inside where you're running the shortest distance, but you know, don't have any ability to get out of trouble should a move happen ahead of you and you can't cover it. So about 80 seconds for the opening 400 meters here for these girls, and that's really solid running. Again, that puts them right around their personal best or season's best, although they are well ahead of those pace lights, which would be set to 5:22.49. Now as they come around the top of that track, you see some separation. It's a distinct group of 5, 2, and then 3, and then the rest. That appears to be Abby Teague of Skipper Girls up in the lead at 600 meters. And I believe that's Pellin Turner as they cruise down the backstretch in that blue kit on her outside. And I apologize, that is actually Brea Cunahan wearing hip number 14. And she comes in with a 5:28.5 seed. So against Serenity, another example of an athlete who just really wants to get after it. There isn't much indoor racing, you know, remaining in the season. This is it. And if you want to get those indoor times, if you want to really set yourself up well for outdoors, and that's the other thing, that outdoors comes up quick. So not only from, you know, getting those marks in, but from a confidence perspective, if you can assert your dominance and make the very best of your competitive opportunities here in Boston, it's going to do wonders as you lead into the outdoor season.
And you have to do it now, because this is what sets up your training for outdoors. You start a whole new cycle when you get to outdoors, but this is how you can find out where you are.
Absolutely.
Where can you start? Where can we adjust? And especially, you know, taking it down from 8 laps to 4, going into the outdoor season, it always helps. At least mentally. It's the same distance, but
well, gutsy running continuing here from Brea Cunahan. And as she comes down that home stretch, approaching 400 meters to go, she is looking very strong, about 3:53 on the clock with 2 laps remaining. Well ahead of those pace lights. Again, the time to beat is 5:14.32 from Kira Mellon out of section number 1.
I would say I haven't seen any drastic kicks with these past 2 time finals, but the times are still fast nonetheless. Like we saw that 15 second personal best in that first time final.
Yeah, that was so impressive. And again, it's probably going to fill our leader with confidence as she approaches the bell now. 5:34 on the clock with 1 lap remaining. And she's continuing to look really good. Brea Cunahan cruising towards only 100 meters to go, turning over. Again, 5:14 the time to beat. We are 5 minutes on the clock right now. It's going to be close. She sees the clock now into that home stretch. And she is going to do it. 5:12.02 for Brea Cunahan. Comes in with a 5:28 seed and runs 5:12. That is a tremendous result for this young woman.
That was a big run for her for sure. She looked great. She looked relaxed and composed.
Well, still 2 sections to go. But some fast times thrown down already. Seed times in this section indicate the ability to get down to, if not faster than, the times we've already seen. 5:15.83, held by Maggie Madsden. She'll wear hip number 1, and then another race where we have 20 girls. 5:15 to 5:22, the seed times for this third section of freshman girls miles. And early on, this is Anila Robinson and Maisie Stevens taking the pace over this first lap. Should mention that the national record in this event for freshman girls is an absolutely whopping 4:37.40. That was set 2 years ago by Sadie Engelhardt, who has just, of course, gone on to continue to be a phenom. That was run at the New Balance National Indoor Championships in 2022. National lead, 4:49.16, thanks to Sophie Rodriguez. That was set just about a month ago on the 11th of February at the Millrose Games. And we'll see some of those faster seed times represented in our final section coming up after this one. But you can tell the times are fast, Serenity, because these girls are pretty spread out early on.
Yeah, they are. And I can even tell where the light is. I would say they have a good 20 meters on it right now. But these girls in this particular time final, they're just working together.
So that is Maggie Madsden wearing hip number 1, fastest seed of the bunch, taking the lead. And she is pulling another very familiar name, a Bullis athlete, Destiny Frug, along behind her. And then, of course, each of these competitors really strung out in a long train right now.
What are some good miler mechanics that we should be looking out for? We talked about form when it came in the 400. What do you look for when it comes to the mileage runs and the more distance runs where you're really just either competing with yourself, worrying about the time, and maybe even worrying about that pace?
I think it really comes down to trusting yourself and your coach, because again, the mile is really the meeting point of the 800 speed and, you know, the 3,000, 3,200 2-mile strength. So like I said, these girls, some of them coming off of cross country earlier this year, they would have been strong but not fast. Now they've got that sharpness. You can see the strain on the face a little bit of our athlete in second, that Bullis athlete, Destiny Frug, and I think she's just doing everything she can to just stay with that fast tempo of Maggie Madsen. I would be the Bullis athlete if it were me.
Yeah.
That's the kind of work I'd be doing. Just stay with her. A lot of self-talk. Get through one more lap, get through one more lap, get through one more 100 meters at this pace. And if you know that you have a kick, you can have the confidence that if I can just be close to her with 100 or 200 to go, I can probably take her. But, you know, there's so many different tactics at play, and I think the best athletes are the ones who don't panic, they trust themselves and their coaches and their race plan, and they get the job done. And these two have some separation on the rest of the field, and there is only 400 meters to go. And I've got to say, Destiny's done a great job of not letting that blonde ponytail in front of her get too far away. As I say that, Maggie Madsen seems like, all right, I'm ready to inject a little more pace into this thing. And a big move now down the back stretch by our athlete who is moving into third, and I believe that might be Lewis. So Lewis, as they approach this arch, is possibly going to overtake our Bullis athlete. And 4:31 on the clock with 1 lap to go for Maggie Madsen.
This is one of the first time finals that we have seen where the top seed on paper is owning it on the track as well. We haven't seen that lately, which says a lot about the rest of the field. Great competitors out here. But Maggie is owning this one. This is her track. And she looks great.
The time to beat 5:12 flat as she comes under the arch. She is going to be well ahead of that. What a great run by this young woman. 5:05.54 for Madsen. And that was Emily Lewis. Sorry, that's Kaylee Glenn taking... Kaliana Glenn taking second in 5:09.36. That was a whopping 33.87 final 200 for Madsen after doing all that work by herself up front. So that goes to show, you ask me how you get it done, the very best milers are both strong and fast, and this girl has it in spades.
And that was the 6th fastest time in the nation. And she looked great doing it.
She sure did.
And like I said, we haven't seen it, really. We have kind of seen those top seeds give it over to somebody else. And I hate to say give it over, but these are tough competitors. I mean, we're at New Balance Nationals up here in Boston. So it's really anybody's game. But today, Maggie said it's mine.
Absolutely. There are a couple ways to win a race. You can take it from someone else, or you can go out and just take it from the gun by yourself. And that's exactly what she did.
By herself, for herself.
And the gun has gone for our 4th and final section, on paper our fastest of our freshman girls 1 mile. This will conclude our individual events here at day 1 at New Balance Nationals indoors. 5:02, the fastest seed in this section, and that belongs to Lexi Cole of the Warriors Track Club. She'll be in excellent company, though. There are a total of 6 girls who have broken 5:10 so far this season. And they are on a mission. That is Lexi Cole, who is going to be at the front of this pack after that first lap. She's in close contest with Scarlett Hawkins, Chelsea Cornelia, and Alexandra Jackson. Of course, we just saw that 5:05.54, courtesy of Madsen out of section number 3, and already these girls are well ahead of those pace lights. We talked about the 60-second barrier as a freshman girl in the 400, and that being that magical mark that you want to break. I got to tell you, breaking the 5-minute mile as a mid-distance runner, as a freshman, that's the same kind of magic, and I would not be surprised at all if we saw more than a few of these girls get close to or under that 5-minute mark. And
those of you who don't already know, Kate is an Olympian. So hearing her analytical perspective on these races is exactly what I need, because me, I'm just looking at it. I was a 400 runner. This just looks like a lot of laps to me. They all kind of merge together. It's tough to see because I was not doing anything over one lap, but you are experienced in this.
Well,
so to see them do this is amazing.
It sure is, and I appreciate that, Serenity, but it's so fun now being on the other side and remembering not that long ago what it felt like to cruise around these fast tracks and have this kind of competition. And that's really the brilliant thing, I think, about these events is that, you know, competition is competition. So whether it's the Olympics, you were, what, an 8-time, 12-time All-American? I can't keep track. Serenity was a million-time All-American at Texas. And the point is, you know what it's like. It could be at the very top level. It could be at this level. It's all great competition. It's all that same feeling. It's the nerves. It's the magic. It's trusting yourself. It's having this atmosphere. Absolutely incredible. And these girls are really working strong together here. Not quite as big a move up front as we've seen in some of the earlier sections. 2:31.80 for Lexi Cole in that opening 800. But she's been taken over now, as you see some movement along the back stretch there.
And Kate, you are also a pacer. So tell me what's so important about mid-distance racing, and why is the pace so important to keep? Because that's not necessarily a thing when it comes to sprinting.
Yeah, great point. And so, you'll often hear mid-distance coaches telling their athletes, don't fall asleep in the middle of the race. And what that means is, in a sprint, maybe in a 400 you can get a little bit of that where you just lose focus for a split second, but really it's such a short race that you're not as likely to get that happening, especially in an indoor mile where, like you said earlier, you have laps on laps on laps. You're eating laps for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes you get a little lost in where you are, especially if you're mid-pack. There's runners ahead of you. There's runners behind you. What lap am I on? What's my pace? Where am I? And if you fall asleep behind the wheel and, even half a lap goes by, you lose that pace and lose contact a little bit. It can be so much harder to wake up and have to get back in it after you've lost that momentum. So that's where you're seeing these girls up front. This is really impressive running by hip number 3 here. This is Abigail Anstedt. She's run a 5:05 so far this year, and she is pulling Blair Bartlett with her. These two said, we're not going to fall asleep midway. You saw that move be made at about the half-mile mark. They let the other girls do the work early on, and then they said, okay, this has been fun. Time to get out of the sandbox. Let's go.
And that was a great point you made. We saw it in the 400s. We saw the athletes wake up and just sprint to the finish line. That is not the same case when it comes to these laps. You have to go the lap before. You have to go 200 before for sure.
Well, and especially when you want, as these girls do, to go under that 5-minute mark. That was a 4:25 on the clock for our leader, Anstedt, with 1 lap to go. They've been cranking out 37s, but they know they've got to get moving if they're going to break 5 minutes. Here we are into the final 100-meter Serenity. They're pumping the arms. They're driving for home. They're going to see that big New Balance arch, and they're going to see the time on the clock. It's going to be close. I think it's going to be just outside 5 minutes. But your winner in 2024 New Balance National Indoors is going to be Abigail Anstedt with a 5:01.74. 5:02.81 for Blair Bartlett. 5:04.04 for Kenya Leach. What a fabulous race.
And that was the 3rd fastest time in the nation by Abigail Anstedt.
Absolutely fantastic. So that's about 4 seconds better than this time she came into this season with. Great way to go out. Again, a lot of these girls, mid-distance runners, they'll probably be tapped for some 4x8s, some 4x4s, maybe an SMR, a DMR later on in the meet. But excellent running all around by these mid-distance athletes. And that's going to conclude, Serenity, our individual events of day 1 here at the Reggie Lewis Center. But don't worry, folks at home, because we still have, and I apologize, I'm just getting the reminder from my lovely co-host here that we still have the middle school boys and girls 1-mile races. I'm just getting so excited for these relays.
Honestly, same. And I saw them, busting out the batons as well. They may have snuck this middle school mile in there. But it's really easy to do with the middle schoolers. You can lump them all together into into maybe about 3 heats. But we're just rolling right through it nonetheless.
We appreciate your patience with us. We're so glad that you're joining us from wherever you are across the country or abroad, tuning in to our broadcast here of the New Balance National Indoors at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. These middle school boys 1 mile races are set to go in about 12 minutes time. Going to lay out for just a moment. We'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to our coverage of day one of the New Balance National Indoors here at the Reggie Lewis Center. We are fired up and on track for section number 1 of 5 of our middle school boys 1 mile races. And we are off to a blazing start, Serenity. Right from the gun, we have a runner who's decided that he's going to take matters into his own hands and put his name on this track.
He sure is. And I hope he can keep it.
This is hip number 11. That's Jeremiah Shepard of the Young Achievers. And he's cruised through that opening lap in about 32:30, meaning that he's about 5 seconds after 200 meters up on every other runner here in this field. Once again, those pace lights will be set to 5:10, which is the fastest seed of the group. That belongs to Cam Marchand. But this is all Jeremiah Shepard right now. About 69 seconds for the opening 2 laps. So settle down in pace a little bit after that very fast 32:33 opener. And again, this is a tough way to run because he's got lots of distance back to everyone else, but he also knows that now he has to hurt all by himself. You know, they say misery loves company. I don't want to say that anyone's miserable here, but I'll maybe amend that and say discomfort also loves company.
Absolutely.
Better to hurt with others than hurt alone. And unfortunately, I think that's what we might find this young man doing, although he looks really smooth now as he passes through that 600-meter mark.
And just to give perspective, I always used to think that the way you can run a distance event, if you just go out really, really hard and nobody will ever catch you. But the crowd is coming nonetheless. They still have 5 laps to make up that distance on Jeremiah, but he looked very comfortable up there.
There's so much momentum in a pack, too, and I think that's the other thing that can be difficult when you're running solo up in the lead is that not only do you not have sort of the encouragement of the runners around you, you don't have that physical momentum of everyone working together, pushing each other, inching that pace down stride by stride. Our leader looks great. He came through the halfway mark in about 2:25. That puts him on a really good tempo, and he still looks smooth. But this is where things can fall apart. Laps 5 and 6 of an indoor mile can be awfully dicey if you haven't timed it correctly. Little shoulder check there. And that's usually not a great sign, Serenity. That's an indication that, okay, I've been feeling really good up until this point, but now I'm starting to wonder, where is everybody? Where's the threat?
Okay.
Where's the danger?
So he showed his hand a little bit.
A little bit there, and that is Nikhil Shaw of Garden State in that yellow and black kit, who's trying to chase down our leader right now. But gutsy running up front by Shepard. After that blazing 32-second opening lap, he's been running in the 37-38-second range. He's going to see the clock here as he powers down that home stretch. He'll see 2 laps left.
And that pack does not have a lot of time at this point to catch him. So if they were going to do it, it would have been maybe 2 laps ago.
Well, and Nikhil Shaw, who's just out of camera shot right now, he'll be to the right of your screen momentarily. He's also working all by himself, so although he's in the chase position, he's having to do it completely solo, which isn't a whole lot easier.
These are 3 separate races going on right now. That's what it seems like. But he is just powering through Jeremiah Shepard as he's about to head into his final lap, the bell lap.
This has been very impressive running. I thought that we might see a big slowdown by Shepard, but he hits the bell and he's still got a huge gap back to Nikhil, who's in second. And he, I think, heard that bell and found another gear. You can see how far back second place is. And that gap is just being extended with every stride. Shepard looks absolutely fantastic.
And he has just proved us wrong. And I'm sure a lot of people in the stadium as well, they thought that he would probably burn out.
Well, keep an eye on the clock. He's going to break 5 minutes. It's going to be a 4:54.55 for Shepard. He came in as a 5:12 athlete, so that is an 18-second improvement on his season's best.
Wow. And just to put in perspective, in the Section 2 of the time finals that we're about to see coming up, they do not dip below 5:03 on paper.
Here you see that extra gear that he found. He's just looked like he might have been out of his depth a little bit, but I love when you see a mid-distance athlete dip at the line. He probably knew that no one was coming up right on his shoulder. He said, it doesn't matter. I want the sub-5. I got the sub-5. Let's see what we can do. That was extraordinary running. And like you just said, I don't think anyone in that second section probably expected that the 11th ranked runner from section number 1 would run anywhere near that fast.
But that's the type of running that you get at meets like this.
That's the New Balance magic, as they say, and magic on track now in section number 2 of 5 of these boys 1 mile middle school timed finals. And you know, Serenity, this is the other thing, is that we're seeing these athletes get younger and younger. We started with the freshmen, now we're down to middle school. This is the inexperience showing a little bit. These athletes going out really, really hard in this first, 100, 150 meters or so. We'll expect that it'll settle down a little bit. Running well ahead of those pace lights, which you can see at the back of your screen there, just disappearing, and those will be set to 5:03.20. But a very speedy opening lap there by Geiger at 33:58. Geiger comes in with the 16th fastest seat time of the bunch at 5:10. So another runner really wanting to come to Boston and show what he can do.
And I actually kind of love seeing the middle schoolers go second, because you get to compare their times to those high school times. Like we just saw the freshmen not too long ago, and going back to Jeremiah Shepard, that 4:54 from him, that could have competed a little bit with some of the other heats in some of the other time finals from the freshmen that we saw not too long ago, and he's a middle schooler.
Absolutely. Well, and what I love here is that Noah Geiger, who's still up there in the pack, runs for Waltham Track Club right here out of Waltham, Massachusetts. So I think that's another little added sort of bonus or infusion of energy for some of these runners who say, I'm here, I'm local, whether you've come from afar or you're representing a team that's, in your backyard. You want to put on your very best performance when it counts. This is Reed Sim that you're seeing in the glasses, another athlete wearing those glasses indoors. Tall figure, powerful. He's run 5:07.99 so far this season. And we're about to see these athletes come through that half-mile mark. Sim is going to be about 2:23, 2:24 maybe on the clock. So again, well on pace to eclipse his season's best.
And the vibes are still very good here at this indoor meet at the Reggie Lewis facility. It's a very nice facility. The stand's still packed out, and I have to speak just from a sprinter's perspective. The stands usually clear out during some of the distance races, but it is still going strong here. But that speaks to the culture of just Boston and the distance appearances in Boston over these past couple of years. We've seen it with Boston marathons. We've seen it with a lot of events here, for sure.
That's such a great point, and these athletes will be so happy that this energy is high. Again, if they raced last year, it was at the track at New Balance. That is a difficult facility to compare anything else to, because it is just like the epitome of professionalism. It is such a cool new track. The whole feel about it is just absolute magic. So, some of these athletes won't have the opportunity this year to compete there. If they're racing or throwing or jumping on Sunday, they will. But in the meantime, they get to enjoy the energy, the enthusiasm of not only a really excited crowd, but a knowledgeable crowd here at the Reggie Lewis Center. So a pass now, change in leadership up front. And I believe that's Noah Geiger, the local guy, who's taken back over. But he's going to be contested on the outside. And with 1 lap to go, a little bump there between Sim and Geiger. They are neck and neck as Sim tries to pull away from the local Geiger. Sim, a really powerful, strong athlete. Checking back just to see where the danger is. As he comes under that New Balance arch, he is clearly away, and he is going to cruise himself to a sub-5-minute performance as well. 4:48.38, and the arms go up as he flies across the line, Serenity.
These middle schoolers are giving us a show. He was the leader from the very beginning. He would lose it for a couple of sets, and he would take it right back. And he would take it back smart as well. So he would pass the person, his competitor, who would, kind of try to edge him out a little bit, and he would cut them off so they would have to go around. And he looked so powerful. I know he's happy about that run for sure, as you can see.
Great celebration at the line there. Reed Sim, 4:48.37, not just under 5 minutes, but squarely under 4:50 as well. These times are bananas. That is almost a 30-second improvement for him.
Wow.
20 seconds, I should say, rather, on his seat time coming in. And we are only not even halfway through as we head into section 3 of 5 of these middle school boys mile timed finals. And this is where we should start seeing a good group of guys working together to get under that 5-minute mark. We have 5 athletes in this section who have eclipsed 5 minutes so far this season. And lo and behold, out in the front, right from the beginning, this is Bryson Anderson of Vitesse. He is one of those runners to go sub-5. He's a 4:58.54 runner. And yet another athlete who has just said, you can come with me if you want, but I'm running my own race today. There is no one near him. Anderson at a 31.87 opening lap, which is just blazing. 65.9 through the opening quarter mile. And the rest of the pack doing all they can to start stringing out behind, trying to close that gap, but this is a lot of distance to cover in a short time. You can see the effort starting to build a little bit here as our leader's stride gets a little bit longer, a little bit slower. And just maybe a shoulder check there, which, again, when you're only 600 meters into a mile, can be a sign of some discomfort. Kevin Sacco and Ascot Drozdov Armenia working together behind our leader, and they're right on those pace lights. You see them just coming into your screen right now. Most of these guys right around that 5-minute mark, and about 2:24 on the clock for our leader Anderson. But you can see now how close the followers are to him. He's back on those pace lights. Kevin Sacco comes in at the 10th best time at 5:01. He's part of the Los Gatos. And then behind him, closing really well, is Drozdov Armenia. And they've essentially caught Anderson. So now the race is on with less than 3 laps to go. And that's Max Molinaro, who's putting himself in the conversation as well in the white singlet. So a 4-man race now as they approach a quarter mile to go. Anderson has been caught, but he's continuing to run with these guys as Sacco makes an attempt around the outside, but Anderson holding him off, not letting him get to the front of this pack. And it seems as though Anderson, after having slowed through those middle laps, has sort of been reinvigorated by the company of the 3 guys behind him. So it is Anderson, Sacco, Molinaro, and Drozdov Armenia.
He's holding on pretty well as they're going into the bell lap for sure.
This is very impressive running up front by Anderson. I really thought that we were going to see him get completely eaten up by that pack, but he has done a fantastic job of holding off their charge. And down the backstretch, he's increasing that lead.
Maybe even baited them a little bit. Like, yeah, come and get me. Watch me
love
kick.
to see.
Looks like he's getting some company, though.
I believe that's Molinaro now in the white kit, making the move on the outside. And he's going to drive for home. Max Molinaro with the late surge. He's going to take the win in 4:52.40.
That was great kick at the end. Very gutsy run from Anderson as well, though.
Yeah, I was really impressed by that from Anderson, and he did everything he could. He just ran out of track. It was just a couple meters too long. So what a finish there by Molinaro. He puts the arms up, he's happy with it, and gets congratulated from his competitor. Molinaro 4:52.40, Bryson Anderson 4:53.57, Drozdov Armenia 4:54.43. So fastest time still belongs to Reed Sim out of section number 2 at 4:48.37. That's some great depth there out of section number 3 as we move right along now to our second last boys individual event. I think I've got that right now. Serenity of the day.
Yes, for sure, before we get into some relay action. But it's been really good to see these middle schoolers. They look so young. But this is a pretty big stage to be racing on.
It is. And, I was having this conversation with a few coaches earlier leading into this weekend, and we were all saying that at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how fast or how well each of these athletes runs. Of course, you want them to, do well, feel good about it. It's the exposure to this level of competition, to the clerking, to the nerves, to the travel for many of them. This might be, for a lot of these athletes, their first time kind of going through that. And you can't fake or force that. You can only learn it by doing it. So what a great opportunity for each of these athletes to get that exposure that they couldn't get in any other setting.
Absolutely. A great point for sure, because you got to get used to it. You're going to do it all throughout your track and field career, especially in college. You have to get used to getting on that plane and having it get off of the plane, shake off, get your legs moving around and prepare for your race and compete against people from all over the states, even all over the country. We saw a lot of the sprinters representing Jamaica as well. So this is the time to do it, as I keep saying over and over. So I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Well, fast pace is being set up front. This is Caleb Neesett. Talk about coming from everywhere. Cleveland Youth Running Club. Opening quarter mile in 68:28. And he is leading Wyatt Dan of Castle Rock, Colorado. So we've got quite a diverse affair of athletes coming from different parts of the country. Gordon Smith in the mix there too. He's from New York. Fastest C10 here, 4:47.32, and that belongs to Cass Krasinski.
And you know what I think I see, Kate? I think I see a mullet. We love the mid-distance mullet. That is you all's. I was talking about the sprinters. They have arm sleeves. They have, the flashy uniforms. Distance runners, they're going to have that mullet.
One thing I can say I never had in my track career was a mullet, and I'm deeply regretting that decision now. I know you all can't see us at home, but there might come a point on this weekend's broadcast where I show up with a mullet. Let's keep our fingers crossed on that one.
So that would be the day.
Through the half mile now for our leader, and he is continuing to pull away. Really strong running up front there by Eric Smelling. That was a 2:16.85 half mile, and he's got a full 3.5 seconds on the next fastest runner. That's Ethan Fisher out of New Hampshire. So Smelling comes in as the 4th ranked athlete in this field at 4:49.82. And he's going to have to run a season's best if he's going to be the fastest runner of the group so far. Again, that 4:48.37 out of Section 2 is really keeping these guys honest and forcing them to put the pedal to the metal here. But look at that stride. Serenity, he is absolutely cruising.
Yeah. And I've completely forgotten about the pace light.
Well, it's not really been in our field of view for so long.
It's not.
Again, that pace light set to 4:47. Well, as our leader comes up on a quarter mile to go, he's going to hit that finish line at about 3:26. And he has left that pace light and most of his competitors in his wake. And he is continuing to turn over. Look at the arms. I hope he knows he has 2 laps left and not one, because he is going for it.
Like I've been saying, gutsy runs from these middle schoolers. And honestly, we keep trying to act like we're surprised by it, but when you're a kid, that's what you do. You fall down, you get back up like it's nothing. Kind of when you become like an adult and a little bit older, that's when things start to affect you a little bit more. So,
such a good point. I love that. Run like a middle schooler. Well, I think if anyone could run like a middle schooler, they'd be thrilled if they ran like this one. He hit 4 minutes with a lap to go. Keep your eye on the clock, because the meet record is 4:32.17.
He pointed to the crowd a little bit, Kate, on that backstretch.
I love that.
As he hits the jet.
He is feeling good. He has got about 10 seconds to try to break that meet record. It's going to be close. He comes into the home stretch now. He's going to be just outside it, I think. 4:32 is gone, but 4:35.04. What a blazing time for him. That is just absolutely sensational. 4:35.03 for Eric, and that was a 33:20 final 200. No competitors in sight, puts the finger up to the crowd. He almost dares them. He says, watch me run.
Out of Minnesota, that was a great run by him. I love it. I love the kids. They're so refreshing.
They are. That's a good word for it.
They're so fun.
You know, it's so true. My coach used to actually say, run like a middle schooler. He'd say, when you were a kid, there were no meters or yards or split times. It was who can run from this goal post on the soccer field to that goal post the fastest, or how many times can you run between those two trees before you puke.
Yeah.
And getting back to some of that is never a bad idea. Well, that was ridiculously impressive running.
I feel like we've been saying that every single time.
Every time, and I'm happy to keep saying it, but 4:35 is going to be a tall order. We only have 3 competitors in this 5th and final section who have run faster than that this season, so they know what they have to do. Our 5th and final. And here we are in the final laps of our fastest middle boys 1 mile. timed finals. This has been another tremendous exercise in solo work by our leader. He is coming up on the bell lap, and he has come in with the fastest time of the bunch, and it looks as though he is going to leave that way here at the Reggie Lewis Center. This is Sean Reith, 4:28.28, his best so far this year, but he has been cruising 33-34 second laps consistently all by himself, and he is on pace for a sensational time here. And as he comes into the home stretch, he's looking really good. The arm goes up. 4:24.69. That was a 31.97 final 200, and he did it all by himself. He's so happy with that, and he should be, because what a performance. 4:24.69 is a new meet record. That eclipses Cam Cuss's best of 4:32.17 from last year. It's the fastest time in the country this year by a long shot, and it is only 5 seconds away from the national record for middle schoolers held by Marcus Riley. That was set back in 2019 at 4:19.01. But Sean Reed, 4:24.68.
And to put in perspective, the freshman boys mile that was racing a little over 30 minutes ago, he would have gotten 6th place with that time.
So full results there for our middle school boys mile. John Tyndall, 4:30.19 for second. A good fight there. Karen Veer Patil, 4:30.56. Evan Dan, 4:30.58. Very close finishes there. And all of these times in our top 10 under 4:40. Really shows the depth. And as you mentioned, Serenity, many of these guys would have been able to hold their own in the freshman boys mile, and they'll have another year before they have to contend with that. So extraordinary performances across the board. We have our girls 1 mile middle school timed finals coming up shortly. That is set to go off at 6:14 p.m. local time. That's in 14 minutes. We will keep you apprised of our start for those races. But stay with us. We're going to continue bringing you coverage from here in Boston at New Balance National Indoors. On track now here at the Reggie Lewis Center and Track for our final individual event of the day. This is going to be the middle school girls 1 mile. We'll have 5 sections and then a very short break before we head into our 4x1 mile relays, which will take us through our evening and conclude our first day of competition here. And apologies, but the graphic you're seeing on your screen is not indeed the boys 4x1 mile championships. We will have those coming up right after this on I know we're all very excited about it. But first, we're going to get through 5 very exciting sections of our middle school girls 1 mile. As we have done in all of our other races, we will be running these slowest to fastest based on seed time. And our pace lights will be set to the fastest seed of each section. These are timed finals, meaning that fastest time of the day walks away with the victory here at the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. Little shake out of the nerves and a quick reset. So 17 girls taking to the track for just over 8 laps of this middle school girls 1 mile. We've already seen a couple meet records and national leads go down in the last few hours here at day 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Championships. And don't be surprised to see a few more be under threat here with these middle school girls. Times in this heat ranging from 5:46 to 5:51. Again, very tightly packed. And this is your early leader, Nora Schmidt. She goes to Lincoln Middle School and had a speedy opening lap there of 37.84. She's a 5:50 seed. She's being followed by Isabella Reda of Salk Middle School in New York and Sloan Larson of the Running Falcons. Those are the 3 athletes on your screen right now, and they have clear separation from the rest of the pack. Nora Schmidt opening quarter mile in about 78 seconds. And that is very quick running. And Reda has gotten right up on her back, doing what she can to latch on and work with our leader. A bit of a gap back there to Sloan Larson, who is just out of camera shot to the right of your screen. The school girls 1 mile. National record, we mentioned her earlier and we'll mention her again. Sadie Engelhardt of Ventura High School back in 2021 ran a Studley 4:51.94 as a middle schooler, which is difficult to fathom, frankly. Meet record, also very quick, held by Emily O'Donnell from last year at 5:08.85. National lead is faster than that, 5:03.76 by Sydney Johnson. And again, we'll see these times just continue cranking down with each successive heat, but we're off to a great start here, courtesy of Nora Schmidt and Isabella Reda. Reda having to work really hard to try to get right on the back of Schmidt. And they'll be about 2:45 through the half-mile mark. So 2:44.8 for Nora Schmidt. And that's very impressive running, because that puts them right around 5:30 tempo, and that would be 20 seconds faster than what she's seeded at. Reda starting to fall off now as Schmidt continues cranking things down one stride at a time. Three laps remain for our leaders as Schmidt continues her dominance up front. And now there's a bit of a lead change behind, as in the pink you see that's Haley Rowe of Rocket City coming around Rada. And then the chase pack follows in their wake. Several of these athletes will come away from this New Balance National Indoor Championships with shiny new PRs or season's bests. And if nothing else, a great story and a great reason to return next year. So Nora Schmidt, with a quarter mile to go, continues to lead. And now Haley Rowe has created quite a bit of separation back to Isabella Rada, who has become the de facto pace setter for the train of girls following behind. Haley Rowe has a 5:47 personal best coming in. That makes her the 10th fastest girl in this field. And she is ahead of those pace lights right now, so on track to run quite a bit quicker. But this has been a totally solo effort by Nora Schmidt, and she will hear the bell here at about 5:55. And if she can crank out another 40-ish second lap, that would give her about a 15-second betterment on her season's best. Nora Schmidt making her way towards that New Balance arch. And it's been all Schmidt all day long, kicking up the cadence, powering for home, and she's going to take this handily in 5:34.54. And that was a sub 40 final 200 all by herself. Fantastic running by the youngster there. And she is only in grade 7, so she has another year of middle school running. You see these athletes so happy to be on camera for the first time, many of them. Nora Schmidt, 5:34.54. Haley Rowe, 5:39.45. Madeline Gargillo comes through for third at 5:39.92. 3 of these young ladies under that 5:40 barrier. Fantastic opening section in our middle school girls mile. So moving right along to section 2 of 5. Fastest time here belongs to Tilda Killam. Also a grade 7 athlete. 5:41 flat is what she has come in seated as. But again, not much of a gap back to the 18th athlete in this section at 5:46.58. And this seems to be a more sensible opening lap for these girls. That is Vivian DePere, also a Waltham Track Club athlete, so local runner up front taking charge of this second section. Vivian comes in ranked 4th in this section with a 5:43 season's best. In fact, the top 5 runners in this section are all 7th graders. And at this age, every year makes quite a difference, so that's really saying something in terms of their development. DePere leads, bit of a gap back to Tilda Killam. And you can see how tightly bunched these athletes are, running a lot closer to the pace lights as well. So while we have some strong leadership up front, no one wanting to really challenge early on. Athletes swinging wide around this turn. jockeying for position. Now Annika Kindorf in that red kit decides she wants to take her turn at the front of the pack. And that injection of pace seems to have just put a little bit of spice in the legs of these girls and strung things out a bit. So Kindorf continues to take the lead. 2:48, the half-mile mark. So just a touch slower than what we saw out of our first section. But after a slow opening first few laps, this seems to be the wake-up call that these girls needed to really get moving. So they're right on those pace lights right now, which means that they're on pace for a 5:41. And they'll know that if they want to start cranking things down, this is the time. 3 laps remain. There's a 41.73 for Killam. Lillian Knott right on her heels. She's from Burnt Hills in New York. And I apologize, that was actually Tilda Killam who's in the lead. I've been calling her Annika Kindorf. Also a 7th grader out of Litchfield is Killam. And now that's Liliana Griffin of the Bison Track Club, who's joined the party in that orange kit. They will approach the finish line with 2 laps to go. Quarter mile remains. Just falling a hair behind those pace lights. And as I say that, I believe that's Lillian Knott who's decided enough is enough. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. So it's Lillian and Liliana duking it out up front. Lillian Knott, 13th in this field at 5:45. And at the bell, she is on pace to better that. As for the first time, Liliana Griffin surges to the lead. And a huge injection of speed around the back of the track here as Liliana Griffin heads for home in stunning fashion. She went from being a miler to a quarter miler real quick, and she is going to come away with an absolutely phenomenal win. 5:29.20 for Griffin. That was a 35:46 final lap. Spectacular running from the 7th grader who's got years ahead of her to continue developing, but off to a cracking start here on day 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Championships. And she'll pull Dupere and Knott, along with Killam and Silk, all to sub 540 performances. Taking a well-deserved rest after that very speedy final lap. Section number 3 of 5 now on track in our middle school girls 1 mile timed finals. A bit more range and times here. 5:35.25 by Maya Ruggieri is going to be the fastest of the bunch, and they range down to 5:52 flat. Liliana Griffin with that 5:29.20 has set the mark to beat. And a wildly fast opening 200 meters here by Haley Mancini of the Valley Blaze Track Club. She opens at 34:50. And Mancini is sort of middle of the pack of this group on paper at 5:38.01. About 71 opening quarter for Mancini, which I would imagine will be difficult for her to maintain, as I think that's Molly Mako out of Illinois, who is slowly but surely chipping away at that lead. Mako is the athlete coming in with a 5:52 flat seed time, although I have a suspicion that she may not have run a mile this year and was just seeded as that by her coach. She's paced this race very well so far. A little bit of a trip there on track by our leader. Looks like maybe she just lost her footing and stumbled, but continuing to hold off Mako, who's trying to come up on her shoulder down the backstretch. And lots of movement behind them as you see that pack of 4 and then one trailing 5th trying to get up and make contact. Serenity, what's the longest race you ever did?
Ever raced in, or I've done a mile, you know,
okay,
but not timed or anything. I like to do them before my workouts. But an 800 is the longest I've ever gone out and competed in.
Well, that can be one of the most painful, sadistic events in our sport. So
yeah, it was painful. I think it was in high school, maybe like 2:15 was the max I was going to get
very
at.
Solid.
It was cold. Yeah, not fun.
Well, we're not cold here. We are on fire here at the fastest party on the planet at New Balance Nationals Indoors. And another lead change now, as we see Emily Desiderio taking to the front of this pack at just over 1,000 meters, 3:19.77. So she really benefited from the strength of that pack, who worked together really well to catch our early leaders. Molly Mako now in second, Melina Santi in third, and Aubrey Matasic, also part of that crew, in fourth. And then Daria Lamakina constitutes the 5 on your screen right now, with a significant gap back to the rest of the field.
And it seems like things are shifting now as they're about to go into the last 400 of the race.
And this is the position where you can see, just as these athletes approach that finish line, that there's some contact. This is where you really want to make sure that if you have a group around you, you're not falling asleep. You're staying alert and you're covering any moves that are made. You're keeping your cadence high, you're driving the arms, you're staying as alert and tall and quick as possible. Because a move can be made in a split second, and if you aren't on that train when it happens, it can be all over. So these girls running really well to just stay in contact, stay in contact. We're going to pass through that arch for the penultimate time and approach the bell here. And it looks to be a battle of 2 up front. On the outside, that's Melina Santi, who's now making a big move around the outside. Melina Santi opening things up.
She took that lead, and now she is starting to gap the field a little bit more. Her stride is getting long, but it does not look like Mako is going to let her have it easy at all. She's trying to come up, but Santee is looking too strong.
What a close for Melina Santee. That was so impressive. The tailwind athlete takes the win in 5:18.65.
I think I like that name, Tailwind. I like that.
And she seemed to have one today somehow on this indoor track. But that is the fastest time thus far of this group. Santee getting the fist bump, celebrating with the officials, with her competitors. And again, another athlete, both of these girls actually really looking like 400-meter runners as they approach the line. You can see the focus on the face, dip at the line. I love a good mile dip. Great times all around for these girls. 5:18.65 for Santee. Mako 5:19.35. That now puts two girls under that 5:20 barrier, heading into our fourth section of 5. So a few scratches in this section. We have gone from a field of 19 to 16. But if you ever wanted to sprint in a pink skirt at the New Balance National Indoor Championships, it's already been done. It's happening right now. This is fantastic. I absolutely love to see it. I believe that that is Petra Grundel.
Or if you ever wanted to sprint, one leg orange, the other leg black fading into orange. That is being done here too.
The outfits are speedy and so are the times. Quick opening lap there of 33.74. I would expect to see this settle down just a little bit. I think these girls are really excited. That's going to be hard to maintain, but what it has done is gapped the rest of the field back by about 30 meters. So these two up front, that is Melody Ashford in the orange and black, and to her outside, that's Petra Grundel. Grundel now trying to make a move around and going through in about 72 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Well, that is not far off of what I was running, but a decade older than her. And she looks incredible down the backstretch.
But they still have 6 laps to go.
We should mention Ashford in that orange and black just outside of your field of view right now at home is only in 6th grade.
Oh, wow.
So she's got lots of years of running ahead of her. All of these athletes do. But this girl up front is looking super fast and very controlled, I should say. Absolutely running her own race. And killing it in a skirt.
Yeah, I would say this is my first time seeing that one.
Well, I should say it's a skirt. I think it's probably, the shorts and the skirt over top, and the running skirts I think were a big fad, about 15 years ago. I love that we're seeing Petra bring them back. Again, look good, feel good, and she is cruising here. She's going to be approaching at the half-mile mark in fantastic form. So she's going to be just around 2:31, 2:32 through that half-mile mark, which puts her, of course, just outside 5 minutes for the full mile. And based on her 5:34.40 seat time, that would be a stunning improvement. She's a metronome. She just keeps clicking away these laps right around 40 and looking so strong doing it.
And it doesn't seem like she's slowing down yet. She seems very comfortable up there.
She does. She seems to like front running, and again, just completely running her own race. We promise there are other athletes in this race. We just haven't been able to spot them yet. There's a move happening behind by Reese Latta, who comes in at the second fastest time of the bunch. She should be in your field of view very shortly, but This is all Petra Grundle up front, showing everyone how to get it done, putting on an absolute clinic in middle school girls miling.
She's coming up on the 400-meter mark now. I'm ready to see her kick. You can already start to see it, but it's more so just momentum into each lap. Not such an apparent, like, okay, let's go faster.
Well, she again has just been solid and consistent with every lap, running right around that 39, 40-second mark. Such a hard thing to do completely solo. She'll get some boost from the crowd here. She's approaching 300 meters to go. Her form hasn't wavered at all, Serenity. She's just been like clockwork, and she's been so strong and consistent. You don't see any of that rocking and rolling that you sometimes get under great fatigue. She's going to hit the bell here in about 4:33.
Ooh, that's fast. We might be needing to look at the record watch for sure, or at least national lead.
Well, the meet record at 5:08.85 is absolutely under threat. Let's see what she can do over this final 100 meters or so. I think she's going to be just outside it. And here you see the field giving chase. The race is on for second and third, but this has been Petra Grundle from the start. She's going to be just outside that meet record. But what a time, 5:12.09. And that is sensational, about 4 seconds outside of the meet record, less than 4. Petra Grundle, when we get you some competition, big things are going to happen.
In her skirt.
Absolutely love to see it.
Yes, Petra.
So 5:12.09 for Grundle. Maddie Welk holds on for second in 5:25.65. A tight race from her back. Reese Lotta, who was in that chase position for so long, just got beaten in the closing meters at 5:26.55. And then two more athletes under 5:30. So another example of a fast runner up front really pulling lots of other competitors to speedy times. And, you know, that's what another thing that I really like that my coaches and my sort of mentors used to say, which is that if you get really nervous on the start line, don't think about your competitors as your adversaries. Think about them as people who are going to help you get the very best out of yourself. There's a reason that we run faster in a race than we ever can in training, and this is what it's all about.
I think that's really good advice, especially because you get so caught in your head, especially when you're out there just all alone. And that's exactly what Petra just did. Like, she was running by herself for the majority of that race, and she made us a little bit nervous in the beginning. In the first 100 at least, she really sprinted out there, but then she kept it. She settled into something that was comfortable for her, and I think these athletes are just trying to find a balance in between comfortable and letting off, but she didn't let off.
Absolutely. Well, if you can believe it, we still have one section to go here of our middle school girls 1 mile. Underway now with our fifth and final section of our middle school girls 1 mile, and some fun storylines here, Serenity. We just saw Reese Lotta in our last heat. Sorry, not. Yes, I apologize. We did see Reese Lotta. She finished 7th in our last section. 3 of her sisters are racing together in this fastest section.
Oh, wow.
We have a set of twins and another sister. They are Ellen, Iris, and Remy. These girls are all homeschooled, and they're out of San Antonio, Texas. But expect to see a lot of showdown here, a lot of speed on track, if you will.
A lot of speed. I liked it.
Starting with Ms. Ellen Lotta up front, that is who is on your screen right now, and she opened in 36.17 for that first 200. She comes in with a seed of 4:57.16 on paper. She is not only the fastest athlete in this field, but she is the only runner to have broken 5 minutes.
Wow.
Again, national record, a staggering 4:51.94 by Sadie Engelhardt back from 2021. It's going to be hard to believe that that could be in contest, but that meet record at 5:08 and the national lead of 5:03 are certainly going to be in trouble today as Ellen Lotta continues to cruise up front here. She opened up in about 70 seconds for her first quarter mile. And she's got that tall, lengthy stride, a bit bouncy, but looking really strong. And behind her, just about to cross that finish line, is Adriana Pettinelli, another tailwind athlete. She comes in with a 5:01 seed.
I kind of wonder what's going through Iris Lotta and Remy Lotta's head. Like, look at my sister up there. She always takes it out so fast.
Well, in some ways it'd be great because you could always gauge pretty accurately how far back you needed to be, within range of your best. But this is all Ellen Lotta up front right now, and she's going to go through that half-mile mark in the low 220s. 2:24.02, so that puts her at about 4:50 tempo for the full mile. And if she were able to do that, she would be right around Sadie Engelhardt's middle school national record of 4:51.94. You got to think that that's in her mind right now.
Yeah.
She doesn't just want to win. She doesn't just want to get a new personal best. She wants to set her name in the record books here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
And she's running like it too. She has such a long stride. She's a tall competitor at that, but she is for sure going for that record.
So again, putting on a clinic. She is clear and free of the field. She's about 500 meters from the finish line and a potential new national record. Ellen Lotta, San Antonio Patriots. You can see her eyeing that clock with each passage of the lap. So that was a 3:40 at 1,200 meters. She's only got less than a quarter mile left to run. That was a 37:55. She's been incredibly consistent, 37.8, 37.4, 37.5. Ellen Lotta's got to dig deep here. In fact, Serenity, she's going to start lapping other athletes. And again, this is the fastest section of the middle school girls' mile. So that means that she is lapping some of the best runners in the country. The crowd is starting to get into it here. She's going to hear the bell. 4:15 on the clock. She needs about 36 seconds, and that's exactly what she's been running to break Sadie Engelhardt's national record for middle school girls.
She's getting that crowd all on the backstretch right now. She's owning this race, but she wants that record.
4:34 on the clock with 100 meters to go. It's going to be awfully close. The crowd are on their feet here at the Reggie Lewis Center. They are cheering on Erin Lotta. Time to beat.
And the lights are going crazy.
4:51.94. And she has done it unofficially. 4:51.19. Less than a second.
And she had the sparklers there. She knew that she had it when she was crossing that tape. It was all on her. She's getting all the congratulations right now. She absolutely deserves it. Gets to celebrate with her sisters now.
Sadie Engelhardt has continued to be one of the most dominant and impressive athletes that we have seen in years, if not ever. And this young woman just surpassed her national record as a middle schooler. Spectacular running. Fantastic efforts trying to dig so deep, especially by herself. in those closing meters, knowing that it was going to be so close. It's not over till it's over, and that is how you get it done at the fastest party on the planet here at the Reggie Lewis Center. New Balance Nationals indoors, using the athletes that she's passing as momentum, driving those arms forward. You got to think there's a boost from watching fireworks go off next to you, seeing that red tape, and crossing, knowing that she has now cemented herself in the record books.
And she's doing a little bit of a victory lap, as she should. She deserves it. Probably looking for her parents. She has her sisters to celebrate with also.
What a great opportunity for this girl to be able to really soak in the environment here. You can see she's maybe getting a bit emotional. You can see that this means so much to her. 4:51.19.
Wow.
Fastest time ever run in the country by a middle school girl for the mile. And of course it happened here at the fastest party on the planet. So that's our first national, I believe our first national record of the day. We've seen meet records go down. We've seen national leading times. Impressive across the board, but as she comes into the home stretch for her victory lap, the crowds are on their feet, celebrating with her. Those pace lights still going, cheering her on. And of course, you're going to get that Kodak moment next to the signboard with your national record flashed across and your name. What a thing for these athletes to be able to experience. Ellen Latta of San Antonio.
And at this level, I love that they're getting the victory lap. I love that they're getting the lights, the fireworks, because they got to get used to it anyway. Get used to winning. Ellen Latta, 4:51 is absolutely blazing.
Well, the other thing is, I got to say, I don't think I saw her bend over for more than about a second after that to catch her breath, and right away she was off to a victory lap. So, like we said, to be able to do that kind of work and turn out that type of performance solo, and then to have the energy to jog around and celebrate seconds after you finished bodes very well for this young woman's future. So
Absolutely.
I've said it a few times today, Serenity, but now I think I'm finally right in saying that that concludes our individual events.
It is, and what a way to go out.
What a way to go out. And what a way to go into our 4x1 mile relays, which are set to take place coming up next on track. They will close out day one of New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships here in Boston. Those races are set to start in about 15 minutes time. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots of excitement still to come for Kate Van Buskirk and Serenity Douglas. We'll be back with you.
And we are back in Boston, indoors at the Reggie Lewis facility. So many great events have been going on today. The voice you hear right now is Serenity Douglas. On the screen, you see the boys 4x1 mile relays warming up. They're going to be racing in a little under 10 minutes. So they're getting some runs in. We've seen so many great races. About 5 minutes ago, we just saw a new national record being set. 4:51 in the 1 mile for middle schoolers. Ellen Lotta got that national record with 4:51. She had her victory lap and everything. It was great to see, especially out of these young athletes. Getting experience like this on a national scale is extremely important for their track careers. But of course we're having fast times. It's the fastest party on the planet here at New Balance Nationals. There's going to be 3 finals for this boys 4x1 mile. We might see a couple of repeats of names from the mile that happened a little over 30 minutes ago. Maybe getting in some more reps. But now they have a team to help them out. And teams are always really exciting. Relays always get the crowd going. And this crowd has been electric today. The facility is beautiful. Boston is looking beautiful. Now the team to look out for in this first timed final would be American Fork Cross Country Club. What a really fun name, American Fork. But if I haven't learned anything from calling these races all day today, it's that anything can happen. So while they have on paper the fastest time with 16 minutes and 38 seconds, it can still be anybody's race. We have Carol sitting at number 2 with 17:02. In Plainfield South with 17:24. They're getting in some runs in the middle of the track. It's about a 60-meter sprint there before they go around this 200-meter track 8 times, and then they get to pass the baton off to their trusted teammate to take it from there. And once again, if you're just joining us, we're at New Balance Nationals indoors. Here at the Reggie Lewis facility in Boston, Massachusetts. You have already missed so many amazing races, but that's okay because you guys can find all of the races on New Balance YouTube channel. This is just day 1 of 4. 3 out of the 4 days will be here at the Reggie Lewis, and then the last day will be at the track of New Balance, right down the street, that they're actually hosting right now, something that you might have heard of, which is NCAAs. Another amazing track meet with the collegiate athletes, getting to show off their talents. Hopefully some of these middle schoolers and high schoolers have gotten a chance to go and talk to the collegiate athletes. Maybe take some pictures, sign some autographs. And it looks like they're about to do some introductions for this 4x-mile. Getting some introductions on. Right now on your screen is the Titans. What's a better name than the Titans for a track meet? We've been seeing the Vikings, the Warriors, the Spartans, and now the Titans for this track meet. They're about to get a nice introduction. A team of Caden Evans, Ben Jaster, Noah Nielsen, Daniel Simmons, They're about to get their nice little introduction. Oh, it actually looks like we're going a little bit out of order here. This one is Shoreline Track Club is coming up now. Look at these introductions go. They have the fireworks and everything behind them, the lights going. This one is Tub Gator Track Club. I'm not sure if y'all can hear the music, but it's great. The energy is great in here. We're in Boston. Boston loves the long distance events as well, and it's relay time. Another team from New Jersey. Then next up, the Running Rocks. Then Valhalla out of Utah. Next up, Plainfield South. Out of Plainfield South, Illinois. And then here we go, Carol. They'll be running in this first heat. In Texas. They came all the way from Texas, all the way up to Boston. I also came from Texas. That was a pretty long flight. And then finally, American Fork. Okay, so they did it backwards here. I like it. American Fork will be running in this first heat here. Now, if you're wondering what you just stumbled upon on YouTube, this is the New Balance Nationals Indoors meet here in Boston, Massachusetts, here at the Reggie Lewis facility. I'm Serenity Douglas. I'm joined by Kate Buskirk. Amazing races have happened already. So many more to come. This is the final race of the night, the final event of the night, excuse me. 3 heats. They're all time finals. Kate, I was saying before that I'm wondering if I'm going to see some familiar names from the mile that happened a little bit earlier with the freshmen coming back with their relay team. Maybe they'll use this as their cool down. You know, mid-distance runners do that all the time.
Well, I think you're onto something there, Serenity. I don't know that it's going to necessarily feel like a cool down, but I do think we're probably going to see some repeat action here. A quick double, that's for sure. And, of course, the big storyline here, as you were alluding to earlier, is that the American Fork Cross Country Club out of Utah are the ones to beat. So American Fork has a real shot at threatening 17 minutes. And we are underway here with our fastest section of the championship boys 4x1 mile relay. As we mentioned, only one team has ever broken 17 minutes in this event. The second fastest team ever is 17:01 back in 2019, and we haven't seen anyone come close to that yet. So, can American Fork become only the second team in history to break that 17-minute mark? They're going to make it awfully close. Caden Evans leading off for them. And he is a 9:08 3,200 meter runner and a 4:20 miler from last summer. He wears hip number 1, so he's going to be on the inside there in that burgundy kit, trying to stay on his feet, as that is Valhalla, I believe, in position hip number 4. He's going to be just behind him.
I'm interested to hear where they got that name from, American Fork. I've been talking about the names. I think we saw the Spartans, the Titans, Warriors, and they are American Fork. I love it.
Well, we were talking earlier about how, I haven't raced that many 400 Serenity, but I have been on a lot of 400-meter relays. And there's just a totally different vibe in a relay than an individual event. You know that you're out there. It's more fun in some ways. In some ways, it can also be more pressure because if things don't go well in an individual race, that sucks, but it's kind of just you, right? If things don't go well in a relay, you've got 3 other teammates to answer to. So pressure's on, energy is high, excitement is fantastic here at the Reggie Lewis Center. And this is Caden Evans continuing to lead and really pull away here from his competitors. Those lights are going to be set, I believe, to 16:38 tempo.
Yeah. And like you were saying, they have something to do it for. They have to do it for their teammates, and that gives you a certain boost of adrenaline.
Absolutely. And, we expected American Fork to be up in the lead here, but he's in good company. There is Caden Evans, the American Fork lead leg, because Carroll is the team just behind him. That is Jude Alvarez, who is holding on, trying to maintain some contact there with Caden Evans up front. So Jude Alvarez for Carroll. Running strong in second, but it is all Caden Evans up front. Again, he ran a 4:20 mile last summer. He's going to have to come pretty close to replicating that if he wants to set his team up well to get close to that national record, or at least under that 17-minute barrier.
Kate, have you been on a 4x-mile?
I was on a 4x1500 meter at the Penn Relays when I was in college, and that was a lot of fun. This is about as close as you can get to that, but a 4 by a mile is truly kind of the all-American distance, right? So This is great to watch these guys at this championship event doing all they can to work hard both for themselves and their teammates, but also for a shot at history here. Now, Evans looking like maybe the effort is starting to build a little bit here. We've got some company behind him. As you see Alvarez being joined now by that tall figure, hip number 3, that is Plainfield, Cameron Vigor. So Alvarez now overtaking Evans at the front for the lead. This is going to be a wild final lap here.
And this is what I love about relays. It feels like the baton just gives you superpowers. Carroll overtook that lead from American Fork so swiftly as he's about to hand it off to his teammate. Very smooth handoffs, which is also very important. Since I've run on a lot of 4x4s, the handoff could be key. A lot of people just think that 4x1 handoffs are the main ones, and ones in 4x4s and 4x-miles, as this one is just not as important, but the smoother, the better.
Absolutely, that's such a great point. And what is so impressive is that not only was it smooth, but those were some blazing times. That was unofficially about a 4:16 for Carroll and 4:17 for American Fork. We said that Caden Evans would have to run around that 4:20 personal best or better. Well, he ran faster than that to the handoff. Evans has handed off to Noel Nielsen, the senior. He's a Notre Dame commit for next year. He's already run a 1:51.97 800 this season, but he is a 4:18 miler from last spring.
Notre Dame is notorious for having mid-distance runners. I want to say that they were home to Yara Nagoose.
Such a powerhouse of mid-distance running, as you mentioned. Right now, it is Carroll continuing to lead American Fork. That is Ryan Vandenberg leading Noah Nielsen. But Nielsen really working hard to stay with him. So again, we'll keep our eyes on the clock. Again, 17 minutes. Again, quick math is 8.5 minutes at the halfway mark. That means that they have to be about 4:15 each. And now we see about 600 meters into this leg, contact made between Noah Nielsen and Ryan Vandenberg. These guys have to make sure that gap doesn't get too much bigger. He's got to set up his American Fork teammates to be able to try to have a run at this thing. Carroll running very strong there up in the lead. That is Carroll in the white singlet who is in the lead, and then in the burgundy behind him for American Fork, Ryan Vandenberg trying to stay with him.
And it's so difficult to see what the end result will be on that fourth leg run because this is a mile. There's still plenty more running to go. So as you can see, American Fork is coming up on Carroll there. Still with 3 laps to go, though.
Well, and of course, as is true with many relays, often you put your fastest runner as your anchor leg. In this case, that's going to be Daniel Simmons anchoring for American Fork. And he's a 4:09 miler in his own right.
Oh, wow.
He won the 2 mile at New Balance National Outdoors last year and has some fantastic credentials under his belt. So we know that that team is set up well for their closer. But Carroll maintains their lead as they approach a quarter mile to go. They're starting to lap more and more athletes. It is those two on the outside who are positions 1 and 2. Lead has not changed. This is Noah Nielsen leading Ryan Vandenberg leading Noah Nielsen. And these guys know that they have just about 250 meters to go in this leg, and now for the first time it is Nielsen overtaking Vandenberg into the final lap of his leg. Again, we're looking for about 8:30 on the clock at the handoff if they want to be in range of threatening that 17-minute barrier. And I can tell you that Noah Nielsen has just found about 7 new gears as he kicks for home and hands off here in about 8:25, I should say.
Amazing closing lap by Noah Nielsen there. He separated himself and just completely sprinted. But that's the type of energy that you see on relays.
That's right, and that means that these guys are now under pace for that 17-minute barrier. This is Ben Jaster running this third leg for American Fork, and he's got a significant lead now. You can see back in the white kit at the top of your screen. That is Zach Troutman for Carroll. But in the space of that last lap, Serenity, like you said, such a huge final lap there for Noah Nielsen. He's really cemented the lead for his American Fork teammates. This is Ben Jaster. He's also a senior. He's an 8:59, 3,200 meter runner from this season. So he's strong. He's in great shape. And he's just got to stay on his feet, avoid this traffic, and use these athletes that he's lapping to try to pull him to a faster time with each lap.
But as you were saying earlier, Daniel Simmons is sitting on that fourth leg for American Fork, and he is the difference maker. Yes, they're already in the lead right now, but he is going to be what possibly gets them into a personal best, as they're already under it right now, like you said.
That's right, and again, these athletes having some other runners to lap has got to be such a boon right now. I'm not sure I'm envious of the officials having to keep track of who has how many laps left, but nonetheless, it is that team in the black and red up front. American Fork, Ben Jaster, continuing his crusade towards hopefully a sub-17 performance. Jaster with about three laps to go here.
And I think he's about to start lapping some people soon.
And I believe Ben Jaster actually only has 2 laps to go. I know that it flashed 3 to go. But again, it's hard for these officials to keep track of everyone here. I believe that this is him into his final lap before his handoff to his American Fork team. My apologies, he will have 300 meters to go from here. So we're looking for 12:45 or better at his handoff. And he is going to hit his 1 lap to go at about 12:06, so he is well on pace to put his teammate Daniel Simmons in a position to bring this thing home. And look at him go. Ben Jaster, like Noah Nielsen before him, cranking down new gears with each stride.
He's in a race of his own right now as he's about to hand the baton off.
And as he comes into the exchange, it's going to be about 12:36 on the clock. So they are a solid 8 seconds under what they need to be if they were to run even in order to break that 17-minute mark. And as I mentioned, this man right now, Daniel Simmons, is a 4:09 miler in his own right. He's a senior. He's going to BYU next year. He was 6th in the mile at New Balance National Outdoors last year and won the 2-mile. On paper, he's the fastest member of their team. And if he can get in that 4:10 or faster range, these guys are going to put themselves in the history books. So American Fork, the only time that they weren't in the lead of this race was in the first few laps of the first leg. But look at how smooth Daniel Simmons is looking. Absolutely cruising.
When you have a team like American Fork, there's so many seniors on their team. What do they have to lose?
Well, and that's the fun of this, too. They know that this is going to be their last New Balance Nationals indoors as a unit, and they want to get after it. Of course, these guys will probably see each other lots in the NCAA next year, but we've got running to do before then. So, last chance as a group to really put their mark on this event. It was about 14:07 with 5 laps to go was Simmons. He is absolutely cruising here. Simmons for American Fork coming up on his halfway mark. About 14:38. That was a 2:02 800 meter approximately for him.
My goodness.
So that puts him on tempo for a 4:05 or better mile. This would not only be a way for them to get under 17 as a team strength, that would be an outright personal best. That was a 31 last lap. He's coming up now. He'll see 3 laps to go when he gets to the finish line. 15:10 on the clock, 15:09. Another 31. He's fallen off the pace lights of that national record, but they are well in hand to eclipse the 17-minute barrier. Simmons for American Fork. Gonna get on that all-time list. He's got quarter mile to go. 15:42. So Simmons powering down that backstretch. He has just over 300 meters left to bring his team to victory here at the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. Time to beat 17 minutes to get on that all-time list. That would be an average of 4:15 per runner. They're going to be well under that. 16:12, it looked like 16:13 on the clock with 1 lap to go.
And at this point, he is sprinting. His teammates going crazy for him.
This is going to be an incredible quartet as he works his way into the final 60 meters or so. Here come the fireworks. Daniel Simmons and American Fork. They're going to take home victory. It is going to be a win. It's going to be on the all-time list. 16:43.21 for Daniel Simmons, Ben Jaster, Noah Nielsen, and Caden Evans. That is spectacular running. That's about 4:12 per runner for 4 runners in a row.
Just off of their seed time. But amazing run nonetheless from them.
Absolutely spectacular, and you can see how happy these guys are. And this is where the magic happens, Serenity, because no one runner made this happen today. All 4 of them had to be on their game, had to bring their best, had to know what they needed to do individually and as a group to pull this thing off, and they did it beautifully.
Absolutely. And they're going to remember this when they go off to BYU, go off to Notre Dame, and on to their next ventures.
Fabulous execution by these 4 out of American Fork. And what a way to kick off our first championship event of these 4 days of track and field action here in Boston. There is some magic that must happen when you see those fireworks go off.
Oh, there has to be.
But absolute focus there by Simmons. The hand goes up, the baton goes up. Job well done by these 4 young men. And what a way to finish their senior indoor careers for at least 3 of them. Maybe some more running in store this weekend, but I think everything's probably icing on the cake at this point, Serenity. American Fork takes the win in 16:43.21. Very impressive finish there by Carroll, we should mention. They were overshadowed a little bit, but 17:08.34 for that quartet, and then 17:21.71 for Plainsfield South rounds out your top 3. We should mention 17:22.18 for fourth. That is also a stunning time. 4 teams under 17:25. But it was American Fork with the victory here at the Reggie Lewis Center.
It was the Forks. And we're going to be preparing for another really cool introduction coming up pretty soon. The relay action has kicked off. Still a lot of people here as we're getting in deep into the evening time. Starting it off, going from the bottom to the top. This is heat 1 of the girls 4x1 mile. Starting with Rogers Track Club. Next up, we got Mountain
Brook Track Club, and a little tumble by them, it looked like, able to get back up.
They're feeling that.
Next up, we have Kinetic. Love those pink kits by the Kinetic team. Kujatolia Athletic Club will start in position 10.
Then Barrington Distance in 9.
Next up, we have Real Training. They'll be wearing hips number 8.
Bobcat Track Club following in 7.
Wearing hip number 6, another team in all pink. This is going to be the Falcons Track Club.
And then right behind them, And that light blue is Academy, cross country, and track and field.
And then our top 4 seeded teams. This is going to be quite a race, folks. Flower Mound out of Texas. They are not only the meet holders, but the current national record holders from 2 years ago. They're returning 3 of their 4 from that national record.
And then a very young team, Union Catholic Track Club, up next.
3 freshmen and 1 sophomore comprise this young group of talented runners. They're looking to put their mark on this event. Next up is the Carolina Cavaliers. They come in with one of the fastest seeds of the bunch, 19:24:60, and they will have a legit shot at the national record as well.
And then finally, Gilderland.
Gilderland High School out of New York, rounding out our 13 championship teams competing in this girls 4x1 mile relay. So we just saw a fabulous performance from our men's side. We're about to see, I think, some fireworks both literally and figuratively go off here, because this could be a really competitive race. The national record was set at this meet about 2 years ago.
Kind of an interesting lane assignments for these teams. The fastest seed on paper is from Carolina with 19:24.
You know, this is an event that's not run all that often, so the seed times can be a little bit misleading sometimes, difficult to really nail down how fast your team can be, because when you put together the individual mile personal best, personal records of these athletes, sometimes that, you know, the total math of that could add up to a lot more, or a lot faster rather, but it's just not run that frequently. So a little bit of an unknown here, but again, that national record could be contested. Flower Mound, as we mentioned, returning 3 of the 4 athletes who were part of that meet record setting performance just 2 years ago. But up against, as we mentioned, Union Catholic, that young team with 3 freshmen and 1 sophomore, all very speedy 1,600 and 3,200 meter runners. And then the Carolina Cavaliers, as you said, fastest on paper. Another team with lots of experience, 3 seniors and a sophomore there. So national records could go down.
And do hip numbers matter for races like this? You care about what lane you get when it comes to sprinting, but when it comes to mid-distance, you know, you're all jumbled together.
Yeah, and I think it matters more if you're starting kind of on the outside in, you know, those the boxes where you have to run maybe the first 3 turns of the track on the outside versus the inside. Really, wherever you start, it's a matter of just getting out safe, getting out clean, and trying to get to the front of that race as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. I never liked being in lane 1 because I felt like everyone kind of collapsed in on me, and I would have preferred to have kind of a line of sight on the outside. But I think in a race like this, as long as everyone stays on their feet for the first lap, it's going to be okay.
And hopefully they do for sure, as they're getting lined up now. Right under the Welcome to the Fastest Party on the Planet bridge.
Underway now with our championship girls 4x1 mile relay. Again, this should be a fantastic contest amongst all of these teams, but particularly the athletes wearing hips 2, 3, and 4. That is the Carolina Cavaliers, Union Catholic, and Flower Mound. And we've just gotten word that there's a bit of a mix-up, or a change in the lineup, I should say, for Flower Mound. So this is going to be Adeline Bennett, who is leading off for them. So Adeline Bennett is the freshman of this team, otherwise composed of juniors and seniors. She's got a PR in the 1600 of 4:56.99 and a 2:13.800 as a freshman, which is very fast. So we know she's got wheels. Not too much stringing out right now, but as expected, that is Flower Mound up at the front. Taking control of this race early on, or a quarter mile in now. And again, that is Adeline Bennett. Adeline Bennett, and she is currently leading out the team Kinetic. That's Alicia Hart tucked in behind her. And then in the green shorts in third, that is the Carolina Cavaliers. I'm sorry, that is the Mountain Brook team. Mary Catherine Malone. But already creating some separation here. Adeline Bennett, the freshman, running with the maturity of an athlete much older than herself. Just as we saw with the boys' race, not only are these teams looking for a win, they're also looking for the fastest time possible to put themselves on that all-time list, and if not at the top of it, then not far down below some other athletes who have gone on to do sensational things. So more and more separation created here for Flower Mound ahead of the rest of the competitors. Bennett about 2:35 through the half mile. Great shot there of the gap back to the rest of the field. So again, 17:37, the national record to beat. $19:37, I should say. Apologies. $19:37, the time to beat. 3 laps remain for the lead leg, Adeline Bennett for Flower Mound. But she's being chased down now by a very fast last lap. Courtesy of the Carolina Cavaliers, this is Josie Schill. Schill, a sophomore, so it's sophomore versus freshman, and she's a sub 5-minute miler, 4:59, 1600 meter runner just a couple of weeks ago. And now it is the Cavaliers into the lead, overtaking Flower Mound with less than a quarter mile remaining. Bennett not wanting to let her go. So those two continue to work together. Flower Mound now back into the lead. Bennett overtaking Schill with less than 200 meters to go. It's a battle between the two teams in blue up front for the pole position as they approach the handoff. Flower Mound still in the lead as she hands off. It's going to be about 4:58 for the freshman, Adeline Bennett. So these athletes will have to run about 4:54 each to try to contest the record. So just a hair outside of that to kick things off for Flower Mound. But Bennett has handed off to Nicole Humphreys. Humphreys, the senior, she's going to Oregon in the fall. She hasn't raced a whole lot this season, but in 2023, she ran a 2:06.800, a 4:46 mile, and a 10:11 3,200 meters. So she has wheels and strength. This is Nicole Humphreys. She's going to be joined by her twin, Samantha Humphreys, who will anchor this team for Flower Mound. Behind her for the Carolina Cavaliers, trying to keep themselves in it, this is Stella Kearney's. Stella is a senior going to Virginia in the fall. Hasn't raced indoors yet, but she's a 442 miler from last year. So we've got a 442 and a 446 up against each other, and you can see that they're right on those pacing lights for the national record. Humphreys doing all she can to shake the chase of Stella Kermes. But Stella hanging there with her, so 3 laps into this leg and they are ahead of those pace lights. Kermes with the slight advantage on paper with that 442 mile. Little shoulder check there by Nicole Humphreys, just trying to get a sense of where the threat is. There isn't much of one. And about 7:23 on the clock at the half mile mark there.
Kate, what would you say is your assessment right now after we saw the individual miles now into the relay?
Well, again, it's so hard to compare the two because they're almost like different races. Again, the miles that we saw earlier were the freshmen and the middle school. So, these are the big times, and that most of these athletes are, juniors, seniors, a little more experienced. We're seeing more measured performances, lots of steady running. But like we saw with the boys' race in that 4x1 mile, their last laps of each leg were absolutely blazing. We've already seen that in the first leg here, especially with Flower Mound and the Carolina Cavaliers. And I mentioned that these two girls are, mid 440 milers, but they're also very fast 800 runners. So I think they're kind of biding their time here. For the first time, actually, as I say that, under the arch, we're seeing the Cavaliers take to the lead with 1 lap to go. Two laps to go, I'm sorry. And that is Stella Kermes, the 2:10 800 runner, up against Nicole Humphreys, the 2:06 half miler. For the first time, some major separation, Serenity. This is the only daylight we've seen between these two runners this whole leg.
And I guess that's where that experience kicks in, because they know when to kick in.
Absolutely, and speaking of, 1 lap remains now for our leading teams. Look at the distance that Carolina Cavaliers have gained just over the last lap and a half or so. So this is a fantastic run there by Stella Kermes. She's going to be handing off to her teammate, Justine Persano. Persano, a senior, has a 4:51 personal best. And as she runs into the handoff here, it is the Cavaliers in the lead, about 9:48 on the clock. So that was about a 450 mile. That's a huge performance there for Kermes, the senior, handing off to Persano. So Justine Persano going to NC State in the fall. Again, a 4:51.22 miler. She's done that this year. And she'll have a great boost here, knowing that she was given the baton with that much of an advantage over her competitor from Flower Mound. So this is Alexandra Fox running for Flower Mound. Fox is a junior and has run 4:50 in the mile herself, so definitely capable of keeping up with the likes of Persano for the Cavaliers. And as I say that, that advantage that the Cavaliers had over the last leg or so has all been eaten up it's Fox who has reconnected onto the back of Persano. And if I were her, I would just lock my eyes onto the ribbons on her ponytail, do everything I could to just be mesmerized with it and go with it.
And that looks like that's exactly what she's doing. She's being very smart about it too. She's not just going for it instantly. She's keeping her right in her view because there's still 6 laps left. Kind of tiring her out a little bit, making her presence known.
Well, look how smooth Fox looks, just sitting on the back shoulder there of Persano. It looks like she could make a move and go anytime she wanted. But as you mentioned, she's just taking a breath, gathering herself, and timing this perfectly. As I say that, though, you know, Persano must feel that there is the threat behind her because she's injected some speed here, trying to do all she can to shake Fox.
And that may just be her downfall, as backwards as it does sound, trying to go faster when you feel somebody, but being chased, you run out of energy.
Again, it's that old story. Do you want to be the hunter or the hunted?
Yeah, for sure. And Fox, perfect.
So about 12:14 there through the half-mile mark for these runners. So under 4:55 pace for our leaders. And it just seems as though that feedback reinvigorated Persano up front. Cavaliers versus Flower Mound, Persano versus Fox. 3 laps to go for our leaders. And real turnover now by Persano, who is cranking it down.
She has just been putting that head down and going to work, separating herself a little bit.
She's got a long, strong stride. Shoulders are up. She'll have 2 laps to go, quarter mile, before she hands off to the anchor leg for the Cavaliers. That is Charlotte Bell. Bell, a 4:44 miler from this year, senior, going to Georgetown in the fall. So if Persano can keep this thing rolling, they're going to be handing off to a very capable anchor who could bring these girls home close to a national record. Fox for Flower Mound looking good as well, but this is the biggest gap we've seen so far in this race. The Cavaliers, with 1 lap remaining, as Justine Persano came in with a 4:51.22 mile season's best this year. Again, each of these girls has to run about 4:54 average to have a shot at the record. So just under 5 minutes each. And here comes Persano. Again, she's handing off to Charlotte Bell, and she'll hand off at about 14:41 on the clock, which is about a 4:55. And as we mentioned, Charlotte Bell is one of the fastest times in the country this year at a 4:44 mile indoors. She's going to need to run fairly close to that here. And a little bit of drama on the track as the team from Kinetic behind drops the baton and now is actually passing our leading team. I think got a little bit excited there. So Charlotte Bell with 6 laps, less than 6 laps remaining now, trying to take a crack at that record. Again, it is 1937, set by the Flower Mound team. It's a strong team, but it doesn't look as though they're going to be contending for that record. Although, as I say that, you see at the top of your screen the anchor for Flower Mound. That is Samantha Humphreys, twin of Nicole Humphreys, who was on the second leg. And she is chipping away at that lead. Sam Humphreys, Oregon commit, 4:39 mile this year.
Blazing.
So that's actually a 5 seconds faster than our anchor Bell for the Cavaliers. And she'll have that in the back of her mind, just chip away, try to get closer with every stride. Don't try to do it all at once. You can see there at the top of your screen, that's Humphreys. There in the middle of your screen is Bell. And they are at 4 laps to go. So they're just under 17 minutes there at halfway, which means they need to run about a 2:35 final half mile, which is absolutely in her capability. So Charlotte Bell, coming up on 3 laps to go, has a legitimate shot at bringing her team home to a national record. Team from Kinetic again in the pink there. Remember, they're a lap behind. That is Emily Bush for Kinetic. Working well with our leader, Charlotte Bell, but they will have an extra lap to run after the Cavaliers have finished. And about 18:12 on the clock, with a quarter mile to go.
You have to give some credit to Charlotte Bell, who's just been holding on to this lead, especially when you know you have an athlete like Humphreys chasing you. You don't necessarily know how far behind she is. It's kind of hard to keep track of what pace you're on, and she has been keeping this lead very well.
Absolutely, and she is seconds away from glory. 18:47 on the clock with 1 lap to go. And this record is undoubtedly going down. She just has to cross the line with the baton in her hand, and this team is about to set a new national record. Championship girls 4x1 mile relay record was set 2 years ago in 1937-78. We are at 19:12 on the clock with 50 meters remaining. Charlotte Bell sees the fireworks, sees the finish line, hears the crowds go wild, and takes the win in a new meet and national record of 19:22.70.
Wow.
Absolutely fabulous running there for the team out of Carolina. 19:22.70, breaking the old record by 15 seconds, Serenity.
Goodness. Okay. What a way to break a record.
That is tremendous. Well, after not the fastest start, these girls did all they needed to do to move up past Flower Mound, and then Charlotte Bell incredible final 50 meters, but truly incredible running by all 4 of these girls. They're going to come away from Boston this weekend at the top of the national record books. We saw a national record go down on the boys' side. We've now seen a national record go down on the girls' side. And Serenity, this is day 1. Day 1 of 4 here at New Balance National Indoors. They call it the fastest party on the planet. You can't dispute it.
You know what? And I can see why they do. It's been amazing. And this is only, like you said, the first day. This is setting the tone for the rest. Obviously, in track, it is all individualism, but seeing this type of stuff, it motivates you. And it may not even be your day to compete today, but this is going to motivate you. Seeing those fireworks are motivating me.
Absolutely. Just a little bit of quick math here. I think that if I've done this math correctly, these are unofficial splits, but Charlotte Bell just ran a 4:40 mile.
Wow.
To anchor her team to that victory and that national record.
And I could see it. Like I said, she was holding off Humphreys very well.
So the other thing to keep in mind here, again overshadowed, but Flower Mound High School also broke the old national record by almost 10 seconds. 9-second improvement for them at 19:28. They held the national record at 19:37 and have now eclipsed that. Of course, Carolina Cavaliers ran 6 seconds faster, but fabulous performance by those 4 young women as well. 2 teams under the old national record here on day 1 at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. Kinetic did all that work in their final leg as well, ended up with 20:01, just outside that 20-minute barrier. But it's all smiles for the Carolina Cavaliers. Josie Schill, Stella Kermes, Justine Persano, and Charlotte Bell enjoy what looks like a very speedy victory lap, given how fast they all just ran.
Yeah, that's their cool down lap for sure. The cameraman cannot keep
I was just going to say, our cameraman's having a hard time running backwards as fast as these 4 studs are running after having just set a new national best. Well, I can tell you this crowd has been electric from the start. We have been on your live stream and here on track in Boston since about 1:30 this afternoon. And things just keep getting better and better as we progress through this day. These are going to be very happy, I think very tired athletes by the time this day is over.
For sure. Might go out and celebrate with however they celebrate, maybe getting some ice cream. I always used to ask my parents for that. I raced for a burger every time I would run.
That's fantastic. Well, hard to believe that there's even more excitement up on deck, but we still have a number of sections of our unseeded or non-championship 4x1 mile relays. So starting off with our boys. We will have 2 more sections here of these 4x1 mile relays on the boys' side. So again, if you're just tuning in, we've seen 2 national records go down in the space of about 40 minutes here in Boston. Both boys and girls championship 4x1 mile relays came away with the fastest times ever run by high schoolers. Fourteen teams contesting the second section of 3. Fastest times in this section are in the 1740 to 1742 range. Just for context, that's almost a full minute slower than what our national record was just set at for the boys.
Oh, wow. That puts things into perspective for sure. They have a little home crowd advantage there. Home stretch advantage, actually.
So things a little bit more spread out at the front here for these opening legs of the boys 4x1 mile relay unseeded. It is the team wearing hip number 9 that's in the lead right now. And that is the Hills Track Club. This is Tyler Enders. And you get a sense here on this home stretch of how many spectators have come up to the sidelines, lined the fences, offering their support for their team members. Change of pace up front now, change of lead I should say. This is the Finger Lakes overtaking the Hills. So Noah Hilker is listed as their lead runner. And as I say that, yet another change in leadership. The Celtics up front, I believe that's Charles Guerrera. But into the final lap now for these guys, and there is a real battle on with the team Real Training. So into the first exchange now. And it is Real Training out of Colorado who has the slight lead. They're joined by Danbury Track as well. I think that's Kyle Jeffers in third position for them. So it's Real Training, the Celtics, and Danbury. Lead remains unchanged here. With Real Training, the Celtics, and Danbury working as a trio up front. Kyle Toothacre leading the Real Training group in the light blue there out of Colorado. Now they get to start passing some of the other athletes, give them a little bit of a boost here, and someone to chase. looks like the team from Brookline who's decided to latch on to the back of this pack and use that momentum. And now Brookline swinging wide. Theodore Buddy from Brookline has now taken over the lead. And a move on the outside from Rocket City as well. And into the final lap of this leg. That's the Celtics back in the lead in that green. So now it went from a 3-man race to a 5-man race to things kind of being blown wide open here. The Celtics really getting after it here, trying to give as much of a gap to their next runner as possible over the charge from Rocket City. And into this exchange, it is neck and neck, the Celtics and Rocket City, with Real Trainin just behind. And now those three are cleaning away. Now Rocket City moving to the front again. But over that last lap, pace has slowed a little bit, and that's opened the door for 3 more teams to join the party. It's a 6-team race now with 6 laps remaining in this third leg. Jerome High School out of Ohio in second position there. But lots of jockeying for position. So another real battle on our hands here with 5 teams still squarely in this thing, half a mile into this third leg. Massachusetts represented well up front. I believe that's Steven D'Alessandro leading the charge. And now they're really stretching out with just a quarter mile to go in this leg. Well, we're going to have a real race on our hands as we have less than 200 meters remaining for our lead 3. And now Jerome to the lead again. There have been more lead changes in this race than I think in any other we've seen so far, keeping it interesting. Jerome in a battle now. It's the Celtics. The Celtics with the advantage of the final handoff. This is Samuel Ricciuti anchoring for the Celtics, also known as Jerome High School. Danbury now to the lead. This is slated to be Michael Comiskey anchoring for them. You can see the teammates cheering on their athletes. Telling their Celtics team partner to do everything he can to stay up there with our leader. It's Danbury versus Jerome. So Danbury out of Connecticut and Jerome High School out of Ohio. These two have been neck and neck throughout this leg, and they're coming up on half a mile to go. 4 laps remain for our leaders. Danbury has 17:44 seed time. And there's a reason these teams are in close competition. 17:42 the seed for Jerome, so only 2 seconds on paper separating these speedy athletes. Jerome just stalking the tall figure of the Danbury anchor. Less than 600 meters remain for these two. And a big move from behind now as Jerome High School takes off. But just coming into picture now, that is Rocket City putting themselves back into conversation. Rocket City with a huge last lap. They're going to pass Danbury, and with less than a quarter mile remaining, hunting down the lead. .300 meters remain. It is Jerome High School versus Rocket City. One lap remains, and it is still more or less a two-man battle, just not the same two men as who were in it 2 laps ago. The Celtics continue to ease away, and with 100 meters to go, they are going to take the win here in Section 2 of the men's 4x1 mile. Baton goes up, 17:34.70 That is a nice improvement for this quartet, about 10 seconds better than what they've run before. Great finish there for the Celtics out of Ohio. 17:34.70. Excellent fight to the line as you see the teammates of Rocket City coming through. Rocket City takes second in 17:37.47. But it is Jerome High School out of Ohio with a big final push here. That was thanks to Samuel Ricciuti. And nice congratulations there from the Rocket City athletes. Only about 2.5 seconds back in second. $17:34.70 for the Celtics, 17:37.47 for Rocket City, and Danbury was in it back and forth for so much of that race. Finishes just about a tenth of a second ahead of the Finger Lakes Running Club, 17:48.77 versus 17:48.88, and then 4 more teams dipping under the 18-minute mark. Great photo up there for the two teams that battled together so strongly throughout that race. And I think the Celtics, aka Jerome High School, are going to go home happy runners tonight. We have one last boys event to take place. This is the third and final section of the boys 4x1 mile relay. $13 teams set to take to the track here. Fastest times just under the 18-minute mark, so 17:58 for 3 of these teams. Certainly looking to get a few more of those under 18 minutes here tonight as we work our way towards the end of day 1 of track action here at New Balance Nationals indoors in Boston. So straight to the front here with a big opening lap. This is the front runners, and that is John Seifert. Seifert with a big lead on the field early into this race. So some jostling here as we're halfway through the opening leg of this third section of the boys 4x1 mile relay. That was Ward Melville out of New York that was in the lead for a while in those green shorts. And now a lead change as the Carolina Cavaliers move into the lead position. No doubt buoyed by the success of their girls team earlier this evening. It was Justin Babakwa just behind them is Saber Track. That's Dallin Norda opening for their team. Neck and neck with quarter mile to go. So a very tight race on here with 1 lap remaining in this opening leg. Cavaliers with the slight edge over Saber Track. And at the exchange, a little bit of jostling there. Carolina Cavaliers had a hard time getting that exchange down, but stick remains where it needs to be. And the Cavaliers with the advantage as our other teams begin their pursuit. Again, 13 teams on track right now. All have gone through that first exchange. And many of these teams looking to break that 18-minute mark, which would be 4:30 per runner. That's Westfield Track Club. Running hip number 1. That's Caleb Stokeman. So that is Westfield Track Club in the lead. So Westfield comes in with an 18-10 seed, which is one of the slower seeds of the bunch, but this second leg, if it's any indication, this quartet's looking to improve on that significantly. So Westfield all by themselves out front with only 3 laps remaining in this leg. This is Eamon Mason of Westfield, with only a quarter mile remaining in his leg, and he's doing it all by himself up front. So things have really opened up here. This view of our backstretch. Each of these athletes into their final lap and a half of their leg. Eamon Mason doing it the hard way up front. It's been a solo effort from the beginning. Mason will hand off to Cole Werner. Again, we said to break 18 minutes, they're going to have to average about 4:30 each. Well, they are just under that now, as Mason hands off to Varner just under that 9-minute barrier. But there's company coming behind. So Cole Varner has made company now with the Hawks Track Club. This should be Will Olson of Hawks. And the Hawks overtake Westfield. So Westfield and the Hawks Track Club out of Warwick, Rhode Island. And now it's a 3-man race as they're joined by Ridgefield. And Ridgefield now to the lead in that orange kit with 5 laps remaining. So this is Ridgefield and Trevor Fuller set to be their third leg. Ridgefield out of Connecticut. Some separation now from our Ridgefield team in orange. Again, Trevor Fuller set to be their third leg runner. And he's making some moves now, right on those pace lights, which again indicates that sub 18 finish time. Ridgefield have already done that, 17:58.19, their seed coming in. And they are on pace to have a repeat, if not improved performance here. Final lap. This is John Humphrey for Ridgefield. He'll be handing off to Trevor Fuller. We need 13:30 on the clock to be on pace to break 18 minutes. It's going to be awfully close as Humphrey approaches the handoff to Fuller. 13:30 exactly. So we need a 4:29 or better performance. Trevor Fuller of Ridgefield. He's got a 4:34 PR. And he's been rejoined now by the Hawks and Westfield. So it continues to be Ridgefield up front, Connecticut leading the Hawks out of Warwick, Rhode Island. And then the Westfield Track Club still in the mix as well. Now jumping on the back of that crew is the Gonzaga Eagles. Just a quarter mile remains here. They're still right on those pace lights, gunning for sub 18 minutes. And now Trevor Fuller pulls away from his competitors. He'll see 3 laps to go when he comes by the finish line again. $16:17 on the clock with only 3 laps remaining. That is Sam Zabo for the Hawks. Pursuing our leader. He's done so much work. He's starting to fall behind those pace lights. These guys only have a quarter mile to go. It's Zabo versus Fuller. Westfield trying to stay in it, but getting gap now. It's Rhode Island versus Connecticut. And as they move down the back stretch, Sam Zabo overtaking Trevor Fuller. 300 meters to go. So with 200 meters remaining, it is 7:25 on the clock. They've got to run a sub 34 to get under 18 minutes here. Ridgefield is still in it, but the Hawks are pulling away. Sam Zabo, the senior, working hard to stay ahead of the junior of Ridgefield. It's going to be a battle right to the line, I think. It will be the Hawks just holding on for the win, 17:58.09. So just awaiting confirmation on our times here, but it looked as though it was the Hawks holding on. Although Ridgefield now looking pretty happy with that finish. Thanks in great part to the work of Trevor Fuller. And they will take the championship. Section 3, boys 4x1 mile relay, 17:58.21. So confirmation of our results there, and we'll have to get some more information because it looked like our two leaders were neck and neck at the line, but Ridgefield takes the win, 17:58.21. Westfield just outside that 18-minute barrier, 18:02.53. And then the Hawks listed here as 18:07.86. And as we clear out our boys, we are into our last two races of the evening. Our sections 2 and 3 of our girls 4x1 mile relay. Serenity, take us through it.
Honestly, how can you follow up with the amount of talent that we have seen so far? But heat after heat, we have seen them continuously improving, and it's been really, really great to see. They're coming around the 150 now here. And then looks like it's hip number 6. That's Tub Gator Track Club in the lead right now. But they have Cal Harbor right on their heel. It's always kind of difficult to say how it's going to turn out because this is just the first lap, really. But it's beginning to spread out a little bit. Cal Harbor with the lead now. With 6 laps to go. Cal Harbor team, this is the first leg here. Mia Wickard, she has her sister. She's going to hand it off to her sister, Finley Wickard. They have Kayla Forsch and then Ella Cancrow. She's starting to gap the field here. This is section 2 out of 3 of the timed finals. Everything is a final. There are no prelims. She just hit the 2-minute mark as she goes into 5 laps to go. Worker out of Northport, New York. She's class of 2027. She didn't have to travel too far for this meet. You always have to take that into account for these athletes because they're still young. Having to travel for a whole lot of meets may be normal for them, it may not be. It depends on what type of track club they're a part of. You know, when you're a part of track clubs in states like Texas, Florida, California, you don't really have to leave, at least not on the sprinter side. You don't really have to leave that much to get a lot of competition. But it is always good to leave the state, go to meets like this. And there's so much great competition at meets like New Balance, running against people from all over the state. About 600 left to go. She's still looking really strong. The gap is not wavering at all. She's well ahead of that pacer. And the pace lights are actually set for Tub Gator Track Club. That's hip number 6. Tub Gator sitting in about 5th right now. But Cow Harbor is still going strong. Mia Wickert is not wavering at all. I'm sorry, correction. It's actually Finley Wickert who is leading off this leg. She won't get to pass to her sister, Mia Wickert, who is actually going to be 3rd leg. Finley has one more lap remaining, 200 meters as she comes through right about now. This is when you could start picking it up a little. You have seen her momentum just work into each lap. You don't just want to hit it randomly. Each lap you're improving. And that's what she's been doing. Coming around the last curve, just hitting the 5-minute mark for her. And she can finally see her teammate. Fiona King. Perfect handoff to her. And then you can see the rest of the field behind them. Fiona King, a little bit of a smaller build, but she holds her own. And that's how far the rest of the field is. But it looks like Cumberland is coming up pretty strong on Fiona King. And if you're going to make up some ground, this is the place to do it. You make up the ground and you sit behind her. And I'm sure Fiona is going to be able to feel Cumberland pretty soon here. That's Rose to a miss though. And Rose is right to her outside. Cumberland is out of Rhode Island. So New York and Rhode Island, I bet these teams have seen each other before this. Neighboring states there. She's taking the lead, but King is not giving it to her easy at all. She is right there on her heel. Now, mind you, these girls still have about 6 laps to go. But this is the energy you get when you're running a relay with your teammates. And it looks like King is just going to sit right there on Rose's shoulder. And King regains that lead as we're headed into 5 more laps. I think a little under 1,000 more meters to go here. Now we've already seen 2 national records. We've seen the fireworks going off. It's going to be hard to say if we're going to see these in these heats, but we're definitely going to see some personal bests, especially right before outdoor season. King has recommanded that lead. 800 more meters to go for her. But once again, she is getting pressure. And it looks like that's red stickers. Hip number 8 that's coming up on her. King cannot catch a break. She regained the lead, and it looks like she is being passed up now. But Fiona King is a fierce competitor. Like I said, out of Newport, New York. Northport, New York. But Red Stickers has taken over now. Michelle Daigle. We have been seeing some teams from New York, Rhode Island, and now Red Stickers from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, straight from the south, up here in cold, cold Boston, Massachusetts for her. But this is indoor season. The cold does not matter. She is owning this lead. But King is not too far behind. I commend her for her effort for sure. But it looks like Bagley is just owning this lead. I mean, at this point, she only has a little bit over 400 more meters to go. The most crucial part, you just got to hang on now. You know she's hurting. You see her looking down a little bit. And actually one more lap for her to go. Now she's on the last 200. King has now fallen in third. Right behind hip number 8, that's the DC Cadets. Jennifer Maxwell resting in second right now, but King is still on her heel, out of view, because all of the attention is on the Red Stickers out of Baton Rouge, giving it off to her teammate in the green shorts. That's Grace Renhoff. And she has gapped this field in her first 150. You can't see the rest of the field, but she's about 30 meters ahead of them, commanding that lead. But now it's really just about, can you hold it? Third leg is always one of those legs who could possibly fall asleep because they're just in that weird in-between point. First leg, you pop it off. Second leg, you hold that lead or you make up that room. Third leg is always the one that's kind of slept on. And then fourth leg, that anchor always just brings it home. The third leg is actually very crucial. Grace Renhoff just chilling up there in the front. Might be a little too relaxed because Cal Harbor is still in view. This is day 1 at New Balance Indoor Nationals. Day 1 out of 4, actually. Serenity Douglas and Kate Buskirk in the booth for you. We've already seen 2 national records. We are excited up here, and it's only day 1. And now, as you can see, Cal Harbor is now in reach. Grace Renhall looks like she's chilled off a little bit too much. While that's Mia Wickert in the hunt. Kind of coming up on her right shoulder. She has some time to pass her. Still a little over 600 more meters to go. And now a change of leads. That's Cal Harbor. Like I said, third leg can be very crucial to relays. It's really a determining factor of what type of position do you put the anchor in. Are they going to have to do a ton of work when you give them the baton? Or are they just holding that lead, chasing a record possibly, chasing a new personal best? But for the Red Stickers out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, it looks like they will be chasing Cal Harbor, who looks strong. You can still see Red Stickers back there in the green shorts there. And then you can now see Cal Harbor. And it was actually the Red Stickers that came in with the fastest seed time on paper. But Cal Harbor is just owning it right now. A 200 left to go. She's going to be putting her anchor leg in a beautiful position to bring it on home. Possibly get a new personal best out of it. Going home feeling happy. She has handed it off. We are now on that anchor leg, and it's time to just bring it home at this point. That's Kayla Forsch. Looking extremely bouncy to be running a whole mile, a whole 8 laps. As you can see, she's passing some people, still handing the baton off. Well ahead of the field here. About 6 more laps to go. Kayla Forsch still looking very good. But this is the point where you're still looking good. You know, you're only 2 laps in. Shouldn't be hurting just yet. It's really all about when the lactic acid kicks in, when the pressure kicks in, how are they going to either rise up or fold. But she still looks very bouncy. But as you can see, Red Stickers is coming up strong in those orange bottoms. Once again, like I said, they came in with the fastest seed. And they're wanting it bad. And then Legacy Track making a good run. Taking over the Red Stickers. Hunting down Cal Harbor there. swinging out. But Kayla Forsch is still in the lead. Looks like Legacy Track is on a different lap. And they are neck and neck here. It's New York versus Louisiana. Opposites for sure. 600 more to go. And it looks like a little bit of a pass from the inside for the red stickers. And oh no, she did not let her have it. A little stumble there. So she's just going to go ahead and go around. It was risky to try to pass on the inside to begin with. So she went on the outside. She gets in front of her. 400 more to go. That's Hannah Van Hahn. That could have been bad for her. It didn't throw her rhythm off, though. She had a goal. She executed it. Slight stumble there, but executed nonetheless. And that's actually Michelle Dagley. My apologies. We should all know how it is now when we step onto the track. They switch up the legs here. Second and third battling out. Michelle Daigle there. Cal Harbor takes that win. I'm sorry, Red Stickers takes that win. You can see them in the different color bottoms. And there's your winner right there, Red Stickers, 20:56. Huge personal best. Over 1 minute personal best at that. Red Stickers of Elise Brown, Michelle Daigle, Grace Renhoff, and Hannah Van Hahn. A good race by them. It was very back and forth, but they stayed extremely persistent towards the end. And I really like their uniform choices. It shows their different personalities. They kind of like the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or a box of crayons, like in the best way possible. I think it's phenomenal, and look at what it means to them. A lot of these athletes, as you mentioned earlier, Serenity, have been waiting around sort of all day for their turn to shine. Still got some good crowd support on site here at the Reggie Lewis Center. And we have one section left on track to round out our day one action at New Balance National Indoors, and that is going to be our third and final section of our Championship Girls 4x1 mile relay. Out of section 2, results here, the Red Stickers 20:56.58, just getting under that 21-minute mark. Cow Harbor Track Club 21:04.91, 21:20.17 in a tight battle with Cumberland 21-21-93. So DC Cadets just edging out Cumberland. And as we move into our final section of the day, we've got another full group of 12 teams on tap here.
Last one, best one.
Last one, best one. I'm sure they would say that. So another team, it looks like, out of the DC Cadets. That's their B squad. And then we've got Manasquan High School out of New Jersey, Auburn High School out of New York, Guilderland Track Club out of New York, Charlotte Latin from Charlotte, North Carolina. Top of the Hill Track Club, also known as Summit High School out of New Jersey. The Rebels, which are New Fairfield High School out of Connecticut. Manalapan, which is Englishtown, New Jersey. The Tuskers Track Club, Summers High School out of Lincolndale, New York. The Kinetic Track Club from Saratoga Springs, New York. Green Level High School, Cary, North Carolina, is also known as Chomp City Track Club. Gotta love that. And then the Flying Dutchman Track Club is Tappan Zee out of Orangeburg, New York. So into the early lead there, that is Summit High School, also known as Top of the Hill. And they are being led off in this final section there by Maddie Chen, the junior. Chen in a class of her own right now. Putting distance on this field. Energy is high, has been since we started earlier today at about 1:30. Going to be back on track with lots more action for day 2 tomorrow here at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. So it continues to be Chen up front. And she is leading the Tuskers Track Club out of Lincolndale, New York. That's Julia Aquilino. But this is all the Maddie Chen show. Summit High School out of New Jersey in the lead right now comes in with one of the faster seed times of the bunch, 21:41.42. And Chen through the half-mile mark now. Behind her, Tuskers Track Club. That's Aquilino in the red shorts, just to the outside of your screen.
A lot of great athletes come out of New Jersey. We saw a lot of athletes from Union Catholic High School earlier. And Union Catholic was the home for Sidney McLaughlin. So we see a lot of great New Jersey athletes. And this is their neck of the woods with us being in Boston as well.
Absolutely. Of course, there's a rich history and sort of, I think, friendly rivalry of the New York, New Jersey contingents. And we're seeing 2 of them battling it out right now with Chen up front out of Summit High School in New Jersey. And then you see a battle on there between the teams in those red shorts and dark tops. So that is Tuskers Track Club, Summer High School out of Lincolndale, New York, I should say. As Maddie Chen passes by with a quarter lap to go. Chen has led this thing from the beginning. Starting to labor a bit now. Just under 300 meters remain, but now into your field of view, we see the chasers. So this is the Flying Dutch women. Also known as Tappan Zee out of Orangeburg, New York. So you mentioned it earlier, Serenity. We've got New Jersey, New York, and a big push here by Cassidy Donovan. The lead leg overtaking Chen and doing work down that back stretch.
Yeah, way to kick.
Found her legs and went with them. This will be a huge final lap for her. She rounds that top bend and sees the arch, so she'll see her teammate as well. Sophia Fenton scheduled to take the baton for leg number 2 of the Flying Dutchwomen. So there was quite a gap at the handoff, although that is being quickly eaten up in this early part of the second leg. Top of the hill looking to regain their spot in the lead. So that was Donovan Cassidy on the lead leg. Now Maya Delio. And it is those two. So Mia DeLelio forcing her competitor to go wide.
But they're sticking it out together.
Again, we believe that that is Cameron Valdez of Top of the Hill. Just really sticking to her like glue.
And it's still pretty early on to be battling. You have 5 laps to go.
These two are doing well to work together, though, because as we've seen in previous heats, if you get separated by too much, both athletes end up just working by themselves. At least they have that momentum and that sort of feeling of urgency of having another body nearby.
You're right. Kind of like your own personal training partner.
There you go. Trading leads back and forth. Although Top of the Hill having to run a much further distance on the outside shoulder, she would do well just to tuck in behind Mia. There's still about a half mile left for these girls. Let's see how much of a further distance the athlete on the outside is having to run. And as I say that, it's like she heard me. She decided she needed to tuck in and just sit in the slipstream of our leader.
And I wonder how these fourth legs are feeling. I don't know if they're going to be too happy with having to run together if they don't separate.
Well, there's still lots of running to go. And we've seen so many, surprise moves that have really just taken a lap or two to transpire. So that's the fun thing about relays. So much can change in a relatively short period of time. 3 laps remain for our leaders in their leg. They are well ahead of the pace lights, by the way, meaning that both of these teams are on pace to clock a PR tonight. If I were Mia DeLolio, I would be just biding my time on the inside there, knowing I'm running the shorter distance. Control the race from the front as much as possible for as long as possible. They're inside a quarter mile to go now. Great profile shot here of these runners. Shows their speed, their focus. Meters. Now, DeLolio seems as though she's benefiting from having run the shorter distance over these last several laps, pulling away from her competitor. Inside 200 meters remain for our two leaders before they hand off to the third legs of this relay.
They definitely have not separated much.
Well, DeLolio looked like she had put a good move on and sort of shaken Valdez, but Valdez is closing hard. These girls will get a boost as they come around and see their teammates waiting for them to relieve them of the baton. So handing off almost neck and neck at around 10:50. Which puts them almost exactly on pace at 21:40 tempo. So this is Bridget Dunn. For the Flying Dutchman. Still in the lead. And taking close order behind her, on paper at least, is Shannon Powell-Freeman. But joining the conversation now is the team from Auburn in that light blue kit. So they made a good move over that last lap to bridge the gap.
We've been seeing a lot of New York and New Jerseys, but Auburn kind of sticking in there too. Just like in the last section we saw Baton Rouge. Interesting to see that so many teams have just traveled so far for this meet.
Well, I believe that this is Auburn High School out of New York.
Oh, okay.
And if so, then that would be Nora Burrows wearing hip 3 there in that light blue kit, who's sticking on the lead of Bridget Dunn. This is really reminiscent of what we saw in the last leg. Two teams just sticking right together, working hard with no one else around. Continues to be the Flying Dutchman up front, leading Auburn High School. About 4.5 laps remaining in this leg. Inside a half mile to go. Again, they were 10:50 at the handoff, so 5:25 per runner. We'll put them again right around that 21:40 mark. So at the next exchange, we'll give you a split on where these teams are at, how close they might get. But again, those pace lights, as you can see just at the top of your screen, are well behind both of these runners. So again, I think it's a real benefit that they're working together here with just 3 laps remaining. See the stride length increasing there by Bridget Dunn up front. But Auburn's Nora Burrows has not been more than a stride behind our leader this entire leg. That's commitment. Now for the first time, actually, it looks like a move by the Auburn athlete. Quarter mile remains, and for the first time, it is Burrows to the lead. Hunting down the athlete on the kinetic team, I believe, who are about to be lapped. Under the arch and into the home stretch. 1 lap to go for our 2 leaders. Burrows now doing the work up front.
Ooh.
With 200 remaining, and a big surge there on the outside by Bridget Dunn.
Risky as well.
Took a lap or 2 to say thanks so much for leading. I got a little break, and now I'm going to take off. Take off she has. This is a huge surge heading into the final 100. Bridget Dunn is about to hand off to Sophia Fenton, their anchor leg. And we're 16:06 on the clock. So that was about another 5:15, 5:16. That was a very fast leg for those girls. So again, this is Sophia Fenton in the red shorts and the purple top for the Flying Dutch women. Leading the anchor for Auburn, Abigail Ringwood.
Auburn is still right there on her heel. She has not given up at all. The final event of the day. So much great action happened today, Kate. We saw 2 national records.
We did, and we kicked it all off with some incredibly fast 400s earlier. Lots of individual mile action, and then of course these relays to round out day 1 of New Balance National Indoors here in Boston. We've got lots coming up tomorrow as well. 3 more jam-packed days. Track and field. As we said, the weather is cold and rainy outside, but things have been on fire all day here at the Reggie Lewis Center.
The beauty of indoors.
And hard to believe that it's already close to coming to an end. We've already had the Indoor World Championships. The NCAAs are happening right now. Just around the corner from us at the track at New Balance. We'll be taking over that facility on Sunday for our final day of action. But loads of excitement before we get there. And 4 laps remaining now for our 2 leaders in this final section of the girls' 4x1 mile. We are inside a half mile to go. That's Auburn's Abigail Ringwood to the lead now. Sophia Fenton of the Flying Dutch women trying to stay with her. Runners matching each other pretty much stride for stride as they start to work on some of the athletes that they can lap. And 600 meters remain for the athletes in wearing hips 3 and 12. That is Auburn and the Flying Dutch women. Auburn out of New York. The Dutch women out of New York as well. So it's New York versus New York.
And they must feel some type of adrenaline knowing that they are ending day 1 of New Balance Indoor Nationals. The music is getting louder. They saw all of those national records.
21:40, the time that they are looking for. We're coming up just about on 20 minutes on the clock with a quarter mile remaining. So they just have to run about 1:35, 1:40 for this final quarter mile, and that is absolutely on track to go down here. Ringwood leading Fenton. And for the first time, a little more daylight showing between these two athletes as they come under the arch and into the home stretch with 1 lap remaining. Abigail Ringwood of Auburn goes wide around the athletes in front of her, but she has not shaken Sophia Fenton yet. It is New York versus New York. Down the back stretch, the diehard fans are still here cheering them on. So are their teammates. Both athletes running fast with each stride. Ringwood continuing to extend that lead. The time is going to be a great improvement on their season's best for both of them. Ringwood of Auburn holding off the charge from behind. And it is going to be Auburn, New York, taking the win in 21:21:03. And a fantastic closing lap there for Abigail Ringwood. And nice congratulations from her teammates.
She remained so strong throughout that whole mile, and she brought it home.
She did. She used the first half to allow the team out of the Flying Dutch to take the lead. She sat behind and drafted, conserved her energy, made the move when she knew she was ready to go, and never looked back. Auburn takes the win here at day 1 of New Balance Nationals indoors. And again, great focus by both of these athletes. I thought for a moment there that Sophia Fenton was going to come up and challenge for that victory, but Auburn able to hold off. These races, so many of them have come down to less than a second, even in a race, of 21 minutes or longer, as these relays have been.
Yes, for sure.
But absolutely fantastic day 1 of performance here at the Reggie Lewis Center. See our final results of our final event of the day. Auburn taking the win 21:21:03, less than a second ahead of the Flying Dutchman. Fantastic results for all of our athletes. And compiled results put the Carolina Cavaliers in the lead, of course, with that new national record of 19:22:70, 19:28:07 for Flower Mound High School, also under the old record. And a successful day all around as Auburn celebrates before heading home for some well-deserved rest on this Thursday, day 1 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. As you mentioned, Serenity, it's been a thrilling day here. We've kicked things off in style. A couple national records have gone down, lots of meet records and national leads, and we are going to be back on your live streams tomorrow morning with lots more excitement from the Reggie Lewis Center here in Boston. We're going to kick things off
at 9 a.m.
tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That's right. You would know you're going to be on here, Serenity.
Yeah, the 60, starting it off fast tomorrow morning.
We've got a couple of race walks. We've got the 60 heats. We've got long jumps. And then a whole mix of excitement throughout the day. And as we sign off, please enjoy some images from today for Kate Van Buskirk and Serenity Douglas and our entire team here at New Balance National Indoors. We want to thank you for tuning in. Join us again tomorrow for day 2 of action at the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships here in Boston.